Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R2, Revolution in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, One Shall Stand. The muffled sounds of explosions could be heard all throughout the inside of Darkmount, even with 2 Viacan guards outside of a certain room. To say it was tense would be an understatement, so tense that one of them was just about done. That's it. I'm out of here. The first one looked ready to walk away. Wait, where are you going? The second Viacan asked his partner. Away from here. This whole thing is crazy. I'm not gonna stick around and get blown to pieces. How are you going to get away with a freaking war going on outside? You'll be shot down in seconds. Better than just waiting here. I can. Suddenly, a clawed hand had pierced through the first Viacan's back before he had his spark chamber ripped out, causing him to fall over and reveal Steeljaw. The second Viacan didn't have time to get over his shock as Steeljaw leapt at him to slash his claws at his throat and kill him instantly. Was that really necessary? Sarah questioned as she and Nunnally appeared behind him. Can't have them giving our location to Megatron, can we? Steeljaw replied before opening the door to the chamber the 2 Viacans were guarding. What was inside was a large generator-like device with a console attached to it, which Steeljaw was at immediately. The anti-ground bridge generator. Once this is offline, it should make it easier for your friends. Steeljaw already worked the controls. Though knowing Soundwave, he himself will probably have the whole building rigged even if this is turned off, so we might not be able to bridge out of here. I'm surprised you don't rip this thing to pieces too. Sarah commented, making no effort to hide her disdain for his methods. And risk it blowing up in our faces. The wolf-like Decepticon responded. I'm ruthless, but I'm not a savage. Could have fooled me. Sarah commented, which Steeljaw elected to ignore as he got to work. It then became silent as the immortal woman glanced at the younger girl in their company, who had yet to say so much as a single word to her, not that Sarah could blame her. She pretty much had her whole world shatter with the recent revelation about her mother. If Nunnally was mad at her, Sarah would completely understand. Hell, she would accept if Nunnally outright hated her after this, not just for keeping it all a secret, but for having a part to play in Ragnarok that ultimately ruined hers and her brother's life. But it would still hurt. Nunnally, Sarah stuttered, trying to find the right words to say. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. I thought by not telling you, I was sparing you. You were someone who was always so kind to me. I didn't want to break that. I didn't want to hurt you. But I just... She was cut off when Nunnally suddenly leapt at her, wrapping her arms around her, much to the immortal's surprise. You were always there for us. She heard Nunnally's strained voice. She was crying. Even after everything you've been through, you saved my brother, helped our friends, been there for me. I don't care what sursets you have. You're our family, Sarah. No matter what. I love you. I always have, and I always will. That was all it took for Sarah's eyes to turn wet as she embraced the younger girl back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you too. This just so happened to be in Steeljaw's earshot, which only caused him to roll his eyes in annoyance as he finished his work. With the right command keys, the generator had lost power. And just to be sure they couldn't turn it back on again, Steeljaw ripped the console from its port and even slashed a few cords for good measure. Thundercracker, it's done. Steeljaw accessed the comms channel. I don't know if Soundwave can neutralize any bridges inside the fortress, but the Autobots should now be able to bridge all across the battlefield. I'll let them know. UNCC keep moving. If Megatron gets a hold of her, it's all over. Thundercracker told him. That's the plan. The wolf-like Decepticon walked over to the 2 females. If you're done, we need to go. Sarah glared at him, but Nunnally wiped the tears from her own eyes and stood up fully. He's right, we can't stay here. Yeah, I know. Sarah accepted as Steeljaw transformed into his vehicle mode again, allowing the 2 to enter before driving off into the hallways. The whole perimeter of Dark Mount was nothing short of a war zone as the Autobots, Black Knights, and their army of allies from all over Earth threw themselves again and again at the swarm of Terrorcons that defended the fortress of their master. Explosions raged across the ravaged ground as heavy artillery was used to blast away the undead enemy. Anyone fighting at a closer range had to keep their distance, for even under heavy fire, the Terrorcons being shot at refused to go down until they were completely obliterated. Several unfortunate Night Marrays and vehicles, with the people inside, happened to get overwhelmed by the Terrorcons and were smashed and ripped apart. Unlike the Decepticons or any other enemy they may have faced in the past, the Terrorcons had no sense of self-preservation, they knew no fear, they felt no pain, they would not stop until everything that wasn't a Terrorcon was dead. It felt like fighting back against an ocean. Near the center of the war zone, a certain group of our heroes, those that were leading this charge, continued to cut and blast their way through the enemy with everything they had. Optimus hovered in the air with his right hand had converted into an Energon blaster and his left holding an Energon minigun, which he used to shoot and gun down the Terrorcons that were advancing on their left flank, while the Shinkiro took to the air and covered Optimus back. Inside, Lelich, with Sayoko sitting behind him, activated the Shinkiro's chest-mounted weapon, deploying a prism before firing a beam directly into it. The beam refracted and split apart into several more beams that cut away a large amount of Terrorcons that came up in their right flank. Bumblebee had drowned the Polarity Gauntlet and used its powers to haul up several Terrorcons, lifting them up in the air and allowing Anya and Suzaku to blast them with the Mordred's Hadron cannons and Lancelot's rifles respectively. Ironhide suppressive fire with his cannons, trying to shoot down any Terrorcons that broke through their defense, although some were able to push and get through, despite having some of their parts, limbs, and faces blown off. Any that did manage to break through were quickly cut down by Ratchet and his own arm blades. Arky and Colin both closed in, with the Gurren outstretching its Surger claw to grab one Terrorcon and supercharge it with radiation before throwing the overheated undead corpse into several others right before it exploded. 3 tried to gang up on the Gurren, but Arky kept her covered with her arm blades, rapidly slicing them to pieces before they could even react. Bulkhead and the Raiden came back to back as Terrorcons tried to surround them. Bulkhead's cannons took care of several that came up on his side, and any that tried to get close were quickly smashed by his maces. Rai grabbed one Terrorcon by the head with the Raiden's own Surger claw and sent a charge of electricity through it, which spread out through the Terrorcons behind that one to break them down into tiny pieces. "Damn it, how many of these things does Megatron have?" Colin exclaimed. "Enough to keep us away," Arky said. "These monsters are not meant to stop us, just keep us busy until Megatron activates his own twisted version of Ragnarok," Ratchet stated. "To do that, he needs Sarah," Rai said. "We need to get inside the fortress, now." "Easier said than done," Bulkhead commented. "Even with Omega Supreme, we still got the Khan's warship to worry about. And those fusions cannons won't stay offline forever," Ironhide added. Lelich tisked in frustration. Megatron was throwing everything he had at them to keep them from getting so much as an inch closer. It would be easier if they could ground bridge directly into the fortress, but nothing was ever easy. "Heads up, more incoming," Bumblebee warned as they saw another line of Terrorcons march their way forward. "Optimus, we'll need the Star Saber," Lelich said. Indeed. However, before the Prime could draw the mighty weapon, a line of missiles and energon fire had shot down from the sky to blast away most of the Terrorcons. The ones who shot them were none other than Thundercracker and Skybite, who both flew in before transforming to land and finish off the remaining undead in that group before turning to face the heroes, all of whom had their weapons primed and ready. "Easy, easy, we're on your side." Skybite raised his hands, as did Thundercracker, showing that they mean no harm. "How can we be certain?" Suzaku questioned. He didn't know much about Skybite, but he did know Thundercracker a bit from his time in Area 11, and while he wasn't as vile as Starscream or Arachnid, he wasn't exactly trustworthy either. "We can debate and waste precious time, or we can help you and keep every sentient being in the universe from losing their free will," Thundercracker stated. "You're looking for that immortal girl and the former princess, Nunnally, right?" Skybite said, getting their attention. "They're with Steeljaw in on the move, but they'll be caught soon." Everyone gazed at each other, though they had the idea they'd be working with a few Decepticons in this final confrontation, that didn't mean they'd have to like it. But given the situation, they had little choice. The heroes lowered their arms. "What is the situation?" Optimus asked the two. "We got word from Steeljaw that he's shut down the anti-ground bridge generator," Thundercracker informed. "Your forces should be able to pull out or go anywhere nearby if they need to. But we don't know if we can use it to access Dark Mount yet. Tai, do you read?" Lelich contacted the Ark. "Yes, Zero, I read you. Can you ground bridge us directly into the enemy fortress?" Lelich asked. "It doesn't appear to be so," Tai informed. "That interference that was surrounding the perimeter of the fortress is gone, but I'm still detecting that same frequency within the confines of the building itself. It is likely Soundwave's doing," Ratchet assumed. "So, we can't bridge Nunnally and Sarah out of there," Bulkhead said. "Then we're going in and getting them out ourselves," Suzaku stated. "Attention all forces, Zero and I are leading a team directly to the enemy base," Optimus said through the comms. "Keep the fight going out here. Maintain distance from the Terrorcons. Ogai, Elita, Maribel, Leela, Grimlock, Wizard, keep up the assault with our forces, push your way to Dark Mount," Lelich instructed. "Todo, Magnus, you know what to do with the Nemesis. Cornelia, Zinc, Tamaki, guard the mobile bases from the back, we can't afford to lose them. Yuffie, Kagaya, I'm differing command of the rear mobile bases to you." "Understood. Roger. Be careful." Those were among the responses of many of his friends, family, and allies in this battle, all except for Euphemia, who had something to say. "Suzaku, Lelich, Optimus, you come back. You bring Nunnally and Sarah back," Yuffie told them. "We will," Suzaku promised. "Oh, and Yuffie. I love you." From the bridge of the Akariga, the former princess smiled as she wiped a tear from her eye. "I love you too, Suzaku." She signed off before getting serious. "Claus, you're in charge of the Akariga." Yeah, sure." The man nodded in understanding. "Yuffie, what exactly are you doing?" Nina asked. "What I can to take command," Yuffie replied, stepping back a bit. "Tai, bring me onto the Ark. Now. Stand by." A ground bridge portal opened for her, allowing Yuffie to step in. "Omega Supreme, we need a clear path straight to Dark Mount," Optimus ordered. Some distance away, the towering Autobot had stomped down on a large group of Terrorcons, his sentry turrets on his shoulders firing automatically to clear away any Terrorcons that mindlessly tried to get close to him. He heard Zero's command and identified the location of his leaders and their group, as well as estimated the distance between them and Dark Mount, with seemingly countless Terrorcons separating them from their destination. "It would be my pleasure." Omega Supreme aimed his drill-like arm, firing a cluster of missiles to blow away several Terrorcons before firing the main laser weapon, which carved its way through the ground and the horde before exploding. This obliterated a large chunk of the Terrorcons that barred their way. "Excellent work," Lelich thanked. "Keep up the fight out here, and try and destroy the fortress fusion cannons before they come back online. Let's move out." With that, the Autobots and Nightmare Rays all transformed into their respective vehicle modes, all with the exception of the Mordred as it was stationed on top of Optimus Truck mode, and drove/flew through the clear path, along with Thundercracker and Skybite in their respective alternate modes as well. "Hey, where's Slipstream?" Skybite asked. "I haven't seen her since we left Dark Mount. She probably just flew away," Thundercracker responded. "But we don't have time to deal with her right now." It was true, Slipstream had indeed flown far away from Dark Mount by the time the war started. She flew straight up through the clouds in her jet mode, and it wouldn't be long before she breached the clouds and left the planet's atmosphere. "I'd prefer to keep my free will, but I'd also like to keep my overall freedom. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life rusting in a cell. Let them have this planet. I'll find somewhere else to call my own." Despite Omega Supreme having cleared away most of the Terrorcons, there were a few survivors, though a majority of them had most of their bodies incinerated as they tried to climb back up and reach for the speeding group of Zero and Optimus team that attempted to reach the fortress. Most of them were all run down by the ground-based vehicle modes or shot down a bit further on ahead by those that were air-based. As they went on ahead, the war continued as the Autobot and Black Knight forces engaged the sea of undead and seemed to be holding their own rather well. It helped that a giant was on their side. Omega Supreme continued to march and stomp down the horde of Terror Cons. He literally stomped on them like ants, and while there were several that tried to scale up his body, his built-in turrets made short work of them. "Oh man, look at that guy!" Rivalts exclaimed with a grin as he and everyone else saw it all from the bridge of the Grand Barry Mk2. "Do we even need an army? Omega Supreme could probably take all those guys on by himself." "Hold on, let's not get ahead of ourselves," Rax Hata advised. "Megatron did defeat him before on Cybertron." "That is correct," Fixit added. "And he's desperate now. We can't let our guard down." Shirley, Millie, Kagaya, and Misty all exchanged looks of uncertainty and concern. Not just with Rax Hata and Fixit's warning, but the fact that Lelich, Suzaku, Optimus, and all their closest friends are heading straight for the belly of the beast and there wasn't all that much they can do to help them, other than what they could out here. Speaking of, it looks like the Nemesis is moving in straight for Omega Supreme. Toto reported, much to the group's alarm. Target sighted. Commencing attack. Omega Supreme fired his laser again at Dark Mount, specifically the top where the fusion cannons were stationed. However, his laser happened to impact a shield that surrounded the whole upper platform, though Omega Supreme kept up the bombardment. Observation: a protective barrier similar to the one from Damocles is protecting the cannons. Perpetual bombardment should break it. However, the Nemesis was now directly above him and it already had its main weapon primed and ready. The laser was currently charging and would reach full power soon. "We have a target lock on the enemy," one Viakin reported on the bridge of the Decepticon warship. "Open fire," the Viakin at command ordered. "Omega Supreme, watch out." Fixit's warning came too late as the Nemesis had already fired its main weapon on the towering Autobot. The gentle giant had taken the initial hit on his back, before bracing himself with his arms, but the resulting damage created a series of explosions that brought the mighty warrior down to his hands and knees. Fortunately, the assault from the Nemesis came to an end before any further damage could be dealt, but the large, red-hot, and smoking hole on his back was still deeply concerning. Critical damage sustained. Time is needed to reroute reserve power. Omega Supreme reported. "Our big guy is down," Lloyd exclaimed in a panic on board the Ikaruga. "The Nemesis has struck again. Jetfire, Magnus, I hope your respective teams are about to move in, otherwise this will be a short fight." Diet Hard stated. "We're moving in now," Jetfire said as he and Windblade were in their respective jet modes and led an aerial attack alongside Gino, Nonet, and multiple fighter jets and flying Nightmare Rays, all of which kept the Ark covered as the Autobot vessel itself provided covering fire for the recovering Omega Supreme, keeping him safe from the Terror Cons that would advance on him while he was down. "All units open fire. Light it up," Nonet ordered as her Gale's Chin fired multiple shots from the Varus, while Gino's Tristan Divider launched its Harkins together to fire a focused energy blast. Jetfire and Windblade's vehicle modes, along with the other fighter jets opened fire on the Nemesis. All the condensed firepower hit and struck the face of the Decepticon warship, right before the Nemesis turrets returned fire, and a squadron of aerial Viacons all flew out from the Nemesis deck and engaged in a dogfight with the opposing forces. "Okay, I'd say we definitely got their attention," Gino reported as he used one of the Tristan's swords to cut off a Viacan jet's wings. Meanwhile, most of the Decepticons inside the Nemesis appeared to have left the warship to defend it from the outside attackers. Meaning, one hallway in particular was noticeably quiet. Until a ground bridge portal opened up, allowing the team that consisted of Ultra Magnus, Steve, Toto, Wheeljack, Drift, Jez, Knockout, Smokescreen, and Chiba to enter. "This is the infiltration team reporting, we've entered the Nemesis and are ready to take the vessel," Ultra Magnus reported. "Acknowledged, but you might wanna hurry up, Commander. We need those fusion cannons offline as soon as possible," Tai responded. "Toto, you will take Knockout, Chiba, and drift to the ship's power core to ensure there are no surprises, of the self-destructive kind, left for us. Ultra Magnus began. Wheeljack, Smokescreen, Jez, Steve, you four are with me. We're taking the bridge. Aye aye, Captain. Smokescreen saluted. Sounds like a party. Wheeljack grinned. Yes, sir. Steve nodded. Hey, keep an eye on your guide. Jez advised Todoa's team, referring to the former Decepticon among them. Do I look like the suicidal type to you? Knockout questioned. No, you seem more like the type to turn tail and run the second things don't go your way. Chiba shot. Touché. Knockout admitted. Let's move. Todo ordered as the group of 9 split off into their assigned teams and went in opposite directions. Within the arc, the Omni-Globe lit up once again. The bright blue light shining from all the activated screens that showed all the ongoing battles, all surrounding the one occupant who sat at a chair in the center. But rather than Lelich who would be the one to sit there, it was Euphemia. She would be the first to admit she was not a chess master like her brother, but ever since the fall of Britannia, she had spent as much time as she could with him, Optimus, and even Cornelia, learning what she could about battle strategy, and she proved to be a quick learner. Lelich was now leading the charge to rescue Nunnally and Sarah, as well as stop Megatron once and for all, so now it was up to her to take the lead. She glanced at all the ongoing battles before reaching out to those in command. This is Euphemia, assuming command of the assault. Tianzi, Kagaya, Toto, Farnese, Smilas, maintain the defensive line in the rear. She began her command. Tai keep the arc covering Omega Supreme until Magnus and his team have taken the Nemesis. Elita, Mary Bell, you have a large number of Terrorcons bearing down on your position. I'm sending you reinforcements. Yes, that would be most helpful. Elita said as she used her arm blades to cut apart one Terrorcon and was forced to come back to back with the Lancelot trial, piloted by Mary Bell, both using their short-ranged blades to slice apart the surrounding Terrorcons, but it seemed like they would be overwhelmed soon. However, a Hadron blast descended from the sky to obliterate the Terrorcons in front of Mary Bell, while a series of Energon cleared out those who were advancing towards Elita, giving her some space to use her Energon blasters and take out the remaining undead. Hey, need a hand? Ogai said from the Gawain Nerian with the Agravane hovering beside him. We'll cover you from up here. Oyagro said before firing the Hadron again to take out another line of Terrorcons that were advancing towards his niece, nephew, and Monica. With a bit more room, Orpheus Biakin moved more freely, allowing him to launch his Harkins to decapitate 2 Terrorcons while he spun around with the blade from the unit's armored arm to slice apart 3 more. Monica lunged the Florence Nero's claws into the chest of one Terrorcon before pulling up to bisect it and then fired her own Hadron blast to obliterate a line in front of her. Aldrin's Lancelot Grail spun around with such speed and power with its many blades that she seemed like a red tornado, cutting down and slicing apart any undead that dared to come close to her. Chigusa would also come in to provide suppressor fire in her Vincent. Ashley, Jean, and Sakia were surrounded by a large cluster of Terrorcons that pushed through the onslaught of long-ranged firepower, even moving through the remains of their own to get closer. We got this. We got this. Ashley said as he impaled one Terrorcon with the Dagonet's blade, only for that Terrorcon to still reach out and grab his nightmare. Okay, we don't got this. Ashley. Jean tried to help him, but the Aglovale was tackled and pinned down by 5 Terrorcons, with 4 more trying to do the same for Sakia's Vincent Graham. Help. Somebody, help. We're being torn apart. Sakia cried out. Heads up, Brits. The one who said that was none other than Yukiya and his Alexander, who fired his long-distance linear cannon to tear through the Terrorcons that were piling on their allies. This allowed his friends to move in and provide additional aid. Akito led the charge in his Alexander Liberté, his blade drawn which he spun around rapidly like a helicopter blade to slice and dice a majority of the Terrorcons. Grindcore took care of the rest with mighty swings of his fists and stomps of his enormous feet. Hey, save some for the rest of us. Ryo said with a smirk as his Alexander's axe brought an end to one Terrorcon with sideswipe decapitating another that was about to come behind him. Ayano and Strongarm arrived to provide cover for Ashley, Jean, and Sakia as Layla's Alexander arrived to address the three. "Are you three alright?" she asked. "Yeah, guess Lady Luck's still on our side, eh?" Ashley said with a relieved grin. "Kablam!" Warpath shouted in his tank mode as he obliterated another group of Viacons alongside Tamaki in a series of Wrecker Akatsuki's. They, along with Zinc, Cornelia, Guilford, were among the line of Knight Marrays and armored vehicles that provided protection for the mobile bases, all of which were slowly advancing forward to the enemy fortress as those in front of them cut down at the zombies. "If we keep this up, we'll have Darkmount surrounded soon. Keep up the pressure," Zinc said. "Don't let your guard down," Cornelia instructed. "It would be foolish to not assume that Megatron still has a weapon he's yet to unleash. Guy's already had a giant space station and an army of zombies, what the hell can he possibly throw at us now?" Tamaki questioned. The radar in Guilford's nightmare gave a ping as he spotted something unusual. "There's something directly under us, something big." The ground underneath the line of mobile bases began to shake, especially underneath the command vehicle under the direction of Smilas when suddenly, something enormous exploded out from the ground underneath, tearing apart said vehicle and killing not only everyone inside, but completely destroyed many of the Knight Marrays and vehicles that were providing protective escort. Everyone looked in genuine terror as they saw the familiar shifting metallic beast that was the driller. But it looked vastly different than before. It looked like it was on the verge of falling apart as most of its body was hastily fused together, but a certain dark purple substance. "You just had to say something, Tamaki," Cornelia said with lowered eyelids. "What the hell?" Even Warpath's face paled. "Is that the driller?" Nina exclaimed in terror as they all saw it from the Akaraga's main screen. "But I thought it was destroyed when Optimus and the others attacked the Geese Order," the terrified Cecile recalled. According to these readings." Claus was looking at the console in front of him as the monstrosity had already been scanned. "That thing is filled to the brim with dark energon. It's a Terrorcon." Diet Hard exclaimed in shock. "Megatron and Shockwave must have recovered its remains and used dark energon to revive it." "A zombie driller?" Lloyd gulped. "I would be so fascinated, if I wasn't so completely terrified." Suddenly, the entire Akaraga shook as though something hit it rather hard, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. "What now?" Cecile questioned. "We just lost our starboard engine. Something hit us," Nina reported before looking at the alerts on her monitor. "No, something's on top of us." The screen shifted to reveal what it was that was on their upper hull, which just so happened to be a certain giant metallic dragon that used its claws and jaws to tear out the whole starboard engine before flying up to unleash its deadly fire breath on the upper hull, causing even more explosions that knocked everyone hard to the ground. "That blasted Predacon," Diet Hard muttered. "We just lost our flight system," Cecile reported. "We're going down." It was true, the Akaraga was already falling from the sky. Though it still had one functioning engine that tried to stabilize the descending vessel, the best that could be managed would be a controlled crash. However, the hovering Predacon was not about to let that happen. It was about to unleash another fiery volley onto the descending craft, only to get bombarded by a series of blasts from its side, sending it spiraling through the air before it stabilized itself. The Predacon glared at the Grandberry Mk2 as all its starboard guns and weapons were aimed at it before firing again with a series of missiles and energon blasts, but the Predacon flew up and around most of those blasts and moved in to attack the vessel with a roar. I think we might have just pissed it off." Rivalts winced. And that wince turned into terror as he and all his friends saw the Predacon flying directly toward them with deadly intent. Fortunately, a ground bridge portal had opened just above the Predacon, with Grimlock falling out and landing on the beast's back, sending it off its path and just below the hovering Grandberry. The leader of the Dinobots grabbed it by the wings and pulled up to try and halt its flight. The Predacon gave a roar of anger as it tried to shake off Grimlock, but he held firm. It wasn't long before they both crashed hard on the ground. Though the Predacon took the brunt of it, Grimlock was still thrown off by the impact. He gave a slight groan as he tried to push himself up but found a shadow looming over him and turned around with a glare to see the Predacon had already recovered. It roared and was ready to unleash its fire breath on him, only to get pelted by a series of energon blasts, courtesy of the flying swoop in his pterodactyl mode. Hey, quit trying to act like the big hero, Grimlock. Swoop cracked before flying to join up with his leader, transforming back into his Cybertronian form. Yeah, we want in on this too. Snarl added as he, Sludge, and Slug all stood by his side too. Grimlock's expression softened somewhat before he chuckled. I wouldn't have it any other way. All 5 of them turned to face the Predacon before it roared challengingly at them. Dinobots, charge. Meanwhile, the Terrorcon driller was pelted by rapid fire from all directions from nearly every single unit in the defensive line. All units fire with everything you got. Don't give that monster an inch. Cornelia ordered. I'm giving it all I got, but that damn thing won't go down. Warpath said as he fired all his tank blasts. Even as Tamaki's wrecker Akatsuki fired all its missiles, creating a series of explosions along its side, the Terrorcon driller didn't even seem to notice them. That damn thing is already dead. How are we supposed to kill it a second time? Tamaki questioned. The abomination didn't even seem the least bit focused on them. Instead, its attention seemed focused on the largest target, which just so happened to be the Longden that was being operated by Tianzi and her crew. It dug its way back into the ground and swam through the earth about halfway like a shark through water, tearing up anything that was in its path as it made its way closer to its target. No. Your Highness! Zink exclaimed in terror as he flew as fast as the Shenhu could carry him. Even as he was above the monster and fired with his Nightmare's central chest cannon, the driller wouldn't stop. Tianzi looked in genuine horror on the screen of her mobile base to see the monster making its way toward her, even as everyone in the control room was in a panic. Tai, we need a ground bridge to the Ark immediately. Zhou exclaimed as she grabbed the young Empress and prepared to pull her to safety at a moment's notice. But it appeared to be too late as the Terrorcon driller was just about to reach its goal and tear the Longden asunder, the hole that was its mouth opening up and ready to chow down. I think not. A rapidly spinning sphere shot with such speed and power that it tore through the upper part of the Terrorcon driller, actually causing it to veer off course and slam its side into the Longden, causing it to tip and crash somewhat to the ground, knocking down the whole crew inside, but there appeared to be no casualties. The sphere stopped spinning, hovering above the ground, and then transformed to reveal the large, orange, and enormous nightmare that was the Siegfried Loyal. Undead abomination, exists only for destruction, knows nothing of loyalty. Jeremiah spat in disgust. He contacted the Longden and his remaining allies. Tianzi, use this chance to evacuate your crew from the Longden and to the Ark. Cornelia, take the remainder of your forces, including the rear line, and keep up the advance. The irregulars will take it from here. Jeremiah. Cornelia was in a state of awe. Cornelia, do what he says. Euphemia contacted her sister. I directed them there. Let him, Alice and the others handle that monster for now. I understand. Cornelia trusted her younger sister's judgment. Zink, we're evacuating to the Ark now. The Empress is safe. Zhou reported, causing the man to sigh in relief. Thank you. Jeremiah, Euphemia. Save the thanks until after we survive this. Alice told him as the Pegasus had flown in, alongside the Tungsten, Scorpio, and Ryujin and hovered alongside the Siegfried Loyal. I helped kill this thing before, I can kill it again. All right, good luck. Warpath said. Yeah, you're gonna need it. Tamaki added as all the ground forces nearby scattered to regather and regroup everyone in the rear line, leaving the 5 irregular units to face off against the Terrorcon driller as it turned its attention to them. Ugh, that thing is disgusting. Sansia cringed. Got a plan on how to kill it? Lucretia asked. Yeah. Alice narrowed her eyes. Tear it apart until there's nothing left. Sounds like they're having a party. Grindcore pointed toward the ensuing battles against the Predacon and Terrorcon driller as he, Sideswipe, Strongarm, and the Black Wyverns, all stood alongside Ashley, Jean, and Sakia in their respective Nightmare rays. We should help them. Ayano said. No, you heard Yuffie's order. Leela stated. We need to keep up the advance. So, keep killing zombies. Got it. Yukia said. Incoming. Sakia warned as something large and fast flew down and blocked their path. This just so happened to be the Thanatos as it faced them all with a legion of terror cons behind it. Well, isn't this rather fitting? Shin said from within with an amused look on his face. My dear and brother and his precious friends, standing alongside my former subordinates. I suppose that since we all started this together, we'll end it together. Shin. Akito's eyes narrowed. This guy again? Ryo questioned. Seriously, don't you have anything better to do with your life than just messing around with us? Sideswipe asked the cybernetic psychopath. Get a life, why don't you? Or better yet, how about we end yours? Ashley said seriously. I'd be happy to do so myself. Shin smirked at that declaration before glancing at the Aglovale. Do you feel the same way, Jean? Ever after everything we've been through together? Jean shuddered in her nightmare, remembering how she had romantic feelings towards the man who took her in and gave her a purpose that she never thought she had. But that man is long gone, or maybe he never even existed. What stood in front of her was a force for evil and she would see it destroyed. Yes. She said, clenching her nightmare's controls firm as she glared hard. Brother. Akito got Shin's attention. This is where it ends. You're not walking away this time. Shin's composed smirk turned into a wild grin. That's right. This time, I'll make sure you die. Akito. Meanwhile, the team that consisted of Optimus, Zero, Sayoko, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Arky, Colin, Bulkhead, Rai, Ironhide, Anya, Ratchet, Thundercracker, and Skybite had managed to make their way to the base of the fortress. The Cybertronians and Nightmare that could transform, once again did so from their respective alternate modes into their humanoid appearances as they gazed up Dark Mount. Yush, overcompensate much? How big does he need his tower to be? Rai commented. It'll be all the more satisfying when we bright it down. Suzaku narrowed his eyes hatefully at the Decepticon fortress. Got that right. Bulkhead agreed. Steeljaw, we're at the base of Dark Mount. Where are you? Thundercracker asked over the comms. The cargo and I are on the same level. I'm supplying you my coordinates, but I can't provide an exact location. Steeljaw reported. Thundercracker looked at a device that was built into his arm and received the telemetry data. I got it. We'll be with you soon. The Blue Seeker said. Those cannons are still in one piece. Lelich observed. With Omega Supreme down, and the Ark occupied with the Nemesis, we'll have to destroy them ourselves. Shockwave is repairing the cannons now, so we'll have to deal with him too. Skybite said. You two, get me up there. Ratchet told Thundercracker and Skybite. If you fully intend on stopping this madness, then we'll deal with Shockwave and destroy the cannons. Hold on, Ratchet, I think you might be biting off more than you can chew, even with these guys helping you. Colin told him. Yeah, you of all people should know how dangerous Shockwave is. Ironhide added. We can spare a few more to help you. I'll join you. Suzaku offered. I can also help with additional firepower. Anya offered. No, you'll need all the power you can get if you're going to subdue Megatron and likely Soundwave if he's still with him. Ratchet added. That includes the Polarity Gauntlet, Bumblebee. He said to the scout, who looked ready to hand it over to him. Ratchet, are you sure? Arky asked. We do not have time to debate. Ratchet stated. Every second we waste now, Megatron could be getting ever closer to assimilating all sentient life into his twisted mind. Optimus, you know I'm right. He looked towards his leader specifically. Though Optimus did not like the idea of one of his oldest friends facing one of the most dangerous Decepticons ever, even with backup, he also knew that Ratchet was indeed correct. Securing Sarah and Nunnally took first priority, and they had to use anything they could to subdue Megatron was not only immortal, but also had the Dark Starsaber in his possession. Very well. Optimus accepted. Good luck, old friend. Hey Doc, at least take this. Bulkhead handed Ratchet a grenade. Could use a wrecker's touch. Ratchet nodded as he accepted the explosive and quipped it to his side. You too. Lelich looked towards Thundercracker and Skybite, more than tempted to use his geese to force them to protect Ratchet with their lives. He would be no different from Megatron if he did that, so he restrained himself. If anything happens to our doctor, you will face the consequences. We will fight alongside him. I give you my word as a shark. Skybite vowed with Thundercracker nodding in agreement. Once that was said, the two transformed once again. Skybite allowed Ratchet to mount his shark mode before they flew straight up towards the cannons. Let's go. Nunnally's waiting for us, Sayoko said. Optimus nodded. Stand back, he ordered as he drew the Star Saber, his allies and friends taking a few steps forward before he raised the mighty sword and brought it down, sending a vertical wave that tore through the walls and into the fortress, allowing them easy access. The group of bots and Nightmare Rays quickly entered Dark Mountain into one of the many hallways, looking around for any signs of their captured friends. They heard the sounds of a vehicle approaching and turned toward the long end of the hall, where they saw Steeljaw's vehicle mode quickly making its way toward them before coming to a stop. The doors opened, allowing Nunnally and Sarah to step out and Steeljaw to transform. Almost everyone had their weapons primed at the wolf-like Decepticon, who held his claws up. Nice to know you take me seriously, Steeljaw snarked. Nunnally, Sarah, step away from Steeljaw. Right now, Suzaku said. Though he was relieved at seeing them safe, he wouldn't let his guard down until he knew they were secure. Sarah nodded as she and Nunnally held hands and they quickly made their way to their friends. The second he saw them again, Lelich felt a great deal of relief. Once they were safe and in their care, they would all step back outside briefly and allow a ground bridge portal to open and take them to the safe confines of the Ark. From there, he, Optimus, Suzaku, and all his other friends would subdue Megatron, destroy the artificial thought elevator that Sarah had told them about, and finally end this damned nightmare once and for all. They were so close. So close to it all being over. Just as the two girls stepped in the middle and in between the two opposing parties, a ground bridge portal suddenly opened up in the exact same spot. And Megatron quickly stepped out, the Dark Star Saber in hand. With a yell, he swung the evil sword towards the Autobots and Black Knights, while also firing his fusion cannon at Steeljaw's feet, sending him flying. Though Optimus was quick enough to draw the Sky Boom Shield and activate it, the force of the wave of dark energy still pushed Optimus and his allies back slightly. This momentary distraction was all the Lord of the Decepticons needed to seize Sarah and Nunnally in his free hand. Hearing his sister's screams caused Lelich to gasp as he saw Megatron about to enter the ground bridge portal once again. Even Sayoko felt her heart stop at the sight of the precious girl she watched over for so long in the hands of someone so vile and sinister, a sentiment that was felt by Marianne as she took control of Anya's body. No! Lelich screamed as he instinctively launched the Shinkiro at full speed, something Marianne also did with the Mordred. Both Nightmare Rays ramming into Megatron, sending all of them, captives included, into the open portal. Lelich, Anya, Suzaku, Colin, Bumblebee, and all exclaimed. Without missing a beat, they, along with Optimus, Rai, Ironhide, Bulkhead, and Arky all ran into the portal as well. Even Steeljaw was quick to recover as he ran on all fours at high speeds and leapt into the portal the second it closed. The portal that Soundwave had opened led to the cave system below Dark Mount, where the very same silent Decepticon was located in. The very same one where the artificial thought elevator was located at the far end of the whole cavern. However, Soundwave was not expecting to see the Shinkiro and Mordred tackling his leader into the caverns. Megatron was quick to act and recover, briefly transforming into his Cybertronian jet mode to shake off the two Nightmare Rays, while keeping both Sarah and Nunnally trapped inside body. Even as he transformed back and landed behind Soundwave, the two Decepticons happened to see Optimus, Bumblebee, Arky, the Gurren, Bulkhead, Ironhide, the Raiden, and even Steeljaw emerge from the ground bridge portal just as it closed. Immediately, Soundwave unleashed the full power of the Resonance Blaster on all those in front of him, bombarding them with an all-encompassing wave of intense sonic power and forcing everyone, human and Autobot, to stop and cover their ears while the force of the Sonics also kept them back. Keep them occupied, Soundwave. I've had enough delays, Megatron instructed as he quickly ran through the cavern system. Even as he and Sayoko groaned in pain from the sonic attack, Lelich saw through the static on his screen that Megatron was escaping, with two of the people he cared about most. You're not getting away. He grunted as he tried to reach for the controls. However, Steeljaw was the first to act, reaching for a device that he had quipped to his waist and then threw it up and over the attack. Soundwave glanced at the device just as it exploded and unleashed an opposing wave of sonic power that not only cancelled out the effects of the resonance blaster, but even sent Soundwave flying and crashing into a cavern wall. The attack stopped as everyone felt the relief that followed and took a moment to collect themselves. Soundwave isn't the only one who's a master of subsonics. Steeljaw said with a groan. A little Soundwave grenade I happened to whip up. Megatron is escaping. Lelich exclaimed. Optimus, you take everyone else and go after Megatron. Ironhide told him. Bulkhead, Rai, and I will handle Soundwave. Understood. Optimus nodded as he ran on ahead. The Shinkiro, Lancelot, Gurren, and Mordred followed him along with Bumblebee and Archie, leaving Ironhide, Bulkhead, and the Raiden to face Soundwave as the silent Decepticon pulled himself up from the wall to see the three enemies. You're not going anywhere. Bulkhead formed a mace in his hand. Still oh yeah for what you did on Horai Island. That makes two of us. Rai's eyes narrowed as the Raiden had drawn its katana in one hand while the Surger Claw powered up with electricity. Soundwave deployed both Ravage and Laserbeak. The latter quickly flew over the three and rained energon blasts, forcing them to scatter and take cover. Ravage ran quickly to block the Raiden's path and fired energon blasts of his own from his mouth, which Rai retaliated with a lunge of his Surger Claw, to which Ravage leapt back to avoid and was put on the defensive as the Blue Nightmare rode after him and Laserbeak retaliated with energon fire from above. Bulkhead roared as he rushed Soundwave, throwing out his mace, which Soundwave not only swerved to avoid, but also parried with a chop of his long and thin arm to Bulkhead's own and knocked him off balance, leaving him open for Soundwave to extend both his tentacles and shoot them into Bulkhead's back to slam him into the cavern wall. Ironhide tried to shoot at him while his back was turned, but Soundwave had quickly lifted Bulkhead with his tentacles and threw him at Ironhide, the two large Autobots smashing into each other and rolling across the ground. Rai noticed his friends were down and broke off his pursuit from Ravage, activating the Raiden's energy wings as he fired multiple projectiles toward Soundwave. Unfortunately, the silent Decepticon had noticed the attack and quickly opened a ground bridge portal to absorb the projectiles, while the other end of the vortex opened up directly behind the Raiden, effectively sending Rai's attack back at him, taking out his whole energy wing system and sending the Blue Nightmare to the ground. Soundwave was about to advance on the downed Raiden and fire his resonance blaster again, but Ironhide had arrived in the nick of time to punch Soundwave in his side, knocking him off balance and allowing the Black Autobot to grab Soundwave by his arm and throw him right at Bulkhead, who pulled back his mace hand and smashed it right into Soundwave's visor with enough force to send Soundwave flying and crashing back into the wall. Rai, are you okay? Bulkhead quickly rushed to the Blue Nightmare as the Raiden picked itself up. Inside, Rai's forehead was bleeding as he assessed the damage. My wings are down, but I can still fight. Good, because we need everything we can get if we're gonna put him down. Ironhide commented as they saw Soundwave stand back up, Ravage and Laserbeak regrouping around their master. The two opposing parties glared at one another for a few seconds before charging at each other once again, neither side willing to stop until the other was completely destroyed. Shockwave continued to work at the console in the main control room for the fusion cannons. The bombardment from Omega Supreme's attack did drain away at a large portion of the shield's power, roughly 63.4% to be accurate. But with the largest threat neutralized for the time being, this gave the scientist time to work to get Darkmount's main weapons back up and running. Once they were active, the invading forces could be dealt with. And even so, Shockwave had received an alert from Soundwave that Megatron had recaptured CC, which meant that Neo Ragnarok's activation was now underway. This war would soon be coming to an end, as will all other wars and the entire concept of conflict itself. Suddenly, Thundercracker's jet mode had broken in through one of the windows. While he hovered, Thundercracker shot at the power core for the fusion cannons, only for a shield to appear and protect said core from the rapid-fire energy blasts. Thundercracker was then shot in the wing by Shockwave's own cannon, knocking him from the air and to the ground, where the Blue Seeker transformed and skidded. Shockwave prepared to fire on him again, only for Skybite to ram into him with an open jaw and bite down on Shockwave's cannon arm and flew further, causing Shockwaves to skid on his feet as he was pushed back against the wall. Ratchet, who had been riding on Skybite, leapt off and tried to hack into the system to shut down the cannons, but before he even got the chance, Skybite was thrown at him, sending the two rolling across the floor. Skybite! Thundercracker! The one-eyed Decepticon acknowledged as they recovered along with Ratchet. Your treachery is unsurprising. When I discovered the fusion cannons had been sabotaged, I took the liberty of activating a protective shield around the power core, one powerful enough to sustain any weapon you have in your possession. The only way to stop the cannons is to shut them down from the console, which I will not allow. Why Shockwave? Why help Megatron with his insane plan? Skybite questioned. You'll lose your free will, too. You obviously don't care about the rest of the galaxy, or even other Decepticons, but I would have thought you'd at least try and protect yourself, if anything, so you can keep experimenting, since it's apparently all you want to do. Thundercracker stated. My experiments will indeed come to an end if Neo Ragnarok is a success. Shockwave replied. However, once all minds are assimilated, all knowledge from all sentient life across the galaxy will be shared by all. The purpose of my experiments is to learn and understand. My one and only objective is know all the secrets of the universe, to gain all knowledge. I may indeed lose my individuality, but the complete knowledge of the entire galaxy is worth the price. And if we must eliminate the free will of every sentient creature, so be it. Over my sparkless husk. Ratchet swore before charging forward, his hands converted into blades as he leapt at Shockwave, who used his cannon arm to block and vault Ratchet over himself and to the ground behind him. Shockwave tried to advance on him, but Ratchet quickly recovered and slashed his blades at him, which barely scratched the one-eyed Decepticon, who swung his cannon arm at him to bash Ratchet into the wall. Thundercracker opened fire at Shockwave, scoring a few hits on his side, but Shockwave quickly turned and returned fire at Thundercracker, who took cover behind the shielded power core. Skybite then ran to tackle Shockwave, which only pushed him back slightly. Shockwave retaliated by lifting both his arms up and slamming them onto Skybite's back to knock him down, where Shockwave proceeded to kick him into the shielded core. Ratchet had recovered once again and gave a yell as he rushed his enemy once more. Explosions continued to erupt in the sky as the Ark and Nemesis exchanged fire upon one another, the former vessel providing cover as Omega Supreme continued to recover, while Jetfire, Geno, Nonet, Windblade, and their squadron of airships were engaged in a brutal dogfight with the flying Viacons. Windblade flew in her jet mode as she shot down 2 helicopter Viacons while 3 Jet 1s flew in pursuit and fired on her. Windblade retaliated by transforming and letting herself fly backwards, drawing one of her swords to cut the middle Viacon in half before transforming into her jet mode again and shot down the 2 remaining enemies now that she was behind them. The Galeskins Varus fired in one hand, while a Harkin was launched at the other to take out whatever flying Viacon that came close, even as 4 helicopters appeared behind Nonet to condense all their firepower on the Galeskin. Nonet tried to fly out of the way, but she did take many shots, almost causing her nightmare to get shot down. Nonet. Geno quickly flew in to assist her, the Tristan launching its Harkins again to combine together once more and unleash a blast that blew away the 4 helicopters. The Tristan had both its blades drawn as Geno flew over to provide aid for the hovering Galeskin. You good? Nightmare's still working, but I might need to touch down soon. She reported. Jetfire heard Nonet's report as he hovered in the air to shoot at any flying Viacons before relaying it all to his fellow commander. Magnus, you'd better hurry. We're holding our own, but we won't last much longer out here. Affirmative. We're near the bridge, but we've encountered a delay. Ultra Magnus responded as he, Jez, Smokescreen, Wheeljack, and Steve had taken cover on the sides of the pathway that led to the sealed bridge with 4 tank Viacons standing guard, all in their tank forms and firing their heavy artillery. We can't get past these guys like this. Steve said. I can slip to the bridge and take out the guys on the other side. Smokescreen offered as he showed the phase shifter that was still attached to his arm. And I can clear these guys out. Wheeljack revealed a grenade. All right. But Jez, you go with Smokescreen just in case. Ultra Magnus ordered. You got it. The aforementioned Autobot nodded as he held onto Smokescreen's shoulder while the younger one activated his signature weapon. Let's rock. Don't let go. Smokescreen said as he and his ally phased through the wall. Cover your ears. Wheeljack threw the grenade right at the feet of the frontmost tank Viacons. Right before a muffled explosion could be heard on the other side of the doorway, the Viacons that were at the controls of the Nemesis bridge were taken off guard by the sudden appearance of Smokescreen and Jez. "Hey, don't mind us crashing the party," Jez snarked. All the Viacons immediately opened fire, causing the two Autobots to disperse just as Jez launched Undertone, who flew in his disc mode, straight to the Viacon at the main bridge controls. Undertone transformed and laid out a kick with the extra momentum from his flight to knock him down before fishing him off with a falling chop to the neck. Smokescreen kept his phase shifter active, allowing the energon shots to go through him as he shot down 3 Viacons on the right side of the bridge while Jez dealt with the ones on the left, using his sonic cannon to blast 2 of them before grabbing one by the face with his grappling hook and pulled him into a powerful punch to the face. Meanwhile, a similar battle was taking place at the warship's power core as Viacons on the lower and upper levels opened fire on the group that had just broken in. Todo's Zanjutsu had flown up to engage 6 Viacons on the upper levels, where he had drawn his Nightmare's katana to cut down one, used 2 Harkins to impale 2 others before flying up and avoiding the energon shots of the remaining 3, but Todo dispatched them with precise shots from his Nightmare's shoulder turrets. Drift dispatched Safeguard and Jetstorm from his arms at 2 of the 4 Viacons in front of him. The 2 Minicons already had their weapons drawn as they went on the attack. Safeguard used his Naginata to impale 1 Viacon in its spark chamber upon contact while Jetstorm used his Nunchucks to smash the face of the second and knock him down. The last 2 Viacons were quickly cut down as Drift closed the distance, decapitating one with his right sword while impaling the other behind him with a lunge of his left one. 3 more Viacons shot at the zooming Akatsuki piloted by Chiba, but she expertly moved around all their shots and got in close to bisect 1 Viacon and spun around with her sword pointing outward to cut the last 2 in half. "Hey, watch it," Knockout warned as he was at the main console for the power core. "If this thing is ruptured, we're all going out with a bang." "Well? Anything?" Chiba asked as the fighting came to an end. The former Decepticon doctor took a moment to look through the energon readings. "Doesn't look like there's been any sabotage or anything of the sort. I'd say we're good." "Magnus, the power core is secure," Todo reported. "Acknowledged. We've just secured the bridge as well." Ultra Magnus responded as he, Steve, and Wheeljack were already inside as Smokescreen, Jez, and Undertone had finished off the last of the resistance, and all the Autobots were now at the controls. "The Nemesis is ours. We have full control," Steve reported. "Then let's give our guys outside a helping hand." Wheeljack grinned as he took full control of the Nemesis weapons. "Yuffie, we're done here," Smokescreen reported. "We took over the Nemesis." "Good work, Smokescreen." The pink-haired commander smiled as she continued to sit in the Omni Globe, directing all the battles. "See what you can do about Darkmount's fusion cannons. Jetfire, Magnus and the others have taken over the Nemesis and will help clear the skies. You and the rest of your unit go down and help everyone on the ground against all those terror cons." "Roger that," Jetfire responded. "TAI, make sure the Ark covers Omega Supreme. If that Terrorcon driller or the Predacon tries to attack him, shoot them down," Yuffie ordered. "Understood," TAI replied. "Cornelia, how goes your recovery operation?" "Asplund and the others have survived," her sister relayed. "Fortunately, the Icariga wasn't too damaged, it was a controlled crash. We're pulling them out, now. Keep them covered. Once they're out, signal TAI to bridge them back to the Ark," Yuffie instructed. "Once they're safe, keep up the push with the rear line. Consider it done." Yuffie's body began to shake, her eyes were straining slightly as she felt the mental resistance in directing all these ongoing battles. It was little wonder Lelich only used the Omni Globe once, and that was when they were backed against the wall. Now it was the other way around, and they were leading the final push against the Decepticon threat. But that didn't make it any easier. As much as her mind screamed at her to stop and rest, she had to keep it up until she was certain the battle was on. Suzaku, Lelich, Optimus, Bumblebee, Dreadwing, if any of them were in her position, she knew they wouldn't stop until then either, and neither would she. Not yet, keep going. She urged herself. Not until it's over. Not until we've won. Back underground, Megatron had already made it to the artificial thought elevator. He stood before the structure that would ascend him to godhood, and he would finally have it all. Every sentient being would be an extension of himself, no more freedom or choice, no more conflict or destruction. His will is all, the only burden shall be required, and the galaxy, no, the universe itself. Everything and everyone will finally know the peace he envisioned. Peace through the destruction of individuality as a whole. Let us out. Let us go. You won't succeed. We'll stop you. He heard Nunnally and Sarah's calls of defiance from inside as they futilely tried to stave off the inevitable, but even Sarah's power through her code could do nothing to overcome his own. Fret not, for it will all be over soon. Megatron. The Lord of the Decepticons turned around to see Optimus, and all his friends and allies trying to rush their way to him as fast as they could. You're too late. Megatron had already activated the power of his code, the geese emblem in his hands glowing a dark purple, his optics shining brighter, and all the sigils on the artificial thought elevator glowing behind him as well. The bright light shined even brighter as everyone was forced to stop and cover their eyes, even those in the nightmare rays were momentarily blinded. My destiny awaits. When the light vanished, Megatron was gone. The artificial thought elevator had served its purpose, transporting Megatron from this world to the pocket dimension that was known as the Sword of Akasha. No. Lelich exclaimed, not giving up. Tai, Megatron has escaped to the Sword of Akasha. We need a ground bridge there now. I'm sorry, but I can't lock onto those coordinates. She reported. What do you mean? You opened a portal there before, remember? Suzaku reminded. There's some kind of interference that's keeping me from locking on. Tai responded. It's the same kind of interference that's currently surrounding all of Dark Mount. I can't open a portal there. Soundwave. Bumblebee said in a growl. So, let's go back and help the others kill him. Colin exclaimed. By the time we do that, it could be too late. Steeljaw argued. Every second counts here. So let's destroy it. No. Out of the question. Arky stood in his way, parting him from the structure, with the Shinkiro also standing by her side, Lelich and Sayoko both glaring hard at the wolf-like Decepticon. We will trap Nunnally and Sarah inside forever. They won't be able to escape. Sayoko stated. Neither will the immortal Megatron. Steeljaw growled. If we destroy the thought elevator, Neo Ragnarok is done. Are you willing to risk the sentience of every sentient being over 2 small life forms? I can get us inside. Marianne spoke up, catching everyone's attention. The Mordred was already directly in front of the thought elevator. Anya had deactivated her nightmare and stepped outside. The red rings around her eyes indicated that Marianne was in full control. The unique ability of my geese essentially makes me a ghost. I'm not quite alive, but not dead either. Marianne explained. Because of that, I can access the Sword of Akasha, manifest myself inside the system, and leave Anya's body. I can also open the door and allow all of us access. Are you certain? Optimus asked seriously. Have you performed this action before? Yes, Charles and I tested it. Marianne revealed. We did it behind V.V's back, shortly after my original body died and I transferred myself to Anya. I had to transfer myself back to her though, even if my original body was preserved, we couldn't risk Vivi learning I was alive. But when I leave her, I won't return to her. What'll happen to Anya though? Suzaku asked. She'll be unconscious for a while, but she'll be alright. She answered. We can worry about that later. Bumblebee said. You can get all of us inside. Are you certain? Yes, but you'll need to stand close. Marianne confirmed. Very well. Optimus nodded. Arky, Colin, Steeljaw, remain out here and guard the thought elevator. Watch over Anya. The rest of us will go inside. But, if we are not back within 5 minutes, destroy the structure. What? Colin's face went pale at that. Optimus, if we do that. Arky began. We will be trapped. Bumblebee confirmed. What choice do we have now? I hate to agree with Steeljaw of all people, but we can't waste any more time. Suzaku agreed. But we will be back. And we will rescue them. Sayoko vowed. She reached forward and gently touched Lelich's hand. My lord, it's been an honor. Lelich looked back to his mate who's been by his side every step of the way and smiled back. The honor's been all mine. Archie looked towards Optimus, who gave her a knowing expression with his optics and a confirming nod, something Archie seemed to understand as she nodded back. Good luck in there. And come back. Everyone will be waiting. We will return. Optimus promised. Colin's expression couldn't be seen, even inside the Gurren. A shadow was cast by her hair to conceal her eyes, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. But just then, she brought the Gurren as close as she could to the Shinkiro and opened the cockpit. Lelich, open up. Colin said as she stood up straight. Wah. Colin. He wasn't sure what she was requesting now of all times. Just open the damn thing. The tone in her voice had indicated that Colin had something important to tell him, and given what little time they had right now, Lelich kneeled the Shinkiro down to Gurren's level and opened his own cockpit, where he stood to face her. Colin. Lelich didn't even get a chance to say anything as she quickly closed the distance, grabbed him by his shoulders, and pulled him into a kiss. Lelich was caught off guard for only a second before he returned the kiss just as she pulled away, revealing her eyes were already soaking wet with tears as she looked at him fiercely. You had better come back. If you don't, The young revolutionary gently caressed his hand on her cheek as he gave a firm yet caring smile. I will come back. I promise. With that, he withdrew back into the Shinkiro's cockpit and closed it up, though he caught a glimpse of the smile and nod Sayoko gave him, causing him to smile back before he got serious. Let's do this. Zero said as the Shinkiro activated once again. Suzaku drove the Lancelot close to the artificial thought elevator alongside his best friend as Optimus and Bumblebee also stepped forward. Once they were close enough, Marianne placed both of Anya's hands onto the surface of the structure as she channeled her own power. This is where we say goodbye, Anya. The spirit communicated with her host. I know I don't have a right to say this, but thanks for everything. Once this is over, live your life to the fullest. No regrets. No looking back. Make some nice memories for yourself. I will. Anya communicated back. And, whatever it is you're looking for, whatever kind of peace you want, I hope you find it. Goodbye. She still had every right to hate Marianne for what she did to her, and a part of her still did. Yet, at the same time, she's been a part of her for so long, that with her now about to leave once and for all, it felt like a piece of her was also leaving. Anya knew Marianne's past and sins, and while she despised her for it, she also wanted to wish her the best of luck too. The markings on the artificial thought elevator glowed once more as Marianne's spirit began to manifest out from Anya's body. A bright light shined out and encompassed not only her, but also the two Autobots, the two Night Marrays and all three humans inside. When the light vanished, they were gone, all except Anya. Just as Marianne had said, with her spirit gone now vacated from the younger girl's body, Anya fainted to the ground, having fallen unconscious. But Archie was quick to move in and catch her before gently setting her back into the Mordred's open cockpit. This left only the blue female Autobot, the young warrior and her red nightmare, and the wolf-like Decepticon. Well, here's hoping for the best. Steeljaw said with a seemingly sincere smile. Yeah, for them. Archie replied, briefly keeping her back turned to him before turning around her Energon blaster directly at Steeljaw. Not so much for you. Whoa, I thought we had a truce. Steeljaw had his claws raised with a feigning innocence. Right, like we believe that. Colin glared. You were planning on destroying that thing once everyone was inside, trapping all of us forever, am I wrong? Archie asked rhetorically. Steeljaw shook his head with a slight chuckle. Was I really that obvious? Guess I'm losing my touch. And I'm assuming that's the reason Prime wanted you two to stay behind. What do you think? Colin questioned as she sat back in the Gurren's cockpit and powered it up. I think that I'm not going to pass up this chance. Steeljaw said eagerly. Stop Megatron's insane plan, and get rid of Optimus Prime and Zero all at once. Who could say no to such a golden opportunity? We're not going to let you do that. Archie said as her Energon blasters were already charged and primed, while the Guren's energy wings activated as Colin readied the Surger Claw. Then I'll just have to tear you to pieces first. Steeljaw snarled before leaping at them with a mighty yell. Chapter 37, One Shall Fall. Megatron had stepped forward onto the large platform that was located in the Sword of Akasha. The space bridge remained inactive as the immortal leader of the Decepticons walked over to a control console at the end of the platform and pressed the necessary key commands, causing the portal-like device to activate. At last, his chest plate opened, allowing him to reach inside and pull out Sarah and Nunnally, both looking at him in a mixture of terror and defiance. The time has come, CC. The time to finally bring an end to all of this. I will never help you. Sarah glared. You don't have a choice. Megatron replied as he activated his own dark code. The emblem in his palm, the very one that he used to hold his captives, glowed a dark purple. Already Sarah felt the intense and evil presence entering her being as she was bombarded with a variety of images once again, all showing the countless deaths that she had witnessed on Earth, and every other death that took place on this planet, as well as those on Cybertron. Sarah. Nunnally held her close as she cried in agony. The process of Neo Ragnarok was now beginning to activate. A massive dark mass began to emerge from the bottomless void that lay beneath them, taking the shape of a spiral, something akin to a double helix. But what was most terrifying was that this mass appeared to be made out of countless human faces, all of which appeared to be screaming. The spiral had already made its way to the active space bridge portal above them. The depths of Cybertron, the inside of the lifeless planet, had remained silent for so long. It had been that way ever since the core had shut down, so that the planet could begin the slow process of healing, a process that would take millennia. It was so eerie, that the silence itself was deafening. However, that silence came to an end as just above the very core to Cybertron, just directly above the dark pit where the heart of Primus himself would be lit with life, a space bridge portal had opened. And emerging out from that portal, the dark mass of human faces began to emerge and slowly make its way to the dormant core. But the closer it got, the slower it became, almost as if the process itself was incomplete, and it needed only just one more key to fully activate and merge with the dormant core. Now C.C, surrender yourself to me. Megatron boasted as his eyes glowed an even brighter purple than before, along with most of his inner workings, the dark energon in his body becoming much more active. Even the dark Starsaber at his back was glowing even more. Concede to Neo Ragnarok and let my dream come to fruition. However, Sarah continued to struggle as her own code glowed brightly, her hair waving to reveal the emblem glowing red, with slight shimmers of purple on the side as Megatron's influence tried to work its way deeper into her, but she resisted with all her might. Stop it. Let her go. Nunnally cried, her eyes bawling as she held Sarah as tight as she could, hoping it would do something. However, Megatron didn't appear to be listening as all he could do was laugh triumphantly. The immortal human in his hands struggled against the inevitable. His power will break through and corrupt hers, and Neo Ragnarok will be complete. All sentient life in the universe will be united under a single will, his will. And nothing could stop him. But, that jubilation turned into shock as Megatron saw a blue energy wave shoot straight up towards the space bridge. Fortunately, Megatron was quick on the draw with the dark Starsaber to slash and send an opposing dark wave to intercept the blast just before it impacted the large portal device. He then turned around in clear surprise to see Optimus Prime, the Starsaber and Sky Boom Shield in hand, having just arrived in this pocket dimension. Bumblebee, the Shinkiro, and Lancelot were all by his side as well. Megatron! Optimus called out. What? Nunnally gasped too as she saw them. But the minute her eyes set on them all, tears of joy began to fall down her face as she felt her hopes renewed. Big Brother! Optimus! Bumblebee! Suzaku! She cried with a smile. They're here. With Megatron's attention turned to the intruders, his grip on Sarah loosened, allowing herself to push back on his influence, open her eyes slightly and see her friends and loved ones here. And just like the girl that held her, she too cried in hope and joy. Let them go. Now. Lelich ordered with Sayoko sitting right behind him, both having a fierce looks on their faces as he readied the Shinkaro's weapons, as did Bumblebee and Suzaku in the Lancelot. If we shoot now, we could potentially kill Nunnally, Suzaku thought with a glare. We're so close to all this being over. If we could distract him a moment, maybe I can. Impossible. How were you able to enter? However, Megatron gazed down by Optimus' foot and saw none other than Marianne 6 Britannia, her spirit fully manifested into a physical form identical to the one where she died. I see. He glared. Seems there was a detail I overlooked. Mother. Nunnally couldn't contain her surprise as she saw Marianne herself, Sarah also weakly gazing at her. Marianne said nothing, but kept her eyes focused on her captive daughter and the immortal in her arms. There may not be much she could do against Megatron, but she will rescue them. No matter what. How fitting, that you would all be the ones to be here at the end. Megatron mused to his collection of foes. My oldest friend, the most nefarious and annoying scout, the prince-turned-revolutionary, the child assassin who pretends to be a knight. But, if this is to be our final battle, I think we would need a larger and more appropriate arena. The Decepticon leader's eyes began to glow once more as a dark purple haze began to cover most of the pocket dimension, alerting everyone else. What's going on? Bumblebee questioned. My sensors aren't picking up anything, Suzaku stated as nothing appeared to be coming up on the Lancelot's radar. Stand your ground, Optimus told them all as the dark haze continued to spread in all directions. After a moment, it all began to clear like fog lifting to reveal an entirely new setting. While the space around them still compromised of the Dyson sphere and the active space bridge portal, with the spiraling mass still reaching up towards it, the ground around them appeared to have taken the form of a large gladiator's arena. What? What is this? Where are we? Lelich questioned. It looks like Kaon. Bumblebee recognized this place. This is the very arena where Megatron and many other gladiators would do battle. Optimus explained to all of them before gazing at his foe. But I doubt we are truly back on Cybertron. This is a mere illusion. Yes and no. Megatron responded. This is not the true pits of Kaon, but not necessarily an illusion. Code bearers have a special ability to control the space of this dimension, not quite reality warping or anything of the sort, but they can mold and change its form how they please. And as you imagine, my stronger dark code grants me even greater control of this space. He casually tossed Sarah and Nunnally from his hand, much to the shock of Lelich and everyone else, only to look in even further surprise as they were caught in a transparent sphere that hovered in the air, trapping them inside. Do not fret, they are merely an audience, Megatron assured. I want them to witness your end, crush their hopes so that Neo Ragnarok has no more delays. All of them readied themselves for battle. Optimus held the Starsaber and Skyboom shield, Bumblebee readied the Polarity Gauntlet, the Shinkaro's weapons activated, and the Lancelot had drawn an MVS sword in one hand and a Varus Rife in the other. Sayoko, the minute we engage Megatron, you and Marianne are going to help Nunnally and Sarah. Lelich instructed. Get them out of this place. He can't complete Neo Ragnarok without her. I understand. She nodded. Why don't we even the odds a little? Megatron suggested as the dark code emblem in his hand glowed again and two dark masses formed at his sides. As I'm sure you are all aware by now, Neo Ragnarok allows me connect to all sentient life in the universe, including those no longer among the living. He explained as the masses began to take distinct shape. At the moment, I can't fully connect to them with Neo Ragnarok incomplete. But I can bring about a few lost souls and give them some form life, in a limbo-like state. Not fully returned from the dead, but neither truly dead nor alive. Essentially, ghosts. And two that you might recognize. Both masses took the forms of Nightmare rays, almost entirely black with dark purple auras around them. They didn't quite appear to be solid, almost like their forms were made entirely out of shadows. The one on Megatron's left bore a striking resemblance to the Refrain unit while the one on the right was that of the Excalibur, but it was their faces that stuck out the most. As while their bodies were that of Nightmare rays, their faces appeared to be human, albeit in the same dark ghostly state with glowing purple eyes and casting fainting moans whenever their mouths opened. And as Megatron stated, they all recognized the faces, for they were faces of those who previously piloted these units and caused them a great deal of grief and pain in the past. Mao. Bumblebee's optics widened as he saw Mao's face on the ghostly refrain. Father. Even Lelouch didn't expect to see the ghost of his father in this state. While Optimus, Sayoko, and Suzaku's eyes all narrowed at this act, Sarah, Nunnally, and Marianne all gazed in absolute terror. Deal with the others. Megatron commanded the ghosts. But Optimus Prime is mine. The ghosts all moaned as they flew forward to engage the heroes, forcing most to separate while Optimus remained where he stood. The minute the Shinkiro had took to the air, with Charles's ghost in pursuit, Sayoko had already leapt from the cockpit, flipped in midair, and landed on the ground next to Marianne. They exchanged eye contact and nods as they made their way closer to the captive Sarah and Nunnally. Lelouch fired the Shinkiro's hadrons at Charles's ghost, but his nightmare-like body flew faster to avoid it. He had drawn a ghost-like sword and tried to close the distance, but Suzaku was quick to act as his Lancelot blocked the strike with its own MVS blade before quickly pulling the Varus to fire, forcing Charles back. Thanks Suzaku. Lelouch said. We can't afford to hold back, Lelouch. Suzaku replied. Time for the Silver King. Agreed. Both the Shinkiro and Lancelot flew up higher and spun around together before combining and merging together to form the mighty combiner that was known as the Silver King. Its brilliant blue energy wings and glowing red sword contrasting to the dark ghostly figure of Charles Z.I. Britannia that moaned once again before charging and engaging the two friends in an aerial battle. Bumblebee aimed the polarity gauntlet at the incoming Mao, but its magnetic energy had no effect on him as the ghostly figure had drawn a scythe and sliced it at Bumblebee, who was forced to block it with his katana. Though Bee tried to stand his ground, he was being pushed back slightly. Of course, ghosts aren't made of metal. Bumblebee muttered in annoyance. I see you're as much of a pain in the tailpipe as you were alive, Mao. Bumblebee then let himself fall, allowing Mao to pass over him before Bee pulled back on both his feet and delivered a double kick to knock him off. I can at least still hit you though. So, that's something. He got back up and faced the ghost again. This time I'll make sure you stay dead. He declared right before he fired his Energon blasters. Optimus Prime stared down his oldest friend turned greatest enemy as he smirked at him. How truly fitting that we are here, where it all began, old friend. Megatron mused, gesturing to the arena around them as he held the Dark Star Saber tightly. Our story has come full circle, Optimus. It began with just the two of us, and here it ends, with just the two of us. For once Megatron, we agree. Optimus replied. Our story does end here. For today you answer for your crimes against Cybertron, and against humanity. One shall stand. And one shall fall. Megatron finished. The two metallic titans then rushed one another with battle cries, meeting each other in the middle as they clashed their glowing weapons for their final duel. Unbeknownst to all of them, there was somebody else present in the Sword of Akasha, watching it all from high above them. The floating and disembodied skull with the geese emblem. The haunting spirit of Billet gazed on them with a malevolent expression. Yes. The end comes. Meanwhile, the ongoing war outside the perimeter at Dark Mount with the Autobots and Black Knights, and all their allied forces, kept up the push against the Terrorcon horde appeared to be slow going. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of Euphemia within the Omni Globe, the army of the living appeared to be making slow but significant strides in pushing ever closer towards the enemy base. The upside about fighting an army of zombies was that the undead force was mindless, unintelligent, and easy to outmaneuver as opposed to an intelligent army. With the right coordination, a whole group of them could be blown to smithereens. But the downside was that because they were already dead, it was incredibly difficult to see to it that they were downed permanently. They had no survival instincts and would keep coming at the living until they either reached their target, or were blown away completely. So far, it appeared that almost half of the Terrorcon army had been obliterated, but at the cost of 30% of their own forces. But Euphemia would mourn later. Right now, she had to focus all her willpower in making sure that all their sacrifices were not in vain. Even as the Omni Globe continued to feed information on the battles around her, she did everything she could to coordinate them to the best of her abilities. Oh Guy. Elita, you and your forces are about to be ambushed at the rear. Yuffie instructed. Wizard and his allies are coming your way to aid you. Stay focused on those in front of you. You got it. Ogai responded as he transformed the Gawain Nerian into its hover tank mode for extra firepower and blasted away 3 Terror Khans in front of him. He and several Black Knight Nightmare Rays, including Chigasaw's Vincent, fired continuously at the Terror Khans in front them until they were nothing more than scrap metal, while Alita would keep their rear covered until reinforcements arrived. The pink Autobot used her arm blade to bisect one Terror Khan so that it fell apart completely in front of her and fired her Energon blasters at the legs of another that tried to grab at her, causing it to fall over, and she finished it off with a stomp on her head. Though 5 more made their way towards her, and Alita was more than ready to keep fighting. Fortunately, a Hadron laser shot down from above to blast away those Terror Khans and the ones behind them, carving a line in the ground. Good work, Alita. Wizard told her as the Agravain appeared above her, floating alongside the Guka Biakin, Lancelot Trial, Florence Nero, and Lancelot Grail. We'll take it from here. Uldren was the first to move in with the Lancelot Grail, drawing 2 of its many swords, and proceeded to move with such speed that it seemed like a blade top to slice and dice the nearby Terror Khans to pieces. Mary Bell provided her cover with the Lancelot Trial's Varus rifle as the 2 Red Knight Marrays came back to back. Orpheus and Monica followed a similar lead as the Guka Biakin went for a direct approach, zapping and slashing any nearby Terror Khans with its various weapons, while Monica blew away those that tried to come in at his blind spots, and those behind it with the Florence Nero's Hadron cannons. And even then Oyagro kept his nightmare above this particular group to help coordinate their efforts and provide aerial support if the Terror Khans would try to overwhelm them. Elsewhere, Oscar Hamel group of EU and Chinese Federation soldiers in their Nightmare Rays and heavy artillery vehicles were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the Terror Khans, which had already made its way to them and began to tear apart the non-living machines and the unfortunate humans inside them, despite the soldiers fighting their hardest to stay alive. No. Stay back. Stay back. An Oscar cried out in terror as a Terror Khan had grabbed onto his Alexander unit and had ripped it open, exposing the terrified human inside, which the Terran crushed with a slam of its hand. And that was just one of many of the group of soldiers that would meet an unfortunate end. Even as fire rained down from above with Windblade and Jetfire in their respective jet modes to gun down and drop Energon bombs on the Terror Khans at the perimeter to clear the advancing ones out, allowing the Tristan Divider and Galeschin Conquista to land and destroy all the Terror Khans that were piling onto the defenseless soldiers. While Nonet used her Harkins at their backs and heads, Gino went with a more personal touch as his Tristan had drawn its dual blades to slice through the Terror Khans at rapid speeds until they were all gone. We're here. Don't worry guys, we'll. However, Gino gasped as he saw that there were no survivors of this onslaught like he had hoped. The only thing he saw on his nightmares screens were the burning and smashed remains of the machines the Terror Khans tore apart, and small stains of blood. They were too late. Gino. Nonet got his attention. We have to keep going. I promise, we'll do what we can for them when this is over. But it's not over yet. I understand. Gino tried to steel himself as he glared in the direction of Dark Mount. Let's keep pushing. You guys still good? Yeah, we're good, kid. Windblade assured as the 2 flying Autobots hovered above them. Just got Euphemia's orders. Jetfire relayed. There's a group of Euro-Britannia soldiers a few clicks from here that are cut off from the main force. Let's get them back in position. Right. And we'll save them this time. Gino said seriously as the 4 flew in the direction Jetfire had said to them. Toto, Wheeljack, you're at the front lines. Euphemia contacted the 2 as the Black Nightmare and White Wrecker appeared to be leading the charge along with Drift, Chiba, Safeguard, and Jetstorm. How closer are we to Dark Mount? Inch by inch. Toto reported as the Zanjitsu's katana bisected one Terror Khan in front of him and launched his missiles at the horde in front to clear the way while also spinning around and launching the Harkins simultaneously to tear through any other Terror Khans that tried to get closer. But they're not making it easy. Wheeljack grunted as he swung both his blades to tear apart 2 Terror Khans before throwing a grenade forward to blow up 12 that were mixed in with the advancing horde, but it didn't appear to be doing all that much. It feels like we're fighting back a freaking ocean. The Wrecker said. How long until the big guy's fixed? TAI has the Ark positioned directly over Omega Supreme to keep him covered and is giving him some Energon boost to try and pick him back up, but you need to keep pushing forward or we'll be overwhelmed. Yuffie responded. Easier said than done. Chiba found herself cornered by 5 Terror Khans. Even as she impaled one with her Nightmare's revolving blade sword, it still grappled at her. Fortunately, Safeguard and Jetstorm leapt at her Nightmare's shoulders and used their respective weapons to bash away and cut at the Terror Khan, while their master used his superior swordsmanship to make short work of the remaining 4. We must not be discouraged. Drift said. The fate of the universe rests on our shoulders and we will not dishonor those that led us here. Cornelia, how's the rear? Yuffie asked her sister as the eldest of the former princesses in her group kept up with the push, guarding the command vehicles. We've had a few stray Terror Khans come our way, but we're keeping it up even with the loss of Smile as one of the Longdans. Cornelia reported. It helps that Grimlock and all his buddies are keeping the bigger monsters away. Tamaki said as he spotted a stray Terror Khan. Got a zombie. He quickly blew it away with his Wrecker Akatsuki's missiles. Ex-zombie. He smirked. Don't let your guard down. Not until this battle's won. Guilford instructed. I hate to break it to ya, man. But we might be running on fumes here. Warpath said in his tank mode as he blasted down 2 approaching Terror Khans. He may not be wrong, Euphemia. Andrea Farnese said from his G1 command base, observing the tide of battle. Our forces are slowly dwindling, and the enemy shows no sign of slowing down. I fear we may tire before they do. I've already sent the Grandberry Mk2 to provide support. Yuffie replied. With the Nemesis taken, we now have air superiority. I'm using every advantage we have right now. Just keep pushing. Optimus and Lelich, they're still in there, aren't they? Tianzi asked from the bridge of the Ark with Joe by her side, observing the battles through the monitor. Any word from them? Nothing since they entered the fortress. Euphemia responded. I have confidence they'll make it. Zink said without a hint of hesitation in his voice. They have not let us down yet, I'm certain they'll succeed. As am I, just keep going. Euphemia said as she continued to sit within the confines of the Omni Globe, drenched in sweat as she was becoming more and more fatigued mentally by the minute. As she continued to watch the ongoing battles, her attention turned to the visual of Omega Supreme, to see that the Ark was projecting a transparent beam of Energon onto the mighty Autobot. TAI, how long until Omega Supreme is in fighting condition? He should reach minimal Energon efficiency in a few minutes. Once that's done, we can move on to the fusion cannons. Good. Yuffie said. Her eyelids were slowly getting heavy as her vision got fuzzy for a minute. But she rubbed her eyes and focused herself. Not yet. Not done, just a little more. Meanwhile, Grimlock grappled onto the face of the Predacon as he tried to wrestle the larger beast while Swoop came in from above in his pterodactyl mode with rapid-fire Energon blasts from his mouth. However, the Predacon charged up its breath attack, even with Grimlock trying to hold it and keep the mouth closed, the inferno inside was roaring to get out. The Predacon appeared to have had enough of this as it spread out its wings to take to the air before slamming down hard with enough force to shake Grimlock off, where the Predacon unleashed a point-blank fire blast from his mouth, an extra amount of force added to it from all the build-up to send him cratering into the ground, leaving a trail. Grimlock. Swoop would have flown to help him, only to get smacked out of the air by the Predacon. However, Snarl and Slug both charged in with their respective Stegosaurus and Triceratops modes on both sides and struck the Predacon. The force from Slug's charge pushed the dragon-like beast into Snarl, who held his back plates forward to slice into the Predacon's hide, causing it to roar in pain. Slug wasn't quite done yet though as he slammed his horned head into the Predacon's side even more to try and break through. Sludge also decided to add on to this by jumping up in his natural form before transforming into his Brontosaurus mode and landing on the Predacon's back, smashing it more into the ground and to keep it from taking off from all the extra weight. From there, Slug and Snarl both pressed harder onto the Predacon's side with their horns and back plates respectively, trying to dig in even more, while Sludge not only kept it pinned, but even bombarded the Predacon's face with his own plasma breath. Keep it down. We can kill it if we keep it from moving. Slug exclaimed. But, the Predacon still struggled against the painful onslaught. It dug its claws more into the ground and pressed up with all its strength. It gave a powerful and mighty roar before it jumped straight up to break away from Slug and Snarl while also flinging Sludge off his back. All three Dinobots transformed back to their natural states as they saw the enraged Predacon land back on the ground and glare at them. I think we only made it mad," Snarl commented as they did their best to dodge the Predacon's charge. Swoop had managed to recover from the Predacon's tail swipe and made his way over to Grimlock as the leader of the Dinobots pulled himself up from the crater. "You okay, Grim?" the flying Dinobot asked. "I'll live." He groaned before glaring at the Predacon that was attacking his team, having just head-butted Sludge to send him flying up before slamming his tail into Slug. "Get its attention. I'm going in hard," he ordered before transforming into his T-Rex mode. "I'm on it." Swoop flew in his pterodactyl mode to meet with the Predacon that had Snarl pinned underneath its claws before transforming and firing with his Energon blasters at it to get its attention. "Hey. Tall, dark, and scaly. Over here." He fired again, drawing the Predacon's attention, and away from Snarl, as it focused on the flyer. Just as the Predacon was about to unleash its fire breath toward Swoop, it was blasted on the side by the plasma stream of the charging Grimlock, right until the metallic T-Rex closed the distance. Once he was up and close, Grimlock slammed his whole body into the Predacon to knock it off balance and attacked it while it was down, biting onto its neck while also slamming onto it with its own tail. "Come on guys. Let's show this fossil who's boss." Swoop rallied his teammates as all four Dinobots charged once again. The Terrorcon driller gave an undead moan as it tunneled up and through the ground with the tungsten firing its Energon Gatling guns at it, but Lucretia's attacks were barely even getting its attention. But that didn't stop the Terrorcon driller from coming up from the ground to try and devour her, much to Lucretia's horror. "Die, beast." Jeremiah's Siegfried Loyal spun once again as it barreled down and through the front part of the undead monster, literally carving his way through it and allowing the tungsten to fly away. The other irregulars used this as a chance to move in themselves with the Pegasus and Scorpio quickly flying in with their respective blades to slice at the throat area underneath, or what they thought was the throat anyway. The Ryogen then joined them by firing its intense flamethrowers into the carved opening. The Terrorcon driller then tried to let itself fall on top of those underneath it, but Alice quickly grabbed Dalk's Nightmare and pulled it out of the way along with Sansia just as the monster crashed. All 5 units regrouped to see the Terrorcon driller was already getting back up. "Are you kidding me right now?" Dalk questioned. "Is that even damaged?" Lucretia exclaimed. "It's already dead, so I don't think so," Alice said with an annoyed tisk. As if this thing wasn't a pain enough when it was still alive. "Just like with all the other Terrorcons here, I think the only way we can stop it, would be to destroy it completely," Sansia assumed. "But we lack the firepower to complete such a Herculean task," Jeremiah commented. "The best thing we can do is keep it occupied until Master Lelich and his comrades kill Megatron. That should put an end to all the Terrorcons. If they can kill him. He's immortal," Alice thought with a grimace. "Oh shoot. Gotta move," Lucretia warned as the Terrorcon driller quickly crawled its way toward them. Only for a powerful red laser to come down from above and blast into the undead abomination with enough force to keep halt its advance. Everyone looked up in surprise to see that it was the Nemesis itself that had attacked the monster. "Looks like you guys could use some help," Smokescreen said over the comms, much to the group's relief. "Never thought I'd be so happy to see that ship," Dalk said with a laugh. The Nemesis was now only operated by a small crew on the bridge, which consisted of Ultra Magnus, Knockout, Steve, Jez, and Smokescreen. "We just received our instructions from Euphemia," Ultra Magnus began. "You are to move to the front lines and assist in the attack. We'll handle this monster." "Are you sure?" "We can help you," Sansia offered. "Don't worry, we got this," Jez assured as Undertone stood at the console he was at. "All the firepower's on our side. And we got the best shot of flattening this thing." "Thank you. We'll do as instructed." "Good luck," Jeremiah said as they saw the irregulars flying off to help in the push through the monitors. "What's our status and that of the monster?" Ultra Magnus asked. All systems are green, though the main cannon will need time to recharge. Steve reported. While that thing looks like an overcooked human meat link. Knockout said as he saw on the screen of his monitor the smoking Terrorcon driller that had a giant burning hole in the middle of it. Don't you mean a sausage? Smokescreen asked. I don't know what humans call their food. Knockout argued. But, back to the main point, it's overcooked, but why is it still moving? They all saw that despite having the huge hole in it, the Terrorcon driller was already picking itself back up as it glared directly at the hovering ship over it. Fire everything that we have. Ultra Magnus ordered. Don't stop until there's nothing left. With that command, the Nemesis rained energon fire on the Terrorcon driller, causing explosions all over its body. But that didn't stop the monster from extending itself straight up to try and close the gap, with its intent to be to tear the warship apart. As the irregulars had moved closer to the front line, so too had the Grand Berry. Having already evacuated from the downed Ikaruga, Diet Hard, Claus, Lloyd, Cecile, and Nina had joined up with Toto, Rax Hata, Shirley, Fixit, Millie, Kaguya, and Rivalts on the bridge as they saw the progress of the ongoing battle. I can't quite tell, are we winning? Rivalts asked. Just barely. Toto answered. But we're suffering some serious losses. But TAI said that Omega Supreme will be back up and running soon. After that, it's victory assured. Millie smiled. Let's not let our guard down yet. We still have those fusion cannons to worry about. Diet Hard advised. How long until those are up and running again? Claus asked nervously. Based on the data Thundercracker and Skybite have provided, they should be fully operational now. Cecile said from her station. So why aren't they firing? Lloyd wondered. Not that I'm complaining. We recently received confirmation that Optimus, Zero, and their team had entered Dark Mount. I can only assume that some of them have made it to the cannons and are working to sabotage them as we speak. Fixit guessed. Any word from them since? Kaguya asked. Negative. Misty shook her head from her monitoring station. I can't get a signal in. Seems like whatever's preventing any us from opening ground bridge portals into the fortress is also cutting off communications. Rax Hata assumed. My money's on Soundwave. Well, there's gotta be something we can do. Shirley stated. Let's try shooting down those cannons ourselves. The Grand Berry might not have the kind of firepower needed to completely destroy them. Toto responded. But we can at least do some damage. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Shirley exclaimed. Shirley's right. We're not spectators, we're freaking Black Knights. Rivalts stated. All those in favor of trying to take out the cannons, say aye. Millie told everyone. Aye. She and pretty much everyone else raised their hands, save for Diet Hard who just shook his head with an expectant smile. Just like all our comrades, if we're going out, we might as well go out fighting. The man said. I wouldn't have said it any better myself. Claus agreed with a smile. Though I would have loved to see my precious Lancelot one last time. Lloyd said with a faraway smile, causing Cecile and Rax Hata to roll their eyes. The thought of blowing up something that Shockwave probably built brings a smile to my face too. On that, we agree my dear Asplund. Rax Hata herself smiled. Well, there you have it. Kaguya said to Toto, who saw all the expectant and serious looks on her comrades' faces. With that, she steeled herself and gave the command. Fire all opens on those fusion cannons. Now. The airship then opened fire with all its primary and secondary weapons, including its missiles, turret guns, and even the central energon cannon at the front. All the long-ranged weapons concentrated on one of the 4 cannon heads, and while they all impacted the shield and appeared to do no damage to the cannon itself, they would keep on firing until either the shields broke or the Grand Berry Mk2 ran out of power. Ratchet was thrown against the wall in the fusion cannon's control room. Skybite had grappled onto Shockwave from behind, but the one-eyed Decepticon ran backwards to slam his back, and Skybite, into the wall repeatedly to shake him off. Energon blasts struck Shockwave in the side, courtesy of Thundercracker, to which Shockwave retorted with blasts from his cannon, forcing Thundercracker to hover and avoid the shots, taking cover behind the shielded power core and returning fire, but Shockwave was quick to run around it and fire a charged shot at Thundercracker's right foot, blasting said foot off and sending the Blue Seeker crashing to the ground. Thundercracker looked up to see Shockwave already on him, his cannon primed and aiming right to his head. But Ratchet had got back up to rush Shockwave, grabbing his cannon and forcing him to misfire at the ground, blasting some flooring. Ratchet then pulled down and let himself fall backwards, pulling Shockwave down with him as Ratchet tried to lunge one of his arm blades to the eye, but Shockwave had caught the blade with his free hand as he stood back up and used his superior strength to slam Ratchet into the shielded core before throwing him to the ground. Skybite came in next in his shark mode, biting onto Shockwave's side and causing him to groan in pain before using his thrusters to push and pin Shockwave to the nearest wall. Though Shockwave had slammed his cannon onto Skybite's side to knock him off, the Sharkticon still pressed on as he bit down on Shockwave's cannon while the Decepticon scientist tried to wrench him off. The Autobot medic tried to push himself up, but quickly realized how this fight was going nowhere. It wouldn't have surprised Ratchet if Shockwave had put some kind of auto-timer on the fusion cannon's controls to set it off on all their friends and comrades below, so they had to find a way to neutralize the cannons now. That's when Ratchet had noticed the hole in the ground next to him, the one that Shockwave himself had accidentally made when Ratchet forced him to misfire. Looking inside it, Ratchet spotted several cables and other forms of circuitry, notably an energon line, one that likely lead directly to the fusion cannons. That's when it came to him. A wrecker's touch, Ratchet mused as he pulled out the grenade that Bulkhead had given him. Back outside, all 5 of the Alexanders had combined into the Hercules once more as it engaged in a brutal aerial battle against the Thanatos, clashing their blades together right before the Nightmare piloted by the cybernetic Shin spun around to slash its tail at the Hercules and flew past it. "Oh no you don't!" Ryo exclaimed as the Hercules flew in pursuit, the two flying close to the ground as the Hercules reached forward to grab the Thanatos. "Gotcha!" Ayano grinned. However, Akito had a bad feeling about this as he could practically see his half-brother's smirk even inside the Dark Nightmare. "We have to break off now." But his warning came too late as the Thanatos fired its shoulder cannons at the wings of the Hercules, disabling them and causing the Combiner to crash into a horde of Terrorcons below with the Thanatos flying up to watch as the undead monsters began to crawl over the Hercules even as all 5 of its pilots tried to fight back. "We gotta get out of here," Yuki-Ya said as the Hercules swung its sword and kicked its enormous legs to push the horde away. "Our wings have been disabled. We can't fly anymore," Leela said. "And if we split apart, we'll be picked off." Akito tisked in fury as he saw the Thanatos fly away from the scene to engage their friends and allies that have come to join them. Shin purposely set it up like this so that the Terrorcons could wear down the Hercules while he goes after their supporters. Already the Thanatos had caught up with the group that consisted of Sideswipe, Grindcore, Strongarm, Jean, Ashley, and Sakia and went for Grindcore first, flying down to deal a double kick and knock the big green Autobot back. Ashley piloted the Dagonet as he and Sideswipe tried to come at the Thanatos from both sides with their respective swords, but the Thanatos blocked both at the same time with its blade arms. "Shin, you bastard!" Ashley exclaimed as the Thanatos spun around to slice its tail and knock them both back. "I'm going to kill all of you right here and now," Shin said. "Take away Akito's friends before moving in for the kill. Just try it." Strongarm fired her Energon crossbow alongside the Aglovale and Vincent Graham, all of which added with their long-ranged weapons, but the Thanatos barreled through all of it and quickly closed the gap, blasting all 3 away with point-blank shots from its shoulder cannons. The 2 Nightmare Rays were quickly disabled as their legs were blown away, though Sakia and Jean were still alive, but it seemed Shin was going for her first as he hovered just above her. "Shin! Stop this!" Jean pleaded desperately. "You really should be thanking me, Jean," Shin told her as the Thanatos lifted its sword arm. "Now you won't have to suffer anymore. Be free of this mortal world. Only to be yanked down and slammed on the ground by Grindcore. You hate living in this world so much, then do us all a favor and leave it already," he exclaimed as he pounded the Thanatos while it was pinned on the ground. "We have to help them," Leela stated as the Hercules tried to fight off the swarming Terrorcons around it. "Then we can't hold back anymore," Akito said. We're giving it all our all to end this. Are you with me? Always. Ryo grinned. Till the end. Vowed. Let's go out swinging. Yuki-ya smirked. With that, the Hercules went into overdrive as it swung its enormous energy sword in all directions to slash and obliterate all the surrounding terror cons. Meanwhile, underground, Bulkhead gave a roar as he charged Soundwave, throwing out his mace, only for Soundwave to parry it with a swipe of his elongated arm and move behind Bulkhead to strike him with his tentacles, sending him crashing into a nearby stone pillar and proceeded to electrocute him. The shock didn't get much farther though as the Raiden came in to slice the tentacles off with its katana. Come here, you! Rai exclaimed as he extended his Surger claw straight toward Soundwave, who opened up a ground bridge portal in between the two, with Rai unable to stop his nightmare from rolling in. The other end of the portal opened up directly above Ironhide as he shot at Ravage and Laserbeak with his cannons, which resulted in the Raiden falling and crashing onto Ironhide. Laserbeak and Ravage then went on the attack as they shot at the downed pair, damaging the blue nightmare that was on top of the black Autobot even as they tried to pull up. Soundwave was struck in the side by a series of energon blasts from the recovering Bulkhead as he pushed himself up on the pillar, using one hand to support himself and the other converting into an energon cannon to shoot at Soundwave, who responded by opening yet another ground bridge portal in front of him, the other end popping up behind Bulkhead, allowing the resulting shots to pass through and strike Bulkhead in the back, doing him even more damage as he was knocked down. Scrap it! Bulkhead cursed, but he pushed himself forward and used the momentum of being shot by his own blasts to close the distance between himself and Soundwave and tackled him to the ground. At the same time, the Raiden and Ironhide had managed to recover and came back to back as Ravage ran around them and Laserbeak flew over them, both shooting at the pair from a distance with Rai rolling around in what direction he could to slice any blast with the Raiden's katana while Ironhide shot with his cannons again, but Ravage was far too nimble and Laserbeak too small and quick, and Ironhide could only shoot at one which would only serve to provide the other a chance to fire and Rai could barely keep them both covered. We're getting nowhere, fast. Ironhide exclaimed. If I can just touch Soundwave, but it's those damn ground bridges of his. Rai grunted as the cockpit of the Raiden shook within as he was shot in the side by Laserbeak. It would be so much easier if he could use his geese on Soundwave, but that geese canceller of his made it impossible. Maybe he could use his geese on either of his mini-cons, but Rai was certain that they had the same thing too since they were probably connected to Soundwave like Knockout said. Wait, connected to Soundwave? Rai thought back for a moment as he recalled what Knockout had told him and everyone else just before departing. Laserbeak and Ravage aren't normal mini-cons. Soundwave made them from scratch. They're literally his eyes and ears because they can connect directly to his auditory and optical sensors. There's a reason he's considered the eyes and ears of the Decepticons. If they're connected directly to Soundwave, that's when it hit him. Ironhide. Go after Ravage and coral him towards me. Forget about Laserbeak for right now. You got it, kid. Ironhide knew Rai long enough to trust his judgment and didn't need to know all the details. With that, he transformed and drove at high speeds towards Ravage, his energon cannons firing at him, forcing Ravage to run and avoid the shots with Ironhide quickly closing in with his vehicle mode. Laserbeak tried to fly after Ironhide and shoot at him, and despite landing a few successful shots, Ironhide ignored the pain as he kept his pursuit over Ravage. Ironhide shot one blast at Ravage's right, forcing him to leap to a nearby pillar as Ironhide went into maximum overdrive to close in before transforming again and pulled his fist back for a mighty punch, which he added on with a blast from his cannon, to obliterate the pillar that Ravage was on, forcing the jungle cat-like mini-con to leap from it and over Ironhide. Right into the open Surger claw of the Raiden. Unable to dodge in midair, Rai grasped the mini-con. Uploading the virus now. He wasted no time in activating the program that Knockout had designed. All he needed was physical contact and now, he had that. Ravage didn't even have time to struggle as the virus was uploaded directly into him and by extension, his creator and fellow Minicon due to their connection. An electric surge caused Ravage to freeze up in the Raiden's grip, with the same thing happening to Laserbeak, who fell and crashed to the ground. At the same time, Soundwave had blasted Bulkhead off of him, the raw force of the resonance blaster set to maximum. He would have gone on the attack, only to freeze up as a foreign virus was remotely uploaded into his drives. Soundwave tried to quickly work and reroute power into his systems to try and purge the virus, but it worked too fast for him as it already went straight into his ground bridge program and corrupted it. Soundwave tried to force open a ground bridge portal, only for it to fall apart instantly. He then tried to repair the corruption, only to find it had already deleted the entire programming from his memory bank. Soundwave was completely stunned to find that his greatest asset was now taken away. Gotcha! Rai grinned as he activated the Surger, sending a deadly electric charge into Ravage, causing the Minicon to burst into flames right before he crushed it in his grip. Ironhide followed his lead as he shot at the downed Laserbeak, obliterating it instantly. Bulkhead, you good? Ironhide asked as the green Autobot pushed himself up. Leaking, but still kicking. Bulkhead responded with a groan. It's done. Rai told him. The virus was uploaded, and his pets are toast. He gave a hollow chuckle. I might just end up buffing Knockout's finish as thanks for this. You're not walking away from this one, Soundwave. Ironhide told him as all three of them circled their silent foe. Last chance, surrender. Or don't, and if you got any last words, you'd like to share? Rai asked mockingly. Soundwave offered no response, but if he could glare at all of them, he would. He armed the resonance blaster and fully charged it, standing defiantly to all three of them. Guess that's a no for both. Bulkhead commented as he punched his fist into his palm. Fine with me. Meanwhile, at the artificial thought elevator, Steeljaw had ran on all fours like a rabid wolf, gunning straight for the airborne Gurren as it activated its energy winds and Colin rained fire down onto him, but Steeljaw was quick enough to already get close and leap up to grab the Gurren by its feet and slam it down before throwing the Red Nightmare at the incoming Archie, sending them both skidding across the ground and rolling on top of each other. Steeljaw then leapt and pinned the Gurren down while it was flat on its face and used his claws to tear out a chunk of its back. But as he did, Archie, who was still lying flat, quickly aimed her Energon blaster and fired right into his face, blasting Steeljaw in his left optic, causing him to growl in pain as he backed off of the Gurren, with Colin throwing out her Surger Claw and striking him bluntly to knock him off. Colin? Are you okay in there? Archie asked. Yeah, but he ripped out my wings. I'm not gonna be able to fly anymore. Colin grunted as she saw the readings on her cockpit's screen fuzzing in and out. I could never fly, but when has that ever stopped us? Archie smirked, causing the young redhead to smirk back before they gunned straight for Steeljaw just as he was recovering. Archie moved in first using her arm blades to leap and slice at him, briefly knocking him off balance before Steeljaw retaliated by slashing at Arcee with his own claws to break off her onslaught and brought both his fists down to slam them onto her and onto the ground. The Gurren then rammed right into him with Colin keeping up the pressure as she rolled her Nightmare to ram Steeljaw into a wall. Colin grabbed him by the back of his head with the Surger Claw as she had him pinned and tried to activate it. Only for Steeljaw to slice his claw upwards to slice off two of the Surger Claw's fingers, allowing him to roll away just as a wave of radiation melted the stone wall. He then gave a roar as he grabbed the Gurren by the shoulders and brought it on the side to slam it into the wall adjacent from the molten spot. I'm going to tear you out of that tin can and eat you alive. Steeljaw exclaimed rapidly. Only for Archie to leap on top of him and wrap her legs around his neck as she pulled backwards to push him off, freeing the Gurren and allowing Colin to drive her Nightmare's knife into his side. But despite the pain, Steeljaw kept going as he grabbed Archie and used her like a blunt weapon to smack the Gurren off before kicking Archie into the Gurren and knocking them away. But even as Steeljaw charged forward, the two partners had already recovered and charged back, neither side willing to back down from this bloody battle. Unbeknownst to all of them, as she lay unconscious in the open cockpit of the Mordred, Anya's eyes slowly began to flicker open. Meanwhile, the pocket dimension that was known as the Sword of Akasha practically exploded with energy in virtually every direction as the battles continued in the illusion of the Kaon gladiatorial arena. In the sky, the Silver King continued to do battle against the ghost of Charles Zi Britannia, flying and clashing blades with one another with each pass. On the ground, Bumblebee ran along the side as shot at the ghost of Mao that tried to close in with a swing of his scythe, which Bumblebee ducked to avoid before delivering an uppercut to the jaw and a flip kick in the same spot. But what stood out the most of course was Optimus Prime clashing the Starsaber and Sky Boom Shield against Megatron's Dark Starsaber. Just like with each of their previous battles, Whenever the opposing swords clashed, it created a mixture of blue and purple energy that surged around both combatants, and whenever the evil sword clashed against the noble shield, it created a backlash of energy against the evil tyrant, but neither was willing to give up as they clashed swords again. A downward slash of the Star Saber was met by an upward thrust of the Dark Star Saber, followed by a swing of the Dark Sword that was blocked by the Sky Boom shield, with Optimus causing the shield to expand and push Megatron back, who retaliated with blasts from his fusion cannon at Optimus' feet in an effort to trip him up. Using this brief moment, Megatron tried to rush Optimus and swing the Dark Star Saber at him, but Optimus quickly took to the air to avoid the swing before letting himself fall back down as he raised the Star Saber up, which Megatron blocked once more with his own twisted knockoff of the sacred relic. As Sarah and Nunnally remained trapped in the sphere, neither could take their eyes off the clash of titans that was occurring before their eyes. Nunnally's in particular wavered at the flashes of blue and purple as she saw her father figure do battle with what she thought was the devil himself. At the same time though, it pained her to remain trapped and helpless and unable to help not only Optimus, but those she considered her brothers as well. "Isn't there something we can do?" Nunnally hoped. Megatron said his code could control this place. "Can't you do the same thing?" "Not while we're trapped in here," Sarah replied as she tried to press her way out, but she was unable to break through the barrier. "Then let us remedy that." Both looked below to see Sayoko and Marianne standing at the ground beneath them. The latter briefly disappeared and then reappeared, floating in front of the sphere before pressing her hands on them. Using her own unique powers while as a ghost within the dimension, cracks began to form along the sphere, which Sayoko used to her advantage as she leapt into the air and delivered a kick to shatter the sphere entirely. As they fell to the ground, Sayoko grabbed a hold of Nunnally and landed on her feet, while Sarah landed on her hands and feet somewhat hard, with Marianne reappearing on the ground. "Sayoko." Nunnally wrapped her arms around her in relief and joy. "It's okay. I'm here. I'm here." Sayoko soothed as she held the girl in her arms, looking to Sarah with a smile, which she quickly returned. "Nunnally." Marianne tried to speak to her daughter. "I know the truth." Nunnally turned to her mother with a glare. "Sarah told me everything." Marianne could only look away with a guilty expression. "I will never forgive what you've done. To me, to Lelich, and to so many others. Don't ever speak to me as your daughter again." Marianne had expected that to be the reaction given what she received from her son and everyone else, but that didn't mean it hurt any less. "I understand. Hate me as much as you want. But we have to get out of here," Marianne said. "No, they can't kill Megatron." Sarah shook her head. "Even if we all do escape, it may not be enough to trap him again like last time. We have to stop Neo Ragnarok, and to do that, we have to destroy the space bridge." She looked up towards the active portal where the spiraling dark mass continued to stretch up into it. "Could your powers do something about that?" Nunnally asked. "No. My code isn't as strong as Megatron's. I don't think I can destroy it," Sarah replied. "But I know something that can." She looked towards the duel once again, paying close attention to the Star Saber as it clashed against its dark counterpart. Bumblebee fired his Energon blasters at the scythe that Mao swung at him, blasting it away and leaving Mao open for Bumblebee to thrust his katana right through the ghost's chest. Only for Bee's optics to widen as he saw the scythe reappear in Mao's hands, which he used to swing at him and knock him back. Bee got up and watched as Mao yanked the large katana from his chest and threw it away, the injury healing instantly. "Right. Ghosts can't die again," Bee grunted in frustration. At the same time, Lelich and Suzaku found themselves in a similar predicament as the Silver King clashed its sword against that being wielded by the ghost of Charles, with Lelich pulling on a switch that caused the Silver King to kick Charles away before Suzaku went on the attack, activating the Silver King's energy wings to rain fire down on their ghostly enemy, creating multiple explosions that would have torn their foe apart. However, as the smoke cleared and they could see that while the ghost of Charles was blown in half, all his injuries quickly regenerated like smoke and vapor as his ghostly body reconstituted itself. "Damn, even in death I still can't be rid of him," Lelich groaned. "Lelich, we can't keep this up. We need a new plan of attack," Suzaku told him as the Silver King flew upward to avoid the advance and sword slice from Charles. I know. Lelich tried desperately to think of something. The Starsaber may be able to finish these ghosts, and I know for certain it can destroy the space bridge. But it's also the only thing that can withstand Megatron's sword. We're stuck. However, as the Silver King happened to fly close towards the clash of Optimus and Megatron, both Lelich and Suzaku, as well as Bumblebee, looked in surprise to see the large cracks forming all across the gladiatorial arena, with even large pieces of it breaking off and falling into the bottomless abyss below, almost as if the area had been hit by a powerful earthquake. The breaking of the illusion also caught Megatron's attention as he happened to turn around to see the source of the problem. It was Sarah as she placed her hands on the ground, Nunnally, Sayoko, and Marianne all around her as they provided her what strength and support that they could. Sarah's hair waved around her, the code emblem on her forehead glowing brightly as she used whatever powers she could. "You're not the only one who has control over this space, Megatron," Sarah declared as large chains and shackles broke out of the ground to bind Megatron's wrists, pulling them away. They quickly lowered as Megatron was brought to his knees. "Optimus, go!" Nunnally called to him. "Destroy the space bridge." The leader of the Autobots realized what they were doing and knew that it was probably the best course of action. Destroy the space bridge, halt Neo Ragnarok, and they could detain Megatron afterwards. "I understand." Optimus' wings extended as he flew straight up to the active space bridge portal, much to Megatron's shock. "No. Stop him," he ordered. Immediately, the ghosts of Charles and Mao broke off from their respective fights and flew in pursuit of Optimus. And it wasn't just those ghosts. The dark spiraling mass that led up to the space bridge also began to shift and glow before countless ghosts emerged from it, and all began to swarm around Optimus, who was forced to use the Sky Boom Shield and create a spherical barrier around himself as the ghosts circled around him, with Charles and Mao joining in, as they slashed and hacked in every direction to try and break through and stop Optimus' advance. And Bullet watched it all. Though it was impossible to read the expressions of a skull, he could only glare in annoyance. Bothersome pest. At the same time, Megatron gave a roar as he used not only his own code powers, but also his superior strength, to wrench himself free from the chains that kept him bound. He glared at the four human females as he raised the Dark Starsaber to try and swing at them. Only to be caught in a magnetic force that kept him from moving, courtesy of Bumblebee with the Polarity Gauntlet. "Immortal or not, you're still made of metal," B stated. And this provided the opening that Lelich and Suzaku needed, the Silver King flying down at high speeds to swing its sword for a mighty slice that severed both of Megatron's arms as well as his head all at once. The Dark Starsaber was flown back quite a distance before it landed, its blade stuck in the cracking ground as B and the Silver King gathered around the armless and headless Megatron. However, his body did not fall. And they, along with Sarah, Sayoko, Nunnally, and Marianne, could only watch as transparent energy, taking the form of data spheres, almost like three-dimensional blueprints, formed at the stubs where his arms and head used to be. The energy took the distinct features of his missing appendages before solidifying and fully regenerating. "He really is immortal," Suzaku muttered. Megatron glared at all three of them as Bumblebee stood behind him, blocking his path to the Dark Starsaber, while the Silver King stood in between him and their human friends. The scout whose voice box he had ripped out and then left for dead, only to come back and stand in his way multiple times since then. The human boy that he had attempted to manipulate to his side, only to be discarded when he saw there was no use he could give, and treated as a nuisance, only to get stronger and stand against him and get in his way ever since then. And finally, the son of his former protege, whom his greatest enemy took under his wing. Megatron had left him in a state that he was certain would kill him, and even then, took every chance he had to break him. Only for this boy to come back stronger than ever and repeatedly stand in his way. Looking back on it, there were many chances where he could have killed each of them, but he didn't. And now, they were here, standing in his way, between him and his ultimate victory. "My greatest mistake," Megatron muttered, "was ever allowing you three to live. Be assured, that ends now. It is a mistake that you will pay for now," Lelich declared. "This ends with your defeat." Back outside, the Black Knight Autobot Alliance, and their allies, kept up the push as they made their way closer to Dark Mount. With Irregulars joining everyone else at front lines, they were able to carve their way through the Terror Khans. Jeremiah's Siegfried Loyal did the most damage with its spinning sphere attack as well as its vast amount of missiles. Between the speed of Alice's Pegasus, the firepower of Dalk's Ryogen and Lucretia's Tungsten, and the strength of Sansia's Scorpio, the Terror Khans at the front most of the defending horde were smashed and torn to pieces. Ogai, Elita, Chigusa, Jetfire, Gino, Windblade, and Nonet had been redirected to the rear line to help Cornelia and the others defend the advancing mobile bases. And the Grand Berry had kept up its relentless assault on the fusion cannons, firing everything it had on the massive guns even as the shields were still defending it. The airship fired yet another blast from its main cannon, concentrating it on the shield that was surrounding one of the guns, and it seemed like the shield was weakening. But unfortunately, the main cannon lost power first. "Fire again," Kaguya ordered. "We can't. The cannon's overheating. We have to cool off," Toto reported. "Then just fire missiles and everything else we have. We have to be breaking through by now," Millie stated. The Hercules kept hacking and slashing at the swarming Terror Khans all around it. The Combiner's large sword bashed and crushed any undead Cybertronians, as did its hands and feet, and yet despite that, the Terror Khans continued to swarm over and around, gripping the mighty Combiner and keeping it from flying away as it was quickly pinned down under the heavy metal that continued to pile up from both the moving Terror Khans and the crushed scrap metal that was made as a result. "Why can't we just fly out of here?" Yukiya exclaimed. "Too much weight, and our wings were torn out." Leela looked at the readings. "Come on. We're not going down like this," Ayano stated. Akito grunted in frustration as he looked on to see his friends fighting for their lives against his relentless half-brother. Grindcore tried to hold the Thanatos in a bear hug, but the nightmare flew upwards and came back down to slam Grindcore on the ground to shake him off and release his grip. The Thanatos hovered up briefly and fired its shoulder cannons point-blank at Grindcore, blasting him and sending him rolling across the ground. Sideswipe gave a warrior's yell as he rushed Shin with his sword, who blocked and parried the blade, with Ashley in the Dagonet coming to help as the gaudy Red Nightmare fired its gun and slash Harkins at the Thanatos, to deal some damage, but it wasn't enough as the Thanatos grabbed Sideswipe's sword for the next slash and threw him into Ashley's Nightmare. Shin then turned his rabid gaze towards Strongarm as she provided cover for Jean and Sakia, both outside their Nightmare rays. "The time has come for you to die," Shin declared madly as the Thanatos flew directly at them, Strongarm firing her Energon crossbow at him in response. "No!" Akito cried out as he and the rest of team continued to try and fight off the Terror Khans swarming around them. The Thanatos had already closed the distance and raised its sword arm to be brought down on Strongarm as she turned her back toward him to provide some cover for the defenseless pilots. Both Sakia and Jean looking in terror as they saw Strongarm give an assuring smile as she would lay down her life to protect her comrades. "It's been an honor," she said with acceptance. But just as the blade was brought down, clang! "Don't be so quick to throw your life away, Strongarm," Mary Bell said as the Lancelot trial had arrived in the nick of time, its dual MVS blades drawn out and crossed like an X to block the Thanatos strike. "Not when you have friends to live for, Mary Bell," Shin growled. "Hey there, Shang. Miss me?" Mary Bell smirked as Monica's Florence Nero had also arrived, flying above the Lancelot trial to fire a Hadron blast straight at the Thanatos, scoring a direct hit to blast the deadly Nightmare away. "We heard you could use some help," Aldrin said as she and her brother had also arrived in their respective Nightmare rays, coming in to kneel down and open the cockpits for Jean and Sakia to enter. "I've lost enough friends already, I'm not losing any more." Aldrin. Sakia looked up with a teary gaze. "Ha! Mary Bell and the Oz twins to the rescue," Ashley sung as he and Sideswipe got up, along with Grindcore. "Our luck's not run out yet." "Absolutely not." The Agravain had appeared above the Hercules to blast its own Hadron cannons and clear away the Terror Khans in front of the Hercules, carving a path for Leela and his team. "You might wanna move now. Wizard, you're a lifesaver." Ryo grinned as Leela, Ayano, Akito, and Yukiya all felt immense relief with the Hercules quickly running out through the path that Oyagro had made, right before he fired a volley of missiles at the advancing Terror Khans. Shin pushed the Thanatos up with a growl as he looked to see everyone had gathered together to face him. the Hercules, Grindcore, the Lancelot Trial, Sideswipe, the Lancelot Grail, Strongarm, the Dagonet, the Gukabiakan, and the Agravain, all facing the Thanatos together. Now do you get, brother? Akito called out to him. This is what it means to live. To find people who care for you, and you in turn, care for yourself. They will have your back for the rest of your life, and you will have theirs for the rest of their lives. Shin could practically see all the faces of the humans inside the Nightmare Rays, looking with glares as they were ready to keep on fighting for their temporary lives no matter what. Them alongside their Cybertronian allies, who looked just as determined as their human counterparts. And it wasn't just them, he even saw the transparent images of those who once cared for him, and died by his hand. His birth mother, his adoptive mother and sister, Maria, and Alice Shang, and even Michael Manfredi, all of whom looked at him with disappointment, and that only infuriated him even more. Let this end. Now. Akito told him, giving him one last chance to surrender. Never. Come on. Shin flew directly at them, having lost whatever shred of sanity he had left. At the same time, the hijacked Nemesis had fired everything it had at the Terrorcon driller, but the monster kept pushing straight up despite having large chunks of its body torn up and blown off. Already it was making its way towards the Nemesis Hall and showed no signs of stopping. It's coming. We can't stop it. Steve exclaimed as the crew on the bridge saw the monsters advance through the screen. If that thing reaches us, it'll turn the entire warship into a scrap heap. Knockout stated. However, it was that phrase that got Smokescreen's attention as it gave him an idea. We need to move out of the way. Agreed. Take evasive actions. Ultra Magnus ordered. How long until the main cannon is ready to fire? About 5 minutes. But I don't think we got that kinda time. Jazz relayed. Actually, I got another idea. Smokescreen said. Let's blow it all up. What? Knockout questioned as everyone looked towards him in surprise. We let that thing get to us and try and eat through this whole ship. Smokescreen explained. But we also move the ship up high and drag it away from everyone. You guys all get out of here with a ground bridge, and I'll use the phase shifter to get to the power core and blow it up and take that thing out once and for all. Great plan, except you'll get blown up too. Steve said. Not with this. Smokescreen showed the phase shifter attached to his wrist. I know it's crazy, but we're short on time. This may be the best way to kill that thing permanently before it kills anyone else. He turned to Magnus. Commander. I can do this. Please. Ultra Magnus took a few seconds to let this process, but as Smokescreen said, there wasn't much time to think. Letting the Terrorcon driller onto the ship and moving it out of the way to destroy it did seem like the best way to handle this without as little collateral damage. And he didn't really see any other options, as insane as this plan was. But before he could make his decision, the entire Nemesis rocked as many bots were knocked onto the bridge. Jazz looked on the screen at his console to see that the Terrorcon driller had already reached the Nemesis lower hull and had begun to eat its way through. Looks like we don't got a choice. It won't be long before the big boy here eats his fill. Jazz commented with undertone nodding in agreement. Alright, do it. Ultra Magnus told Smokescreen. Steve, activate the ship's autopilot and navigate it away from the battle. Already on it. The defected Viakin typed the necessary key commands, plotting a random set of coordinates. It didn't matter which direction it went, just as long as it was moving away. From an outside point of view, the Nemesis had begun to turn westward and quickly fly in that direction. It also began to ascend to a higher altitude, dragging the Terrorcon driller with it. Already the monster was off the ground, both from the rising altitude of the ship, and from eating its way deeper into the vessel. TAI, we need a ground bridge to our location, now. Ultra Magnus ordered. A portal appeared on the bridge in less than a second. Evacuate the Nemesis. Knockout didn't waste any time in running in, with Jez and Undertone right behind him along with Steve. Ultra Magnus paid one last look at Smokescreen and nodded. Good luck, soldier. The Autobot commander said before entering the portal, which closed afterwards, leaving the young Autobot on the crumbling bridge alone. Thanks. I might just need it. Smokescreen said before transforming into his vehicle mode, activating his phase shifter at the same time, and drove at high speeds through the wall. Back on the ground, Shin roared like a rabid animal as he clashed his sword against that of the Hercules again. The Wyvern's combined nightmare threw a punch to knock the Thanatos back towards Grindcore, who grabbed the Thanatos by its tail to flip it over his head and slam it into the ground. Shin growled as he activated the tail-like weapon to slice at Grindcore's hands and fly off to the sky, where he was met by the Lancelot, Trail and Grail. The two red Lancelots flew at Shin's sides and slashed their swords at him, forcing him to block with the Thanatos' arms, but this also left him open for the Monica to try and come in with the Florence Nero's claws. But the Thanatos spun around with its arm blades and tail to bat away Maribel and Aldrin, with Sakia riding in the cockpit alongside the latter, and shot its cannons just as the Florence Nero got close enough. Monica quickly fired her hadrons at point blank to intercept the blast, creating a large explosion that blew them both away, but the Florence Nero had taken considerable damage and was sent falling to the ground. Suddenly, the Thanatos rocked as a powerful electric surge was sent through its systems, electrocuting Shin himself in the process as his cybernetic body was plugged directly into the nightmare, all courtesy of the Biakin and its electrical weapon. "Monica!" Orpheus exclaimed in a panic as the nightmare fell, but Sideswipe came in to catch the damaged Florence Nero just before it could crash on the ground. "I got her," the Red Autobot assured, but was also greatly concerned for his injured comrade. "I'm okay, Orpheus." Monica groaned from inside her damaged cockpit, blood coming down from the right half of her face with her left arm sprained and her left leg broken. Orpheus, however, was still enraged at seeing her get hurt and activated the Biakin's blade weapons to try and cut up the Thanatos, and while he was able to sever the tail, Shin had recovered enough to turn the Thanatos around and slice off the Biakin's right arm and all its attached armaments before attempting to blast and obliterate it. Fortunately, both the Trial and Grail flew in to sever the Thanatos' wings, the force of it causing it to misfire. Thought he Biakin's legs did get blasted off as it too was sent falling to the ground. Though Grindcore was quick to catch him as well, while the Thanatos landed hard on the ground with nobody bothering to catch him. But even that didn't stop maddened Shin from firing his cannons again at the two red Nightmare rays flying above him, forcing them to split as they barely avoided the blasts. Strongarm and the Dagonet both moved around the Thanatos' sides as they shot at it with their long-ranged weapons, Jean riding inside the gaudy Nightmare that Ashley piloted. But this was only a distraction as the Hercules moved in to close the distance and raise its sword to bring down on the Thanatos, with Shin desperately raising the Thanatos' right arm blade to block it. But as Akito and the rest of his team gave battle cries and swung with all their might, the Hercules had not only shattered the blade, but obliterated the Thanatos' right arm. Shin, however, could not be stopped as he lunged the Nightmare's remaining arm, its shorter blades extended, and right into the joint of the Hercules' right arm and swung out, severing the whole appendage, and separating Akito from his friends. "Akito!" Leela called out in shock, but just as the right arm was severed, a mental shock had shot out from her and spread to the rest of her team, all of whom felt like something was ripped out from their minds as their link was suddenly severed. And the Hercules had fallen apart into its respective Alexander units, all scattering across the ground. "Guys! No!" Sideswipe looked in terror. Within each of the downed Alexanders, Leela, Yukiya, Ryo, and Ayano, they all felt their heads in agony, having their link severed. But that was nothing compared to what Akito felt as he laid in the cockpit of his disabled Alexander Liberté. His heart was racing as it seemed like he was about to have a panic attack. His survival instincts kicked in as he force-opened his cockpit to push himself outside, hyperventilating the whole time. He looked forward to see the one-armed Thanatos aiming its cannons, all fully charged and ready to obliterate him. The second he saw those guns aimed at him, the red glow down the barrels, he saw the same memory as before. The memory of his family lying dead all around him as a toddler. All except his older brother, who stared him down with a hateful red gaze. He heard those three words once again, the three words that Shin today said at this very moment. "Akito, die now." The Thanatos cannons fired. It may as well be slow motion for everyone around them. Leela, Ayano, Yukiya, and Ryo had regained their senses in time as they, Orpheus, and the injured Monica all watched helplessly as the stream of deadly energy slowly made its way to their friend and comrade. Sideswipe had transformed to try and drive in as fast as he could, Strongarm doing the same, while Grindcore ran, all of whom hoped to try and do something to stop Shin or save Akito. Maribel, Ashley, and Jean, Aldrin and Sakia, they tried to steer their Nightmare rays in that direction to do the same. But it didn't seem like they would make it in time. All except one. The Agravain happened to land in front of Akito right before the blasts could hit. But just before they did, Oyagro smiled as he spoke through his Nightmare's speakers. Aldrin. Orpheus. Akito, all of you, live. As the flashing light was about to consume him, Oyagro looked up to see the image of his smiling sister right as the blast struck. The Agravain had taken the full force of the Thanatos' last-ditch blast, causing the Nightmare to explode, killing its pilot inside. The resulting shockwave blew back everyone else that had tried to come in and help. It even blew away much of the Thanatos' front, blasting open the cockpit and exposing the cybernetic Shin inside as he was still hooked up to his Nightmare, heavily damaged yet still operational. Orpheus and Aldrin looked especially shocked as they not only saw it but heard their uncle's final words to them. The very same man who caused them so much pain in their lives, as well as did everything he could to help and make it up to them, he gave his own life so that their friend could live on with them. Damn him! Shin growled. All these insects, getting in my way, throwing their lives away for nothing at all. What is wrong with this accursed species? The sounds of an activating machine got Shin's attention. He looked through the resulting smoke with his cybernetic eyes enhanced vision to see Akito's Alexander Liberté had powered back up again, the cockpit still open as Akito looked with an expression of rage as he charged his unit straight forward. Brother! Akito! Using all the strength he had left, Shin let his younger half-brother close the distance as he lunged the Thanatos' remaining arm with a belly stab to impale the Alexander Liberté. But right as that happened, Akito had jumped from the open cockpit and used the momentum of the charge to vault himself for his brother's exposed body, much to Shin's own shock. Quickly drawing a Tonto knife from his person, Akito had lunged it forward and plunged it into Shin's neck, right as he yanked it to the side to not only rip out much of his throat, but even tear the head off completely. With that, the Thanatos fell backwards just as Shin's severed head landed and rolled on the ground. It landed with a thud, as Akito was on his hands and knees over his decapitated brother's corpse. He had done it. He had finally killed his elder half-brother who had been the cause of not only his pain, but so many others across the world. It felt like a huge relief and at the same time, it felt like something dark had settled inside him as he gazed at his hands, which had a mixture of blood and synthetic energon stained on them. Akito. Sideswipe was the first to get to him, kneeling to his level as he offered his hand. Come on, you know we can't dwell on this now. Forcing all his feelings back, Akito tried to stand up straight as best as he could. The Hercules is out of commission. Leela and the others, we're going to need an extract. I'll call up a ground bridge. Sideswipe said as everyone had gathered around. Grindcore and Strongarm had already helped pull out Leela, Ryo, Yukiya, Ayano, Monica, and Orpheus and carried them towards the center of this barren area just as Ashley and Aldrin deactivated their Nightmare rays to allow Jean and Sakia to exit, though Sakia gently grasped Aldrin's hand as she gave her a comforting squeeze, which Aldrin appreciated as she nodded back. Just as a portal had opened up and Akito stepped down from the Thanatos' remains, Leela had also been set down and she immediately ran up to Akito in a hug, which he returned without hesitation. She helped him into the portal while Orpheus carried the injured Monica bridal style, sharing a sad gaze with his twin sister as they too entered with Jean, Ryo, Yukiya, Ayano, and Sakia. The portal had deactivated as all the humans inside were brought to the Ark for their safety, leaving Sideswipe, Maribel, Grindcore, Aldrin, and Strongarm behind to join the others and keep up the assault. Meanwhile, the Nemesis had flown some distance away from the ongoing battle, dragging the Terrorcon driller with it as the undead monstrosity continued to burrow its way through the ship, tearing it apart from the inside. It looked as if the Nemesis would fall apart at any given moment. Inside, Smokescreen drove at high speeds through the shaking and torn hallways, encountering no issues thanks to the phase shifter as any and all debris phased right through him and he passed through all the walls as well. It's only when he encountered pieces of the Terrorcon driller that he had some trouble. The whole area was being torn apart, not to mention all the literal moving parts of the oversized zombie itself. Here we go. Smokescreen muttered as he drove at his fastest speed possible, using some drebars like a ramp as he passed through the monster's insides and made it out on the other side of the hallway and right into a nearby wall. He then emerged from the wall and onto the second floor of the chamber where the power core was located. Smokescreen transformed to force himself to stop, while also deactivating the phase shifter, which resulted in him falling and landing rather hard on the ground. Ow! Smoke pushed himself up as he saw the power core, alarms blaring everywhere as the ship continued to shake. Pieces of debris were already falling from the walls. He had to do this now. Running quickly to the power core, Smokescreen tore off the panel that covered the Energon infusion device, activated the grenade and shoved it in there. "Wreckers, eat your sparks out," he said as he quickly activated the phase shifter and transformed to speed his way out of the core just as the grenade detonated. This created a chain reaction as multiple explosions erupted from inside the power core, which spread all throughout the connecting Energon lines throughout the entire vessel. This resulted in several more explosions blowing away whatever of the Terrorcon driller that was burrowing its way inside. Those same explosions erupted from inside and out of the Nemesis until finally, boom! A massive explosion erupted in the sky, one so bright and powerful that it drew the attention of virtually everyone on the battlefield, Autobot and human, including the Dinobots and the Predacon, who stopped fighting to see the bright explosion, even those within vessels like the Ark and Grandberry Mk2 as they saw the enormous flash of light in the sky, almost like a sun had briefly appeared. This had even caught the attention of Shockwave, Ratchet, Thundercracker, and Skybite, all still in the midst of battle within Dark Mount. Everyone looked in awe and shock, even terror in some cases, as they saw the complete destruction of the Nemesis and the Terrorcon driller. Smokescreen fell through the resulting cloud of smoke and fire, completely unharmed thanks to the phase shifter. Large pieces of debris from the monster and warship fell around him as he accessed his comms. "Hey TAI, this is Smokescreen. I could really use a ground bridge." Fortunately, a portal was quickly opened directly below him. He had to deactivate the phase shifter to allow himself to enter the portal, which closed shortly after. Shockwave had been briefly distracted by the explosion in the sky, but once it was nothing but smoke, he returned his focus to those in front of him as Thundercracker and Skybite, both greatly injured, were pressed up against the wall as they looked toward the one-eyed scientist with glares of their own. While Shockwave himself appeared to be in rough shape like them, he still had enough energy to aim his cannon. AP, 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 AP. He turned around to see Ratchet barely standing up, using a control panel to support himself. "I'd rethink that if I were you. And why would I hesitate to terminate my enemies?" Shockwave asked. "So, you could best focus on your own escape." Ratchet smirked as he pointed towards a torn-up piece of the ground where a red light was flashing and a beeping sound was heard. Shockwave's optics zoomed in and saw the active grenade that Ratchet had wired into the Energon fuel line that connected directly to the fusion cannons and their power core. Ratchet then pressed a button on the console he was at, which started up the firing systems of the cannon, but that also served as an ignition for the grenade in the floor, causing it to explode. This also caused a chain reaction that ignited the Energon fuel line, which traveled into the power core, causing it to begin overloading, as well as the fusion cannons outside to lose their shielding with multiple explosions erupting from inside the barrels. That wasn't us, was it?" Claus asked. "Looks like it may have suffered internal damage." "Sabotage, maybe," Diet Hard observed. "Probably Ratchet." Nina smiled. "Oh, definitely Ratchet," Lloyd confirmed. "A battlefield scientist if I've ever seen one. Let's make sure it sticks. Blast them to pieces," Shirley declared. "Already on it," Toto replied. The Grandberry Mk2 focused its missiles and turret guns on the unshielded and damaged fusion cannon closest to it. This caused even greater damage before it exploded more at the hinge, and the entire device began to fall off the top. The Grandberry Mk2 then moved on to the rest of the cannons, its own main weapon already charged back up as it too was fired into the second cannon, destroying it as well. Credit where it is due. Shockwave acknowledged Ratchet as the room began to shake, debris falling to the ground, most of the upper part of Dark Mount sustaining heavy damage on its infrastructure. Even the smallest weapons can leave devastating results with the proper application. That said, I would recommend you retreat before this portion of Dark Mount collapses as well. Shockwave fired his cannon at a wall, creating an opening for him to escape, rushing through the hole and jumping outside. "Let's get of here," Skybite said as he transformed into his shark mode and flew over to Ratchet, allowing the Autobot medic to climb on as he and Thundercracker, who had also transformed into his jet mode, as they too flew out through the hole, escaping Dark Mount as the upper part of the tower collapsed, with the remaining cannons falling as the Grandberry Mk2 finished its work. Shockwave had managed to land on a stable pedestal on the side of the fortress as he watched the top of Dark Mount collapse. "Soundwave, I require a ground bridge to my location." However, Shockwave received no response, much to his concern. "Soundwave, come in." Again, no response. Soundwave was either too busy or was possibly terminated. If that was the case, he had to fashion his own escape and was capable of just that. The side of his cannon opened up to reveal a small screen that contained the detailed image of the Predacon he had recently created and pressed a few buttons before emitting a homing signal. Sludge wrestled against the Predacon's face as Grimlock pulled up on its wings, but the prehistoric beast managed to shake off Sludge and send him crashing into the incoming Triceratops mode of Slug before standing on its hind legs and falling backwards to smash Grimlock into the ground, seemingly crushing him under his back. The Predacon got back up and was pelted on the side from laser fire from the flying Swoop in his pterodactyl mode, to which the Predacon retaliated with its fire breath. Whoa! Swoop tried to fly away, but the Predacon had planned on this as the Dinobot's resident flyer had flown in the direction of the tail that the Predacon was flailing at him. Oh scrap! Swoop couldn't avoid it as he was smashed into the ground. Snark tried digging his spines into the Predacon's sides again, only for the Predacon to push him back and ram him with a headbutt to send him up and crashing to the ground. The onslaught would have continued, but the Predacon happened to hear the homing signal that was tuned to its specific auditory sensors. It waved its head slightly but ended up turning towards Dark Mount, the top area of it where the source of the signal was coming from, and took off to fly in that direction. Unaware that the recovering Grimlock had grabbed onto its tail to hitch a ride, struggling to climb up as the Predacon flew. Back at the front lines, the Pegasus had speed through and sliced through half a dozen Terrorcons, just before she heard a familiar roar, her nightmare glancing up as the Pegasus screen identified the metallic dragon flying over them and towards the fortress. Oh no, we got. Wait a minute. She noticed something odd attached to its tail, her screen zoomed in to get a clearer view, causing her to gasp. Grimlock. This also drew the attention of the other irregulars as Lucretia focused her own powers, as well as the built-in sensors of the tungsten that were entombed with her powers as she got a three-dimensional map of the area, such as Dark Mount and where the Predacon was heading, and who else was there. It's Shockwave. He's calling his pet. Not if we can help it, Jeremiah declared. Alice, with me. The rest of you, keep up the assault, he ordered as the Siegfried Loyal flew straight up with the Pegasus right beside it. Shockwave spotted his creation flying towards him, and once he saw the distance was close enough, Shockwave leapt from the edge of the tower, briefly falling before the Predacon swooped in and allowed Shockwave to land on its back. However, he also heard the sounds of grunting behind and stepped towards the Predacon's rear to see Grimlock just barely hanging on to the tail. Shockwave. I'll kill you. No, you won't. The purple Decepticon replied as he aimed and fired his cannon, shooting Grimlock and causing him to fall. Fortunately, the Dinobot didn't fall very far as the Pegasus quickly came in to catch him by the shoulders. You're bigger and stronger than me, so why am I the one who's always saving you? Alice joked. Shockwave is getting away. Grimlock roared. No, he is not. Jeremiah's Siegfried Loyal shot straight up, its form spun around once again and was able to strike the Predacon at its head from below, disorienting the beast as it briefly lost its balance in the air, Shockwave holding onto one of its larger scales to keep himself from falling. The Predacon stabilized itself as it and Shockwave glared at the Siegfried Loyal that hovered above them both. You, a machine to the core, following only cold logic without an ounce of real willpower. And you, a willing puppet who needs a master to depend on. Shockwave replied. And you chose the wrong master. Destroy him. The Predacon unleashed a full-power inferno straight at the Siegfried Loyal as it spun around rapidly once, barreling straight into the incoming flames, creating a large explosion that seemed to engulf Jeremiah. An illogical course of action, one that has led to defeat. Not quite. Out of the smoke came an Orange Sutherland, the single unit that was the central component of the enormous Siegfried Loyal. With built-in jet boosters, it quickly closed the gap between him and the surprised Shockwave, grabbing onto his shoulders with one arm, while Shockwave simultaneously fired his cannon multiple times to obliterate the lower half of the Orange Sutherland. Only for the cockpit to open as Jeremiah himself leapt out, a glowing blue energon blade extending from his right arm. Find the logic in this. Jeremiah thrusted his blade into Shockwave's only eye, grabbing onto the side of his head as Shockwave himself grunted in pain, stepping backwards and falling off the side of the Predacon. They both fell quite a bit before Shockwave reached up and grabbed a hold of Jeremiah, yanking him off just as Shockwave landed on the hard and unforgiving ground, breaking up much of his outer armor, but he still had the strength to stand as he could just barely see the man he was holding in his grip through his damaged optic. I am Jeremiah Gottwald. Remember that name for what little remainder of your life that you have. The name of one of many of those you experimented upon who now claims his vengeance. Shockwave tightened his grip in an attempt to crush Jeremiah, the cyborg groaning in pain. You are just an experiment. One easily disposed of. Slash. With his optic heavily damaged, he was unable to see the blur that zipped past him to slice off his only remaining hand, leaving only the cannon, thanks to the Pegasus that had dashed on the ground, carrying Jeremiah safely in its arms. That was for me, Sansia, Delk, and Lucretia. Alice said with a hateful glare. And this? Shockwave was pelted in the back by a powerful stream of plasma from the charging Grimlock in his T-Rex mode. This is from the Dinobots. Despite having much of his already damaged frame melting away, Shockwave still lived, albeit barely, as he used what strength he had left to aim his cannon and fire, but Grimlock tanked the blast and when he was close enough, transformed back into his normal Cybertronian mode and gave a yell as he threw his fist right through Shockwave's body, easily smashing through the damaged and melted frame like it was nothing. He then grabbed Shockwave by the head with one hand. You die. Grimlock yelled as he crushed Shockwave's head in his grip, finally killing the cold-blooded scientist and claiming his vengeance. However, any kind of relief or satisfaction that would have been felt by Trio was short-lived as a familiar roar caught their attention, causing them to look up to the descending Predacon, which already had a glow in its chest, priming its fiery breath. Buckle up, boys. This might take a while. Alice said as Jeremiah leapt to the Pegasus' shoulder as they and Grimlock all prepared to fight with everything they had. But right before the Predacon could attack, a strong attractive force had caught the beast, pulling it straight into the arm-powered tractor beam of Omega Supreme, now fully back up on his feet. Energon power at optimal efficiency. Omega Supreme ready for battle once more. The towering Autobot declared as it held the struggling Predacon in its grip before reversing the flow of his tractor beam weapon, creating a repulsing force that sent the metallic dragon right into side of Darkmount, but Omega Supreme wasn't done yet. He aimed and fired his main weapon from his other arm, shooting a large energy beam that struck the Predacon, blasting all the way through the fortress. All right, never mind. Alice commented as Jeremiah and even Grimlock both blinked in surprise. Omega Supreme is back in action. Elita proclaimed as she was at the front lines with everyone else, Ogai and Todo being closest to her. Not only that, the fusion cannons are destroyed. The Predacon, the Nemesis, and the Terrorcon Driller have all been eliminated. Todo stated. Then it's time to finish this. Ogai declared. A ground bridge portal opened up beside them as Ultra Magnus, Smokescreen, and Jez, along with Undertone, all stepped out to join the others. Destroy the last of the Terrorcons. Yuffie ordered, her eyes red from exhaustion, her skin pale, and the last of her mental strength fading. And secure the fortress. We need to give aid to Lelich and Optimus, they. She fought desperately to keep herself conscious, but strain was too much. She couldn't even finish her sentence as she fell to the ground, the Omni Globe deactivating shortly after that. Yuffie? Yuffie! Cornelia called out desperately as she lost all contact with her sister, as did everyone else. Tai, what happened? Euphemia has lost consciousness. The artificial intelligence reported. The strain of the Omni Globe was too much for her. I'll help her. Ratchet contacted Cornelia specifically. "Tai, bridge me to the Ark." "Cornelia, leave her to me, just keep going. I promise, she'll be alright." While her inner soldier told her this was the best move, to have a medic see to the injured while she would help the others in finishing the battle, the sister side of her wanted desperately to go with him to see her younger sibling and find some way to help her. "Cornelia, she'll be alright," Todo assured as his nightmare rolled up to her. "She's in good hands with Ratchet, and your sister is strong." "Damn right. That kid's one of the strongest people I know," Tamaki added. "She just needs a catnap and she'll be as right as rain. She helped brought us this far," Zinc also said. "She and so many others. Let's make sure it wasn't in vain." "You're right," Cornelia declared as she steeled herself and gripped her controls. "Let's go. One final push. Everything we have." "Well, you all heard the lady," Warpath said to all the command vehicles at their rear. "Pedal to the metal. Let's blow this whole damn thing up." With that, the rear line advanced forward to provide what aid they can in eliminating the remaining Terrorcons and securing the fortress. They would even find themselves joined by Sludge, Snarl, Slug, and Swoop, all of whom were in their respective Dino modes, with even Thundercracker and Skybite flying over them in their Jet and Shark modes respectively as all advanced together. "All units, keep pushing," Ultra Magnus declared, taking command as he activated his dual Energon blasters and shot at the zombies closest to him. "Destroy every last Terrorcon so that we may establish a perimeter. Once that's done, we'll head inside and provide aid. Then let's do this. For Lelich and Colin," Ogai proclaimed as he transformed his Gawain Nerian into its Cybertronian tank form to blast away more Terrorcons. For Optimus, Elita went on the assault with her arm blades to cut the undead enemy around her to pieces. For Ironhide, Chigusa brought her nightmare to Ogai's side and fired her guns and slash Harkins at the horde. For Arky, Jazz launched his Energon grappler to ensnare and pull in a Terrorcon, which he destroyed with a kick before launching Undertone in his disc mode to smash the head of another Terrorcon. For Bumblebee, Smokescreen had his phase shifter activated as he ran into a small group of Terrorcons, Energon blasters blazing. For Suzaku, Todo used the Zanjutsu's katana to bisect one Terrorcon before going on a slicing frenzy. For Bulkhead, Wheeljack also had his swords drawn as he too sliced and diced the monsters around him, reducing them to scrap metal. For Rai, Nonet led the aerial charge alongside Windblade and Jetfire, bombing and firing on the horde of metallic zombies from above. For Anya, Gino had joined up with Maribel and Aldrin to get up close and personal with the Terrorcons. For Nunnally and Sarah, Shirley said as she held hands with Millie and Rivalts next to her on the Grand Berry Mk2, the present group around her standing together with determined expressions. Thanks to the combined efforts of the remaining Autobots and Black Knights, as well as their many allies, and Omega Supreme, it seemed like the heroes would be able to eliminate the remaining Terrorcons with little more issue. Ironhide yelled with fury as he fired his Energon blasters at Soundwave. A few blasts struck him, damaging the silent Decepticon before he returned fire with his Resonance Blaster, blasting a condensed sonic wave at Ironhide with enough force and pressure that it sent him crashing into a cavern wall. Bulkhead came in next with a mace to the face, breaking off a piece of Soundwave's visor and exposing some wiring and an internal skeleton underneath. It seemed that Soundwave really had no face after all. This punch sent him straight towards the incoming Raiden, who tried to grab Soundwave with his Surger Claw, only for Soundwave to cross his arms like an X and block the strike, but Rai still activated the Surger anyway, sending an electrical current through Soundwave, but this only stunned the Decepticon temporarily as he emitted a loud ear-piercing sound, much like when he was being interrogated on Horai Island, causing Bulkhead and Rai to cover their ears, weakening the Raiden's grip and allowing Soundwave to break free before he swiped one of his elongated arms to sever the whole Surger Claw from the Blue Nightmare and gave a powerful kick to send back a bit to where it crashed down. Soundwave then turned towards Bulkhead, who tried to power through the ear-piercing sound that Soundwave continued to emit and throw another mace strike at him, but Soundwave parried the strike and swerved underneath Bulkhead's thrust, catching him under his arm and using the green Autobot's own momentum against him to vault him over and send him crashing towards the ground behind him. But even as Soundwave continued to emit the sound, Ironhide had pushed himself up and ran with all his strength, grabbing Soundwave and pinning him against the wall where he proceeded to punch him repeatedly in his already broken visor until the sound finally stopped. "Shut up, will you?" Ironhide was about to pull back another punch with his right arm, only for Soundwave to lunge his elongated arm into Ironhide's right shoulder with enough force to pierce through it like a blade before swiping to completely sever the limb. Ironhide yelled in pain and agony, allowing Soundwave to grab him by his throat, lift him up, and slam him hard into the ground. Rai had come in once again, blood oozing from his forehead, and the only remaining arm of the Raiden wielding its katana. He shot his Nightmare forward with all the speed it had to quickly close the distance and brought his katana toward Soundwave, who blocked it with his left arm right as Rai fired his slash Harkins to piece through Soundwave's sides. But Soundwave had the resonance blaster hooked to his left and blasted another sonic attack that sent the Raiden crashing across the ground. Soundwave limped for a bit, but aimed his resonance blaster again before firing with a bigger and more deadly sonic wave. However, Bulkhead was quick to leap in the way and tank the blast. The force of it was enough to push Bulkhead back slightly, but he dug his feet into ground himself, even as the intense sonic waves pushed hard against him, never mind the damage to his audio receptors from the sound itself. However, Bulkhead pushed himself to take one step forward, followed by another step, and another, and another. Pushing against the intense pain and pressure of the resonance blaster and slowly making his way closer to Soundwave. The silent Decepticon increased the output and pressure of the resonance blaster, turning it into an all-encompassing wave. But this only slowed Bulkhead down a little bit before he pushed himself with all his might and willpower, roaring as he managed to get close enough and grab Soundwave's hand that held the resonance blaster and crushed it all together. He then pulled Soundwave into a mace strike in his other hand to smash through Soundwave's chest. The green Autobot looked him dead in the eye with a glare as he spoke three simple words. "Who's inferior now?" Converting his mace into a cannon, Bulkhead fired and blasted Soundwave to pieces, silencing him forever. With the enemy destroyed and the immediate threat over, all of Bulkhead's strength went out the window as he fell to his knees and flat on the ground. "Hey, you guys good?" he weakly asked as Ironhide laid on the ground as well, completely unconscious. Rai too was out of it as he laid with his eyes closed in the cockpit of the heavily damaged Raiden. "Did we do enough?" Bulkhead muttered as his optics began to slowly shut, unable to stop himself from losing consciousness like his friends. Optimus. Lelich. Deeper inside the cavern, close to the artificial thought elevator, the Gurren and Steeljaw wrestled against each other fiercely with Steeljaw pressing the Red Nightmare up against the wall, to which Colin retaliated by activating her Surger Claw. Despite it being damaged, it was still functional as it gripped onto Steeljaw's shoulder, causing it to overheat and melt. However, this only seemed to send him into a rabid fury as he bit down into the wrist of the Surger Claw and tore the whole thing out, much to Colin's shock, before throwing the Gurren to the ground. Steeljaw then attempted to pounce on her, only to get rammed in the side by Arky in her motorcycle form before she transformed while in midair to deal a double kick to Steeljaw and push him to the ground, where she proceeded to land on him and pin him down, pressing her left arm against his throat while she raised her right as the arm blade popped up. She attempted to bring it down onto him, but Steeljaw was much quicker as he slashed his claws upward, slicing at Arky's sides with cuts so deep that Energon was almost gushing out. This forced Arky up, giving Steeljaw a chance to grab Arky by her legs and with a beastly roar, raised her up high to slam her down on the lower half of the Gurren to completely crush that part of it. He then used his claws to tear open the cockpit and expose the frightened and injured Colin inside as she could only look at his own beat-up face, with a blown-out optic, glaring at her like a rabid wolf with his remaining eye. "You are dead." Steeljaw was ready to rip her to pieces. Only for a powerful red energy blast to shoot out and strike Steeljaw in the back, blasting him straight through a cavern wall, as well as blasting off his right arm and left leg as he fell into a nearby chasm with a mixture of a scream and a howl. Colin and the injured Arky both looked up in surprise to see the Mordred, having its Hadron cannons out with the awakened Anya sitting in the open cockpit. "One less monster to worry about," she said before rolling the Mordred over towards the two. "Arky, are you okay?" Colin asked as she stepped out from her torn-up Nightmare, the blue Autobot using the Mordred to try and prop herself up. "I'll live," she grunted. "You. Same." Colin smiled with relief, causing Arky to smile back. Thanks, Anya. Of course. Anya smiled as well, but that smile faded as she turned towards the artificial thought elevator. 5 minutes have already passed. Should we destroy it as instructed? No. Arky shook her head. They'll come back, they'll pull through. Damn right they will. Colin agreed. I believe in them. While the logical part of Anya told her that it would be best to destroy the structure in front of her right now and end the threat for good, something else inside her spoke up, saying the same thing Colin and Arky were saying. Ever since she regained her memories, that voice has only spoken louder, and even more so now that Marianne was gone and the only voice she heard in her head was her own. And that was the voice she decided to listen to. Then I chose to believe in them too. Anya declared. Euphemia was laid on a bed in the Ark's medical bay, the injured Monica laying next to her as she was hooked up to N4 and her physical injuries being treated by Akari, though she appeared to be stable for the most part. Yuffie on the other hand, while her physical body was healthy, her mind was a different case as sensors were hooked up to her head and her brainwave activity was shown on a screen as Ratchet, Anna, Sophie, and Joe worked to try and help her how they could. Her brainwave activity is off the charts. Prolonged use of the Omni-Globe has caused overstimulation. Joe reported. We have to administer to pulse to force her neurons to sedate. Sophie instructed. We have to get the frequency just right or her brain could shut down. Ratchet relayed as he pressed some commands on the console next to him. Calculating the frequency now. Administering a sedative to calm her nervous system. Anna said as she injected a sedative fluid into Yuffie's wrist. This seemed to calm her brainwave activity a bit, but not by much. As they continued to work, their group outside the med bay consisted of Akito, Leela, Orpheus, Ashley, Ryo, Jean, Ayano, Sakia, and Yukiya. Eliza sat on Layla's lap while Arthur paced outside the door that led to the medical bay. They were greatly worried for their friends inside for sure, but there was also an air of grief and relief around them as they not only felt joy at Shin, the demon who's hounded many of them, Akito especially, for so long, was gone, but at the cost of one of their own. As much as Orpheus and Akito hated Oyagro and Shin respectively, there was still plenty of grief there as well. Oyagro was directly responsible for the loss of Orpheus' mother, as well as his first love. But despite that, he gave everything he had to try and make things better for him, his sister, and everyone else he hurt. He even gave his life to save them, with his last words being to live on. As for Akito, he was glad that Shin could no longer harm those he loved. A part of him felt conflicted over having to kill his elder brother. He remembered how Shin seemed like a nice guy when they were kids, even giving him a piggyback when he was a toddler. But as far as Akito was concerned, the older brother he loved died with the rest of their family. Akito then felt some warm pressure on his shoulder and looked to see Leela leaning onto him, giving him what comfort she could, something he reciprocated as he pulled her in closer by the shoulder. Communication is back online. TAI reported on the bridge of the Ark with Perceptor, Knockout, Steve, Tianzi, and Joe all present. They must have defeated Soundwave. Tianzi said with a hopeful smile. I can't actually believe that. Steve muttered in surprise. Soundwave, defeated. Yeah, guess miracles can happen. Knockout commented. I have a lock on their signals. Perceptor reported as the screen in front of him showed the active Autobot signals for Bulkhead, Ironhide, and Arky, while also showing the Nightmare signals for those that belonged to Colin, Rai, and Anya. But I can't locate Optimus. Or Lelich, Suzaku, or Bumblebee. What? Tianzi looked with worry. Could they have been transported elsewhere? Joe asked. Unlikely. Perceptor shook his head. Although, we do know there is an artificial thought elevator built underneath the fortress. And if it connects to this weird pocket dimension thing, I'm guessing that's where they all are. Knockout assumed. With Megatron. Is there any way we can help them? Tianzi questioned. Send more or our forces? I don't think so. TAI replied. I'm using the same method as before to establish communication, but there is an active surge of energy that's blocking out all signals. Something big is happening there. Back in the Sword of Akasha, the illusion of the Kaon Arena had been almost completely broken, with several pieces around floating in the void of the pocket dimension, almost as if the broken arena itself was floating in deep space. And said broken arena lit up with multiple explosions as the Silver King and Bumblebee threw everything that they had at the immortal Megatron. Bumblebee used the Polarity Gauntlet to keep Megatron still while the Silver King flew above to rain down energy projectiles from its wings, creating a powerful explosion that shook up most of the area. However, the smoke cleared and Megatron was still standing. Any injuries he sustained were quickly healed thanks to his code. But B still kept him pinned with the Polarity Gauntlet while Lelouch and Suzaku shot their combined nightmare right at him, their sword drawn and ready to slash. However, Megatron took advantage of his body's current position, specifically his fusion cannon, aiming downward and fired multiple shots to blast a hole in the floor, allowing him to fall through just as the Silver King arrived, having missed its slice. Scrap it! Suzaku cursed as Megatron fell, with B having lost his grip on him with his magnetic weapon. But Megatron quickly transformed into his Cybertronian jet mode and flew back up, firing at the ground to blast another hole, directly in front of Bumblebee, and shot himself up. The force of the resulting blast knocked Bumblebee back as the flying Megatron turned back around to rapidly shoot at the Silver King, forcing the co-pilots to flee. Once again, Sarah, with Nunnally, Sayoko, and Marianne still beside her, tried to use what control over the Sword of Akasha her code allowed to erect barriers around Megatron in an attempt to block his path. But he simply gave a yell as he rammed his body through the barriers before spotting the interfering immortal women and those around her. He then flew straight towards them, much to Lelouch and Suzaku's shock. "No!" Lelouch exclaimed as the Silver King tried to fly and catch up with him, just as Megatron opened fire. All four braced themselves right as Bumblebee ran right in the middle of the line of fire, activating the Polarity Gauntlet on instinct, hoping it would create some kind of shield. But the activating came a second too late as one of the energon shots struck his arm to damage the gauntlet, while B himself was sent flying over them and landing hard on the ground. Bumblebee! Nunnally ran to him first, looking at his arm to see a smoking hole on it. What was left of the Polarity Gauntlet sparked before B swiped it off with his uninjured arm. "I've had worse," he said as he pushed himself up and stood once again in front of Sarah and the others, his energon blasters primed and ready to keep fighting no matter the cost. "That damn scout again!" Megatron cursed, but his jet mode was struck by the Silver King as it grappled with him, causing them both to spiral through the air. "Megatron!" Suzaku and Lelouch both called out in rage as they drove their combined nightmares sword right through Megatron's hull, even as they spiraled out of control. At the same time, Optimus kept himself protected from the relentless onslaught of all the dark ghosts around him, the Sky Boom Shield's barrier still holding. But he couldn't afford to remain on the defensive. He let the shield deactivate, allowing the ghosts to swarm him just as he swung the Star Saber, sending a wave that carved through many of the ghosts and giving him some ample breathing room to use the Sword of the Primes to slice and destroy all the ghosts around him. Optimus had noticed that upon contact with the Star Saber, all the ghosts disappeared in a form akin to disintegration. Perhaps it was because Dark Energon was used in the process of Neo Ragnarok, and the Star Saber contained the power that would counter and destroy it. But the reason was unimportant now. He gazed up at the space bridge once more and resumed his flight. However, the bright flashes of light were not unnoticed by Megatron, who saw Optimus break free. "No!" Megatron transformed once again, breaking off the Silver King's grip before blasting it with his cannon to knock it back. He then transformed and flew at maximum speed towards his oldest enemy. "Optimus, Megatron is heading your way," Lelouch warned. The flying Prime gazed downward and saw Megatron quickly catching up to him. He swung the Star Saber to send an energy wave towards Megatron, who turned on his side so that the wave barely missed him, allowing him to quickly close the gap and ram into Optimus. Megatron then transformed again and grappled with Optimus, drawing his arm blade to slash at the arm that held the Sky Boom Shield, while simultaneously firing his fusion cannon at the other arm that held the Star Saber, knocking both weapons from his hands. Lelouch saw both weapons fall, and while the Sky Boom Shield fell at an angle that would land towards the broken arena that served the only form of solid ground in the pocket dimension, the Star Saber was falling towards the bottomless abyss. They could not afford to let that weapon be lost forever. "Suzaku, break off," Lelouch ordered. "Help Optimus with Megatron, I'll retrieve the Star Saber." "Right." Suzaku agreed. The Silver King briefly flashed before it separated into the two individual Nightmare rays that made up its form as the Shinkiro and Lancelot flew in opposite directions. Bumblebee watched as the Sky Boom shield fell towards the arena and broke out into a sprint before transforming into his vehicle mode for extra speed. Once he got close enough, Bee transformed to leap into the air and catch the shield of the Primes just before it hit the ground. At the same time, Optimus and Megatron continued to wrestle as they spiraled closer to the ground, Optimus breaking off from their grip as he headbutted Megatron to disorient him and kick him off, causing Megatron to land on the ground rather hard, Optimus quickly descending and landing on the ground to face him. The two enemies glared at each other once more, but before they could engage in combat, the Lancelot appeared to deliver an airborne spinning kick to Megatron's back, sending him towards Optimus, who reeled back his fist before delivering an uppercut to knock him into the air, where Suzaku proceeded to strike at Megatron to knock him hard to the ground. Once again, Sarah used her control over the space to create large metallic chains that busted from the ground to bind Megatron down. Unaware that they were rather close to the Dark Star Saber, its blade still in the ground as its handle was pointed upward. Lelouch flew as fast as the Shinkiro would allow towards the falling Star Saber. He reached out with the Black Nightmare's hands and was able to catch the sacred sword. It was somewhat heavy, but Shinkiro was able to hold onto it as its pilot steadied and halted his path. "Optimus, I have it," Lelouch said through the communications as he quickly turned around and sped back to the arena. "I'll give it to you, then you destroy the space bridge." Even while bound, Optimus and the Lancelot advancing on him, with even Bumblebee approaching in his vehicle mode with the Sky Boom shield hooked onto his top, Megatron noticed the Shinkiro was incoming with the Star Saber in hand. No. He would not allow this. He would not allow that boy to interfere in his plans ever again. With as much strength as he could muster, Megatron forced himself up, pushing against the chains, to give himself enough room to transform again and ignite his thrusters, delivering enough speed and force that he was able to break through the chains and go straight for something that Optimus, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Nunnally, Sarah, Marianne, and Sayoko all saw that made them look in horror. He was going for the Dark Star Saber. Without saying anything else, Optimus and the Lancelot flew at high speeds as well, desperate to come after Megatron, while Bumblebee was forced to discard the Sky Boom shield, allowing him to kick into maximum overdrive in his vehicle mode as well. Sarah screamed as she used all her power and strength to erect as many walls and barriers as she could to halt Megatron's path, but he either shot or based through them, getting ever closer to his weapon just as Lelouch was getting closer with the weapon in his Nightmare's hands. Megatron and the Shinkiro may as well have been at an intercept course with one another at the direction they were going, but Megatron was closer towards the Dark Star Saber. And by the time he reached it, the Shinkiro had almost made it to the arena. Sarah then desperately focused all her power on that one single spot, trying to break off the ground the evil sword was embedded into so that it would fall into the void below. "I have to throw it. If Optimus can catch it," Lelouch thought as the Shinkiro was about to vault the Star Saber. Optimus, the Lancelot, and Bumblebee quickly coming within appropriate range to catch it. But Megatron had transformed as he reached the Dark Star Saber as it had fallen from the broken ground and quickly grabbed the handle. Though Optimus and the Lancelot had also caught up, trying to grab onto Megatron, they could not stop him as he used the momentum from his speed to his advantage. He swung it upwards, sending a vertical wave of dark energy straight towards the Shinkiro. Lelouch's eyes widened as the flash of dark light seemed to engulf his vision, his pupils shrinking to close. No time to dodge. Blast. The Shinkiro was hit. The dark energy wave struck the front of the Black Nightmare, point blank, blasting through. Its front body was completely blown away by the dark explosion, and killing the young revolutionary who piloted it. It was a horror show that may as well have been moving in slow motion. Time almost seemed to stop as they could only gaze in terror, watching what was left of the Black Nightmare and the Star Saber fall backwards into the void. Suzaku and Optimus' eyes widened in horror, their eyes so wide they were almost circular as Suzaku's mouth hung open. Bumblebee had transformed, tripping from the momentum, but made his way to the edge as he reached for the falling Shinkiro with futility, optics widened with desperation, fear, and terror. Nunnally, Sarah, Marianne, and Sayoko, they too could only look in shock as they saw the flaming Shinkiro sink, falling from view, their hearts stopping as tears automatically flowed down their eyes. "No." Nunnally stuttered. "No. No. 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 She tried to run forward, only for the teary-eyed Sayoko to hold her back. No. Big brother. Lelouch. She screamed as her eyes were already red as tears overflowed and fell down her face like waterfalls. Sarah even fell to her hands and knees in grief as she could not believe what she had witnessed. And it wasn't just them. Marianne looked in disbelief and in horror. But a look of defiant desperation had formed on her face as she used her own powers to vanish from that one spot. She reappeared inside what was left of the falling and flaming Shinkiro, gasping in horror at what she saw of her son. His body was completely unrecognizable. All his skin had been burnt away, along with most of his outer muscles, even some scorched bones were seen such as his ribs, exposing charred lungs, and part of his skull on the left side of his face with the eye reduced completely blown out from its socket. He was dead. But she refused to let it happen. No. Lelouch. You can't die. Not like this. Marianne tried to use her powers in some desperate hope that they would somehow bring him back to life. Please come back. Please. Belette happened to appear and saw the Shinkiro falling into the bottomless void, the Star Saber along with it, and could only laugh. Foolish insect. You cannot stop what is to come. Nothing can. However, Belette looked in surprise to see that the Shinkiro, Lelouch's body, the surprised Marianne, were all engulfed by a bright blue light. A light that also shined from within the chest plate of Optimus Prime, the source being the matrix of leadership. Lelouch's eyes widened in shock, standing up with a gasp as he appeared to be in a completely different location. No longer was he in the Sword of Akasha, but in a realm that stretched on as far as the eye can see. The ground was covered in mist that came up to his ankles, and the sky above him was that of a bright starry night. He found himself still clad in his Zero armor, but he was no longer in his nightmare, and everyone around him was gone. What is this? Where am I? He looked around before calling out to his friends. Optimus. Bumblebee. Suzaku. Nunnally. Sarah. Sayoko. Anybody. Lelouch. He turned around in surprise to see Marianne appearing before him in a flash of light, falling to her knees in a daze as she looked up to her son with a gasp. Just a second ago, she saw his mutilated corpse, but now, here he was standing before her. Mother. Despite the animosity he felt for her, it brought him some relief to see a familiar face in this unknown location. Lelouch? You're alive. Not quite. Both looked to the side to see a Cybertronian stepping forward. Though Marianne looked with concern as this being was unfamiliar to her, Lelouch recognized him. Vector Prime. He looked around again. This isn't the dead universe. No, it isn't. The caretaker of space and time appeared as well. This is a place where those whose sparks reside, despite their bodies being destroyed. Welcome to the realm of the Primes. Vector Prime said to them. Realm of the Primes. Marianne looked in awe, as did her son. But Lelouch knew he heard that phrase before, from Sarah when she formed a contract with Optimus some time ago. Does that mean, we're inside the matrix of leadership? Lelouch questioned. I don't understand. I thought you said you wouldn't be interfering again. I did say that. Vector Prime confirmed. But I wasn't the one who interfered here. They were. He pointed in a certain direction, causing Lelouch to turn as he saw 11 more figures stepping out from the mist, all of which had different appearances, such as one with wings and a beast-like appearance, another with green plating and tentacles, but the ones that stood out the most were 4 figures that stepped forward. One had all white-plated armor, another was female with silverish pink skin, the third was a magenta-red color with a metallic beard on his face, and the fourth was the size of a human with a cyan-green metal frame. Lelouch didn't recognize most of them, but there was one that stood out among them. One he heard only stories from, someone that all the Autobots he knew, and especially Optimus, spoke very highly of. Alpha Trion. Indeed. Alpha Trion nodded in confirmation. Then, why you're all, the Primes. Lelouch stuttered. In the ghostly metal flesh? Micronews said in a partially humorous tone. And you are Lelouch 6 Britannia, otherwise known as Zero. Prima addressed. We have been watching you for quite some time. To say Lelich was in awe would be a gross understatement. He was in the presence of the original primes. While he did meet Vector Prime once before, it was something else to stand before them all. He fell to his knees as he stared at them with shaking eyes. Likewise, Marianne also felt incredibly overwhelmed. These were primes, like Optimus? His predecessors? Each of these towering titans was so magnificent and yet so intimidating. She suddenly felt so very small in the presence of these beings, but she also happened to notice a few of them were glaring at her, and she could probably guess why if they have been watching her son as they have said. How am I here? Lelich then remembered being struck by Megatron's attack. Am I dead? Your body has been destroyed, yes. Solus Prime confirmed. But your spirit lives on. The dimension you know as the Sword of Akasha, and the process of Ragnarok connect the worlds of the living and the dead together, as you are already aware. Alpha Trion explained. And since Megatron meant to connect Neo-Ragnarok to all sentient life, such as Cybertronians, it opened up a pathway so to speak, allowing us to connect to the mortal realm, and fetch your spirit before it could pass on. That is also how I'm able to access this realm. The caretaker added as she floated near the primes. A distortion in space-time as a result of this Neo-Ragnarok. Though while your spirit technically lives in this state, your body is very much dead. Vector Prime said, making sure that the young man before them understood. Why did you bring us here then if I'm dead? Lelich asked. We only intended to bring you. Micronews clarified. That one. He pointed to Marianne. Just so happened to be close to you that we ended up pulling her in too. And for the record, we know who you are and what you've done. Solus Prime said in a scolding tone towards Marianne. You helped to foster the initial Ragnarok, which led to all of this. All just to escape reality, blind to the beauty of living and seeing only darkness. Marianne looked away in guilt, making no effort to deny them or give excuses for she knew that they were right. That still does not answer my question, why am I here? Lelich repeated. Listen closely. Prima began. Megatron's end goal is to assimilate all sentient life into his own will, but we sense an even greater threat. If this Neo-Ragnarok is completed, a powerful and near unstoppable darkness may rise, one that could consume everything. However, in this one moment, we have a chance to stop it, or at least delay it. However, as most of us are spirits, and our physical bodies no longer existing, there is only so much we can do. Which is why we must ask you to help us. Alpha Trion said. Help you? How? Lelich asked. To put simply, we can restore your body and bring you back to life. Vector Prime answered, much to Lelich and Marianne's surprise. However, there is no guarantee. If we have a chance, we should take it. Lelich said, getting serious as he stood up fully. You said something terrible could happen if Neo-Ragnarok completed, so let's use this chance and stop it. You do not understand, Lelich. Solus spoke in a tone of caution and concern. To bring someone back to life is one thing, but if you are to succeed in stopping this, we must share with you a portion of each of our sparks. An awesome amount of power. Micronews continued. Just giving a silver of our own power to a Cybertronian alone is strenuous, but to you, whose spirit is physically weaker. In the absolute worst-case scenario, your spirit would be destroyed completely. You would not just die, you would be erased. Marianne gasped at that while Lelich looked more than a little shocked. He looked at his own hands as he led all that process. The primes are willing to lend him their power? While he was scared at the thought of being erased as he said, there was one thought that went to the forefront of his mind, one he had when Optimus was on his deathbed. This seemed no different to when he was being offered the Matrix, and that led him to one question. And even if you do survive, our power will not last forever. Vector Prime added. Even with this rift in space-time. Why take this risk with me? Wouldn't it make more sense to give it to Optimus? Lelich asked. He already wields the Matrix, so you could probably do the same thing with him. And his body and spirit are undoubtedly stronger than me. I think you would have a better chance at stopping Megatron if you gave him your power instead. That is a possibility. Alpha Trion granted. But if we did that, you would remain gone. That surprised Lelich quite a bit. Are you truly willing to throw away a second chance at life? I don't understand. Lelich sounded more than a little confused. You were offered the matrix of leadership, Prima said. But when it was offered, you did the one thing that nobody else has ever done. You rejected it. You rejected the power of the primes. Because Optimus would have died if I accepted it, Lelich proclaimed. And that act right there proves you are truly worthy, Solus said as she kneeled closer to his level. You rejected power for love. We know how much Optimus means to you, and the fact you were willing to give up a chance at such incredible power so that someone you care for so deeply can live shows us who you are. In the beginning, you were angry and vengeful, untrusting of others. Vector Prime spoke. But as time passed, and you changed. Your interactions with those around you and your experiences have transformed you. And that is the natural order of things. Nobody is perfect, not even us. Micronews added. Some of us lost our way, others found new forms of enlightenment. We all change, we all transform regardless of our origins. And you have transformed not only yourself, but those around you. Alpha Trion finished up. As Optimus has said, the matrix of leadership is not found, it is earned. And you have earned your chance to wield this power, but above all, you have a chance to live again. To continue to live with those you love and experience life. Still, we cannot force this on you, it has to be mutually agreed upon. A contract. Lelich commented, a reminiscent and humorous smile forming on his face, with Alpha Trion mirroring the expression with a slight chuckle of his own. Yes, a contract. Again though, if you agree, your survival is not guaranteed. The caretaker reminded. But what if you had a second spirit? Marianne stepped forward, to her son's surprise. One that could act as a filter or a buffer of sorts, one to help strengthen his own. Would that help at all? The primes exchanged looks with one another before concluding. That could work, Prima said. However, while Lelich's survival is still not guaranteed, even with a higher chance now, your destruction would be all but certain. Your spirit would be erased completely. Marianne closed her eyes briefly before answering. That's fine with me. Even Lelich was caught off guard by that. I know I have no right to request this, as you are all aware. I've committed many wrongdoings. I helped bring Ragnarok into existence and that led to all of this. But as you said, you have a chance to intervene and stop this, and I see a chance where I can help and actually do some good, for perhaps the first time in my life. A chance, to save my son. Something I should have done a long time ago. Please, let me do this. I beg of you. She bowed on her hands and knees to them. Let me help child to live again. Lelich looked to his mother's spirit with a surprised and conflicted expression. He still felt anger and resentment toward her for all she did, but was she really willing to give up her life to increase his chances at living again and stopping Megatron? He felt so emotionally confused by this, that he didn't even know how to respond. Once more, the primes looked towards one another as they contemplated their response before coming to an agreement. Very well. Micronews nodded. Marianne smiled humbly. Thank you. Again though, it must be his choice. Solus reminded her, pointing to Lelich. Neither we nor you can force it. She picked herself up and turned towards her son, who still looked at her with the emotionally confused expression. Lelich. I've committed many sins, and I know there's no excuse for any of it. She began. But, the best thing that ever happened to me, was bearing you and Nunnally. Her eyes were wet with emotion. When I held each of you in my arms, I felt my whole world. But I was so scared, because I only saw the darkness of the world around us. I was afraid you would be consumed by it, and that fear led me to follow your father's ambitions. I hoped I would create a better world for you too, but I was wrong. This world is just fine. I won't ask for your forgiveness, I know I don't deserve it. But, you deserve a chance to live. You have a family, you and Nunnally are surrounded by so many people that love you and I know you love them back. For your sake and for theirs, you have to live. So please, let me do this for you. He could tell just how serious she was. She really intended to let herself be destroyed to give him a chance to live again. And as she said those words to him, he couldn't help but think back to all his past experiences and how much his life changed since he first met Sarah and Bumblebee in Shinjuku. He endured so much pain and hardship, but he also gained so much. He reunited with his best friend and helped make amends with him. He found a new father figure to help guide and bring out the best in him, and by opening himself up to those people they were able to help his previously blind and crippled sister to see and stand again, and she formed so many bonds with other people herself and experienced the world with him. He truly connected to everyone he knew in Ashford and established new and strong bonds with the Black Knights and the Autobots, especially one. Colin, someone that he saw as a valued ally, then a friend and now, the woman he loved. All of these people were a part of him, they were his world, and he wanted to keep living in it. He wanted to live this life of his with the people he loved and experience everything that came with it, the good and the bad. He wanted to live. He had to live. All right. Lelouch nodded, much to Marianne's joy. But she wasn't expecting to reach out and grab both her hands, the hair covering his face as she could not see his expression. Mother, you were right. You've committed many sins, you hurt me and Nunnally, and everyone else I care about. And many of your crimes can't be forgiven. He then looked up to her with tears in his own eyes and a smile of his own. But what I can forgive, I do. Her eyes were streaming as she wrapped her arms around her son, who didn't hesitate to return them back. I love you, Lelouch. You and Nunnally. You tell her that. Even if she doesn't forgive me either, you tell her that I love her, and you live your life with her and everyone else to the fullest. I will, and I love you too. Lelouch cried as he held her tightly. Many of the observing primes smiled at this last moment between a son and his mother, even those like Vector Prime and the caretaker couldn't help but crack a small smile. While still holding on to her, Lelouch opened his eyes as he looked towards the primes. I accept the terms of your contract. With that, the bright light formed at each of the chest plates of the primes. Bolts of energy shot upwards and met in the sky above Lelouch and Marianne, condensing and forming a large sphere of powerful energy. This was the combined power of a portion of each of their sparks. A large column of energy was then shot downward, engulfing Lelouch and Marianne as they clung to each other tightly. Both hovered upwards as they felt the intense energy flow through each of them. Marianne's spirit was the first to react as it turned a bright white and melded itself with Lelouch, causing his body to glow white as well. A light so bright that it engulfed not only himself but the entire area. As the flash began to spread out and encompass most of the primes, Alpha Trion spoke up. Oh, please give Optimus my regards. He requested before he too was engulfed by the light. Back in the Sword of Akasha, not even 1 second had passed for them all as they watched the Shinkiro and Starsaber falling, disappearing into the void below. Nunnally continued to cry and call desperately for her brother, the sobbing Sarah and Sayoko desperately holding onto her as both their hearts broke as well. Suzaku and Bumblebee looked into the abyss in grief, disbelief, and terror. As did Optimus, who turned to see Megatron stand fully back up and look upon him with a smile of satisfaction. That smile, that even and twisted smile. The second he saw that, any sense of restraint or positivity vanished and was replaced with raw hatred and rage. Nua! Optimus roared as he got back up with a powerful punch to Megatron's face. Followed by an uppercut to the jaw, a slug across the side of the face, another punch to the face, a kick to the chest, and yet another punch that knocked Megatron back. Right into the screaming Suzaku, tears of fury pouring down his face as he used the Lancelot's MVS to slash wildly at Megatron like a madman, even stabbing him through his spark chamber. The enraged Bumblebee was next as he leapt at Megatron from behind, relentlessly pounding his face while holding onto his neck. Suzaku wrenched his MVS blade out and gave a spinning kick to Megatron with Bumblebee leaping off just as Optimus brought both his fists down onto Megatron to knock him down. From then on, all three relentlessly pounded and slashed at Megatron with everything they had. They didn't care if he was immortal or not. He took away someone important to them. A brother. A best friend. A son. He would pay. They would make him pay and suffer. But despite the consistent pounding, Megatron gazed his face up slightly and saw the dark Starsaber just outside his reach. Even as they continued to pound on him, Megatron was able to reach for the evil sword and give a point-blank slash, unleashing a deadly wave on them. Optimus took the brunt of the impact, blasting away much of his outer armor, with Bumblebee and the Lancelot also taking the hit as they rolled across the ground, Optimus stumbling over the ledge. Though the Autobot leader was able to grab a hold of the ledge to keep himself from falling. Bumblebee tried to stand up, as Suzaku also tried to get the Lancelot back up as well, only for the former to get stomped and pressed down on Megatron's foot, his injuries already repairing themselves. Megatron then gave a blunt slash with the Dark Star Saber to slice up the front of the Lancelot, exposing Suzaku in the torn cockpit. Megatron then turned towards Nunnally, Sarah, and Marianne with an evil grin as he used his code powers once again to create a sphere, trapping all three inside. He then used those powers to pull the sphere over towards him and everyone else, breaking it open with the snap of his fingers, and letting all three fall to the ground. Optimus, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Nunnally, Sarah, and Sayoko, they all gazed up in terror and fear as the evilest being they ever laid eyes on raised his dark and unholy sword, ready to deliver the killing blow. Prepare to join the Late Zero, in oblivion. However, just before he could bring his blade down, Megatron noticed something past Optimus. He looked down into the abyss to see a bright blue light shining out of the darkness. Archie, Colin, and Anya all looked in surprise to see the runes on the artificial thought elevator beginning to glow. But unlike the normal red glow that would be seen on it and all the natural ones that were destroyed, the runes all glowed a bright blue. What's happening? Anya asked. I don't know. Archie wasn't quite sure herself. And while Colin had no idea what was happening either, something inside her was giving her the answer. She could feel it. Lelich. Rai shot up with a gasp. What? He looked around the damaged cockpit. Despite his injuries, he forced it open to look outside at the injured bulkhead and Ironhide, both stirring awake slightly. What is this? Rai felt an odd feeling inside his head as a geese sigil appeared in both his eyes. But they weren't red like before. No, these sigils were white. All across the battlefield outside, many people were feeling it. Mary Bell had just finished destroying one Terrorcon as she felt her geese activate, white sigils forming in both her eyes. What? Even Alice and all her friends, Delk, Sansia, and Lucretia, they all felt an odd feeling within each of them as a white glow formed in each of their own eyes. Toto felt her head as well, getting everyone's attention on the Grand Berry Mk2. Toto, what's wrong? Kaguya asked as a pair of white geese sigils formed in her eyes as well. Orpheus and Leela also felt this odd feeling in their heads as white geese sigils formed in both of their eyes. Leela. Akito held her shoulders as she felt her head. Hey, what's going on? Yukiya asked. Something's happening. Orpheus responded. Even inside the med bay, while she didn't have a geese or connection to it of any kind, something had caused Yuffie's mind to stabilize. Her brainwaves are stabilizing. Ratchet reported with a relieved smile. I think she's waking up. Sophie said as everyone, including the injured, yet awake, Monica, all gazed at Euphemia as her eyes slowly opened. Just like Colin, she could feel it. Her heart told her everything. Lelich. Something's happening. TAI stated as everyone on the Ark's bridge was alerted to the energy readings. That energy we detected earlier from the Sword of Akasha, it just shot up. But, it's different. I've never even seen this kind of energy before. Please don't tell me the universe is ending. Knockout hoped. No. I think it's the opposite actually. Tianzi smiled as she felt a strong sense of hope filling her being. Back in the Sword of Akasha itself, Optimus felt his own prime geese activate, but not of his own command. The white sigils appeared in his optics, but it didn't feel out of control or anything. In fact, he even felt the matrix resonate inside him, and it was in perfect sync with his own prime geese. Even Sarah felt an unusual feeling as the geese emblem on her forehead turned bright white. Suddenly, a bluish-white blur shot up from the abyss below and appeared well above them, catching everyone's attention and even Megatron's. The mass of light began to take a solid shape. It began to slowly resemble something of a nightmare, taking a form near identical to that of the Shinkiro, but with some notable differences. It was no longer black and gold like before, it was white and bright blue. The damage that had been dealt had been repaired completely, but the face of the nightmare was different. The face was identical to that of a very familiar mask, but instead of black and dark purple like before, it was white and blue. In the hands of this mysterious being was the Star Saber, which glowed brightly in its grip along with the glowing blue emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance on its chest. And at the very center of this glowing machine was Lelich himself. His previous injuries had healed completely, his armor was now glowing white, along with both geese sigils that appeared in his eyes, glowing a bright white. He reached out with his limbs, connecting to the machine around him as he could control its movements like it was his own body. I am Zero Prime. It was that voice, the voice they all recognized, that caused them all to look in clear shock. Lelich. Nunnally stuttered as she, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Sarah, and Sayoko all looked in disbelief. Even Optimus, for one of the few times in his life, was speechless. Impossible. Megatron could not believe what he was seeing. That boy couldn't be alive. He shouldn't be alive. And, is he wielding the Star Saber? Impossible. With a roar of rage, Megatron swung the Dark Star Saber to send a diagonal wave at the hovering being before him. However, Lelich, no. Zero Prime, he gazed to his side and saw the Sky Boom shield on the ground. As his own natural hand extended forward, the hand of the nightmare armor around him moved the same way. And as his palm opened up, the Sky Boom shield was telekinetically pulled right into Zero Prime's grip and activated, projecting a barrier around himself as the wave from the Dark Star Saber hit and washed over like water to stone. What? Megatron exclaimed as he and everyone else were beyond stunned by what they just saw. Zero Prime then quickly flew down and appeared in between Megatron and his loved ones. My turn. He swung the Star Saber to send his own energy wave, striking Megatron and sending him rolling and crashing across the ground, away from everyone. He's wielding the Star Saber, and the Sky Boom shield. Bumblebee couldn't find the words as they saw Zero Prime quickly make his way closer to the downed Megatron. But, how? Suzaku couldn't believe it either. Optimus knew though. Somehow, the Primes had granted him their power. Optimus could feel the power that was identical to the Matrix within him flowing through and around Lelich right now. And as he saw him, Optimus couldn't help but smile in joy and pride. A true Prime. Megatron forced himself up with the Dark Star Saber, but Zero Prime was already on him as he swung the Star Saber, which Megatron blocked and parried with his own sword, creating another overlap of opposing energies around them before Megatron struck again, Zero Prime using the Sky Boom shield to block it. No. You can't wield this power. Megatron bellowed. You cannot be a Prime. You are just a human. An insect. Weak and unworthy. It's never been about our origins. Zero Prime replied. You could never find the Matrix because you couldn't earn it. You don't deserve it, because you've never believed in anything but yourself. And we won't let you win. Zero Prime pulled the Star Saber back as Megatron did the same with the Dark Star Saber. They both gave yells as they swung their swords with all their might. Only for the Star Saber to shatter its dark counterpart into 1,000 pieces upon contact, much to the shock of everyone and Megatron's genuine horror. Using this opening, Zero Prime lunged the Star Saber forward to run it through Megatron's spark chamber, the glowing blade breaking through the other end as liquid dark energon already began to ooze out from the wound. Despite that, Megatron chuckled. Did you forget? You can't kill me. I am immortal. However, Megatron suddenly felt very weak. It was as if all of his strength and power was being negated and he was brought to his knees. The glowing dark purple in his circuits slowly began to fade. What is happening, my strength? How can all your power, anything besides your own natural strength, including the acquisition of V.VS code, it all came from the blood of Unicron? Zero spoke to him coldly. But even he wasn't invincible. He was defeated by this very same power that is now purging the darkness from you, including your means to sustain yourself. It was true. Megatron felt all his power being erased as the dark energon was being purged from his body. He even looked towards the dark geese emblem on his hand, his very code, and saw that it was being erased. Purple particles were vanishing from it, which then began to spread throughout that very hand, as well as his other hand. He could feel it. He was being erased. No. I can't. I'm immortal. Megatron stuttered. My power, it cannot. All you've longed for is power. Zero Prime continued. The Zero face of the outer armor opening up, allowing Megatron to see Lelich's own face as he glared at him. You've given up everything else for it. Your friends, your home, even those that were loyal to you after Cybertron's destruction, you threw it all away for the sake of your own desires. So many chances to turn back and atone, and you threw them all away too. And this is the result. The erasure made it all the way up Megatron's arms and to his shoulders, and they would soon spread throughout the rest of his body. Was this it? Was he really going to die? Here? Like this? And not at the hands of Optimus Prime, but by Lelich? Who somehow wields the power that should have been his. You think you've won? Megatron shouted in defiance. Even if you destroy me in Neo Ragnarok, someone else will take my place. So long as free will exists, so too will be the desire to take and destroy. Someone will come and seek to destroy everything you hold dear. And they still will long after you're gone. You cannot destroy that. No, I can't. Zero Prime accepted. But just as darkness will continue to exist, so too will light to meet. Even when I'm gone, there will still be those that fight for what's right. And nobody can destroy that either. Begone now. With a mighty yell, Zero Prime pulled the Starsaber up and completely bisected Megatron. The Lord and Master of the Decepticons screamed in agony once more as a white light emitted from where he was sliced, the erasure spreading out from that along with those that came from the other side before they all met and Megatron vanished completely. That was it. Megatron, the founder and leader of the Decepticon faction, the one who destroyed Cybertron, manipulated Britannia's rise to power and heinous actions, killed and ruined countless innocent lives, and tried to remove all free will throughout the universe was gone. Bumblebee, Suzaku, Sarah, Nunnally, and Sayoko all saw it, and yet they couldn't believe it. The monster that hounded them for so long, the demon that plagued their nightmares, was gone. Destroyed. After sheathing the Starsaber behind him, Zero Prime quickly made his way over to them and extended his hand to the still dangling Optimus, who took it without hesitation as he was helped to his feet and handed him the Starsaber. You should have the honors. Zero Prime said with a smile. Optimus smiled back as he accepted the Starsaber, placing a hand on the shoulder of his fellow Prime before extending his wings again and flew straight up to the still active space bridge. No. Billette cried in horror but was unable to stop it. No. 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 Optimus Prime lunged the Starsaber forward and used it to pierce the side of the space bridge, channeling the sword's power directly into it. Large cracks began to form all across the ring-like device as white energy seeped out, and the vortex began to destabilize. Optimus had pulled out the Starsaber and flown away to avoid the resulting explosion. Boom. The space bridge had completely collapsed in on itself, a wave of power spreading out in all horizontal directions as a result. Optimus had managed to avoid the shockwave while Zero Prime used the Sky Boom Shield to project a barrier around himself and those behind him for safety. With the space bridge destroyed, the spiraling dark mass began to vanish in the same way that Megatron did. Disappearing and fading away in bright white light, with even the screaming Billette disappearing along with it. The illusion of the Kaon Gladiatorial Arena too began to vanish, revealing only a single platform that everyone else currently stood on. But that wasn't the only thing that would vanish. Neo Ragnarok had been abated, and with that, so too was the link between Zero and the Primes. Streams of white energy flowed away from the Nightmare armor like steam as Lelich felt the power lent to him vanishing. He allowed the Nightmare armor to kneel as the Shinkaro's glow vanished and it was returned to normal. Even the Shinkaro's damage was still present, including the opening gash from the Dark Starsaber's attack. Zero Prime had leapt out from said gash as his own armor began to lose its white color, energy evaporating from it like steam before it all vanished, turning into its original black color. But despite that, Lelich's own geese sigils had remained white as he deactivated it. He looked towards his own hands, flexing them as he felt his own flesh and blood once again. He gave a content sigh with a grateful smile. Thank you. He wasn't sure if the Primes, the caretaker, or even his mother could hear him, but it was still a nice thought. Back outside, the fights had suddenly come to an end when all the remaining Terrorcons suddenly fell. There weren't really that many left anyway, thanks mostly to Omega Supreme and the Dinobots. Most of the undead forces had been wiped out already. But any that remained had suddenly fell down, the purple glow and energy that had reanimated then had suddenly vanished and they fell to the ground like pieces of scrap metal. What the? Gino looked around in surprise with everyone else. What's going on? Jazz kicked the head of an unresponsive Terrorcon. Think these guys are dead? Like, really dead? Ultra Magnus looked with a serious yet concerned expression as the Gawain Nerian came up to his side. Magnus, what happened? I'm not sure. The Autobot commander replied before accessing communications. TAI, what's happened? The remaining enemy forces have stopped. We're no longer detecting any dark energy readings within the immediate area. TAI reported as she, Perceptor, and Steve were at the different consoles on the Ark, scanning the perimeter around Dark Mount. There are no dark energon signatures anywhere. It's like it all just vanished. Knockout commented. Does that mean it's over? Steve asked with a sense of hope. An alert got Perceptor's attention as he looked towards a monitor. Optimus and Bumblebee's signals have popped back online. I'm not getting any readings from the Shinkiro or Lancelot however, but that's only for the Nightmare rays. What about Megatron? Can't you pick up his signal? Joe asked. Negative. I'm not picking up any other Decepticon signals in that area. Perceptor reported. Then establish communications right away. TAI instructed. We need to know what's happened. Optimus landed once again on the platform, the Starsaber sheathed at his back. As he collected the Sky Boom shield as well, he looked towards Lelich who stared up at him with an emotional smile. Alpha Trion sends his regards. Lelich said. Though momentarily surprised by that revelation, that also told Optimus everything he needed to know, to which he gave a smile and a nod. Lelich. Hearing his sister's voice caused the smiling Lelich to turn around to see not only Nunnally, but also Suzaku, Bumblebee, Sarah, and Sayoko, all staring at him in emotional surprise. Is that you? Are you really here? Suzaku stuttered. Yeah, it's me. I'm here. Lelich confirmed. But how? I don't understand. Bumblebee couldn't find the words. However, despite the emotions she felt, Sarah herself had a good idea, feeling her forehead briefly. In that instant where Lelich came back, she had felt a familiar presence, one that she felt before when she touched the Matrix and formed a contract with Optimus. The Primes. Including Vector Prime and even the Caretaker. Lelich confirmed. Neo Ragnarok was a process that connected the living and the dead. This allowed the Primes to bring my spirit to their dimension, where they let me borrow a portion of their power to come back. But it wasn't just them, it was our mother. Nunnally gasped at that. Lelich kneeled to his sister's level and put a hand on her shoulder. She sacrificed herself to give me a chance to come back. Nunnally, there's no denying that she hurt us, and some the things she did can't be forgiven. She accepted that. She told me to tell you, that it's alright if you can't forgive her. But that shouldn't stop you from living your life to the fullest. She said she loved you and me, and I believed her. Tears flowed down Nunnally's face as so many emotions flooded her mind. First there was regret in saying how she would never forgive her right before she died all over again, and while she was right to say that and there were many things she couldn't forgive, her mother gave herself so that her brother could live again. She gave her the greatest gift of all, bringing her precious brother back. And it was him who destroyed the monster that caused them all so much grief. She leapt into her brother's arms and buried her face in his shoulder, bawling her eyes out. He smiled as he embraced her back. Suzaku and Sayoko both joined in next as they embraced Lelich, both bawling as well. Welcome back, Master Lelich. Sayoko cried. Don't ever do anything like that again. Suzaku said emotionally. Seriously. Bumblebee kneeled as close to them as he could. I know you got a thing for the dramatics, but if you ever die again, I'll kill you. Lelich laughed as tears of happiness filled his eyes. I'll try my best. He looked to see the emotional Sarah, standing there and looking with a happy smile towards them. Lelich offered his hand to her, which she accepted before he pulled her into the group embrace, all shedding tears in that it was all over. Bumblebee remained kneeling as he looked up towards Optimus with a smile, the leader of the Autobots nodding to one of his best and oldest friends. After so many years of struggle, strife, and destruction, after the loss of their home, it was over. Everything that's happened, good and bad, it's all led to this. They had won. Hello? Hello? Does anyone read me? TAI's voice was heard over the communications. Yes TAI, we read you. Optimus responded. Optimus, what's happened? All the Terrorcons outside have collapsed and the dark energy readings from before have completely vanished. TAI, am I able to contact everyone else outside despite being in this dimension? Optimus asked. I wish to address the troops. Of course. TAI confirmed as communications was established between the leader of the Autobots and all the Allied forces outside. Optimus Prime to all units. Megatron is no more. All fell silent on the bridge of the Grand Barrier as they heard that. Those 4 words that they had all hoped to hear, and yet to actually hear them, it was almost as if time had stopped before it finally processed in all their minds. Did I hear that right? Megatron is dead. Lloyd questioned. You heard that correctly. Fixit confirmed in an odd tone of voice as well. There was no miscommunication. Megatron is gone. Millie muttered before a happy smile formed on her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Megatron is gone. We won. Nearly everyone on the bridge of the Grand Barrier all cheered as they celebrated. Cecile ended up pulling in both Rax Hata and Lloyd for a group hug, and while they didn't return the gesture, Rax Hata did smile while Lloyd laughed his head off. Claus fell to the back of his seat in relief as Misty simply smiled, Toto placing a hand over her mouth as she let herself relax in the command chair with tears in her eyes. Diet Hard couldn't help but laugh his most joyous and arguably fanatic laugh he could muster. Shirley placed her hands over her heart as tears of joy were already shedding down her face, and that increased even more as Millie had pulled her, Rivals, Kagaya, Nina, and even Fixit into a group hug as all 6 of them cried in joy together, or rather 5 as the Mini-Con couldn't naturally shed tears. This would also mean that Lelich, Suzaku, Colin, Rai, Anya, Sarah, and Nunnally were all safe too. They won. Megatron is dead. Knockout couldn't believe it if he didn't hear it himself, even Steve looking completely surprised. I can't believe it. The former Vehicon stuttered. As former Decepticons, it was nearly impossible for them to comprehend the near unstoppable leader that had come back from the brink of death multiple times to be killed off permanently. Requesting confirmation, Optimus. Megatron is truly gone. Perceptor requested. He is indeed, Perceptor. The Prime relayed. Struck down by the Starsaber, Code, and all. And Neo Ragnarok is no longer a threat. Tianzi fell to her knees as she cried in joy, Joe kneeling to her level to put a hand on her shoulder just before the younger girl wrapped her arms around her in jubilation, with the female soldier not hesitating to return the embrace. Hey, you guys heard that right? Ryo exclaimed as he and Ashley were the first to burst into the med bay with Akito, Leela, Orpheus, Ayano, Yukiya, Sakia, and Jean right behind them. Monica and Euphemia had both woken up as Arthur leapt into the bed and nuzzled up against the pink-haired girl. Ryo, you can't just burst into. Ayano tried to stop him. Megatron is freaking dead. It's over. We won. Ryo cheered for everyone. Despite his rude burst earlier, everyone in the med bay couldn't help but celebrate. Euphemia, Sophie, Akari, and Joe all cried in joy as Ryo had pulled Yukiya and Ayano into a group hug, which they returned instantly. Leela had pulled Akito into a kiss right as Anna hugged them both with tears of joy streaming down her eyes while Eliza rubbed herself against their legs with a purr. Ashley pulled Jean into an arm lock as they both laughed with Sakia leaping at them with a hug, and Orpheus shared an emotional smile with Monica. Ratchet also laughed as loudly and triumphantly as he could before letting out a sigh of relief and emotional gratitude. It's over. Hey Ratchet, if you're not too busy celebrating. Ironhide and Bulkhead could use some medical attention down here. Rai requested over the comms, though the Autobot medic also heard the joyous laughs from not only Rai but the aforementioned Autobots who were undoubtedly with him, celebrating despite their injuries. "We'll survive, but a little help wouldn't hurt." Ironhide gave a joking laugh. "They're not the only ones," Arky said in the same tone. "Could use a patch-up myself." "Hold on, we'll limp our way there and save the old bot the trouble," Bulkhead joked. Ratchet laughed again before responding. "I'm on my way. Anna, please work with TAI in coordinating any medical attention needed for our troops on the field while I'm gone." "Leave it to me." Anna nodded. "Please, let me come with you." Yuffie tried to stand up out of her bed. "Euphemia." Leela tried to ease, but the girl stood up straight despite that. "I have to see them." She didn't lose her emotional smile as Arthur leapt into her arms. "After everything, I have to see them." "I'll come too." Akari volunteered. "Make sure she doesn't overdo it. And I'd like to give my daughter the biggest hug and kiss I can give," she said as she cried. Ratchet couldn't help but smile, maybe it was from the relief of their victory, or simply him being understanding, but he allowed it with a nod. "We won." Ogai stuttered as the Gawain Nerian's cockpit opened, allowing him to stand up as he looked towards Ultra Magnus, who gave a smile and a nod of his own. "We won." He wiped the tears from his eyes as he turned to his side to see Chigusa emerge from her nightmare, an emotional smile on her face. "We won." He raised his fists in the air as he shouted as loud as he could. "We won." Cheers and victorious yells and laughter echoed throughout the battlefield as every human and Cybertronian present celebrated. "Long live the Black Knights and Autobots! Hip hip hooray!" Tamaki cheered as he stood at the shoulder of his wrecker Akatsuki and waved his jacket around in joy. "Kabbalam!" Warpath yelled in joy as he fired his cannon straight into the air, in contrast to Zink, who stood up from his nightmare and looked to the sky, taking a deep breath before smiling in joy. Cornelia too emerged from her nightmare as she cried in joy, Guilford rolling up to her in his own nightmare as he looked to her with a smile of emotional relief, which only caused her to joyously cry even more. Andrea stood up with a smile inside his G1 command unit as everyone in the mobile base all celebrated, hugging and crying with one another, while the man only gave a simple nod. Nearly every Black Knight stepped down from their nightmare rays alongside the Allied soldiers who joined them in this battle as they celebrated their victory. This included Gino, Nonet, Maribel, and Aldrin wrapped their arms around one another for a group hug, right before Aldrin and Maribel shared an emotional kiss. Todo had stepped down as he saw Chiba running towards him before she leapt at him with a hug and laughter of emotional joy, and he happened to return the gesture by placing one arm around her. As they parted, they saw Drift approach them along with Jetstorm and Safeguard. The Autobot Master and his Minicon students bowed to them in respect, something Todo and Chiba both returned. "OOHA!" Wheeljack cheered as he and Grindcore shared a belly smash as fellow wreckers right before Grindcore pulled in not only Wheeljack, but also Sideswipe and Strongarm into a group embrace as usual. It seemed only natural that the Autobots would celebrate as well, given this marked the official end of the war that had ravaged their home world for so long. So many friends and comrades lost can now finally rest in peace, knowing that they have been avenged. Windblade and Jetfire both landed and shared smiles as they joined the celebration, with Jez and Smokescreen sharing an arm clasp with one another, with even Smokescreen offering a fist bump to Undertone, who accepted it wholeheartedly. Elita felt so much emotional relief that she had fallen to her knees. So many eons of fighting and sacrifice, to know that it was no longer in vain, it brought her so much happiness. She saw a hand being offered to her, this hand belonging to none other than Ultra Magnus, and she accepted it. But as she was helped back to her feet, she and Ultra Magnus both turned to see Thundercracker and Skybite approaching. While everyone else celebrated, the two Decepticons didn't quite seem as joyous. It was a relief to know that Megatron's plot was foiled, but where did that leave them now? Given there was no real way for them to escape, and no further need to continue fighting, the Blue Seeker and Sharkticon offered their hands up as a sign of surrender. Elita looked towards Ultra Magnus, the Autobot commander reading his friend's gesture before smiling and giving a nod. Elita then walked up to the pair of former Decepticons and offered her hand to them, a gesture of peace and a desire to begin anew, after making some amends of course. Though surprised at first, Skybite joyously accepted as he shook her hand with both of his. Even Thundercracker walked towards Magnus as they two shared a handshake. Allison emerged from the Pegasus, as did the other irregulars that she regrouped with, as all four of them held each other and cried together. Such a scene made not only the observing Jeremiah smile, but even Grimlock as well. The Orange Knight looked towards the leader of the Dinobots as he gave a salute, to which Grimlock nodded in response. Grimlock then turned to the side to see his team approaching him, all of whom except Sludge all smiled, especially Swoop as he leapt at Grimlock for a bromantic hug. Grimlock smiled as Swoop sat down before nodding and smiling towards Snarl and Slug. He then walked over to Sludge, the two sharing an awkward silence for a moment, right before Sludge smiled and offered his hand to his leader, which Grimlock accepted. Omega Supreme continued to stand tall in the massive crowd of fellow soldiers as he saw everyone celebrate. Though he wasn't capable of as much jubilation as they all were, he did feel a great deal of satisfaction in knowing that not only was the war over, he played a role in it. Till all are one. Omega Supreme said aloud. Till all are one. Everyone on the battlefield all shouted as they raised their fists in celebration. However, not everyone was celebrating in the area. On the other side of Darkmount, having been blasted right through the fortress, the heavily injured Predacon had forced itself back up on its legs. It heard all the celebratory joys on the other side of the besieged fortress, but more importantly, its masters were dead. It saw Shockwave's death, but something other than its basic instincts told it that the same applied for Megatron and everyone else who sided with him. A part of the beast wanted to seek vengeance, but it knew that with the vast number of enemies and the combined power they all had, not to mention its own injuries, the Predacon would lose this fight. Perhaps retreat was best for now. The dragon-like beast then spread out its wings and took to the sky once more, flying in the direction of the sun, using its bright light to obscure its form and hopefully avoid being detected. Bulkhead had helped Ironhide to limp over to the artificial thought elevator as they sat beside Arky, but despite the injuries they all sustained, they couldn't be any happier. The war was over. They first remembered coming to Earth aboard the Ark, never thinking they would get a chance like this, and yet it still happened. They had won the war. Not only that, they had forged unbreakable bonds with the humans who sat beside them. Colin, Rai, and Anya held each other close as they cried in joy over their victory. And while it came at a heavy cost, such as Cliffjumper, Naoto, Dreadwing, and a number of other Autobots and human friends and family, their sacrifices helped them to get to this point. They would never be forgotten. A ground bridge portal opened up near them as Ratchet stepped out, with Euphemia and Akari right beside him, and even Arthur just below Yuffie's legs. The older woman wasted no time in running to her daughter, wrapping her arms around her as she and Colin both cried. Akari only pulled back just so she could kiss her beloved child all over her face, only causing Colin to laugh. Yuffie also came to Rai and Anya, happily hugging both of them as Arthur purred up against Rai's side. Ratchet kneeled down to his fellow Autobots and got to work mending their wounds, but he also shared a happy and emotional smile with them all, especially his oldest friend in Ironhide, who nodded to the doctor. Just then, the artificial thought elevator shined a bright light, and when it subsided, Optimus Prime, Lelich, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Sarah, Nunnally, and Sayoko had all stepped out. More tears were shed and smiles were shared as Nunnally immediately ran to Yuffie, both half-sisters embracing each other happily and crying the whole way. Nunnally then broke away so she could hug and cry with her half-brother Rai, and then Anya, who then ran to leap at Suzaku with a hug as he cried along with her before moving over to his cousin and hugged him too. Yuffie had ran over to hug Sarah and even share one with Sayoko before leaping at Lelich, both half-siblings crying as they held one another. Even Colin and Suzaku shared a hand clasp before hugging one another as well. Bumblebee walked over to his fellow Autobots and kneeled to their level, sharing a fist bump with Bulkhead as well as a nod with Arky, Ironhide, and even Ratchet. Bulkhead and Arky then gazed up at Optimus with emotional smiles and he too smiled and nodded. But when he looked towards Ironhide and Ratchet, his oldest friends, that's when the emotions were at their highest. They were together when the war started, and now they stood together at its end. And none of them could be happier. Nunnally had hugged Colin with all her might before sharing a brief one with Akari, which caused Colin to look towards Lelich, and at the same time, just as he and Yuffie broke off from their embrace, she looked towards Suzaku. All four of them looked so emotional as they went towards one another. Yuffie wasted absolutely zero time in pressing her lips against Suzaku's as they embraced wholeheartedly, Arthur purring as the cat rubbed against both their legs. Lelouch slowly made his way over to Colin, seeing the sheer relief and joy in her eyes made him feel just as much. When he was finally up and close with her, Lelouch cupped Colin under the chin and kissed her on the lips. Tears of joy fell down her eyes as she pulled herself in for a deeper and the most passionate kiss she could give. Sarah's tears were still flowing as she saw Optimus slowly walk toward her. He smiled and nodded towards her, to which she smiled and nodded in return. They both then turned towards the artificial thought elevator as Optimus drew the Starsaber once more to slash and destroy the Decepticon-constructed monolith. With that, everything that she had helped Charles and his party to build was now gone. Ragnarok was no longer a threat to anyone. The war had ended. It was over. Chapter 38, Epilogue, One Shall Rise. 6 months had passed since the Decepticon War had officially come to an end. 6 months since Darkmount was destroyed by the Autobot Black Knight Alliance and their allied forces. 6 months since Megatron had been killed. With the death of their leader, as well as Shockwave and Soundwave, any sort of organization within the Decepticon faction had fallen apart completely. Several had fled Earth, others had surrendered. With the war now at an end, it was time to begin rebuilding the world that had been torn up by Britannia and the Decepticons for so long. With the Decepticons no longer a threat, the United Federation of Nations had done what all member nations, including the larger superpowers, had agreed to, and abandoned all military power. Kaguya Sumeragi was elected the official chairwoman to the organization and appeared to be doing a great job despite her age. All countries within the UFN had begun to deconstruct their most advanced weapons and were now establishing talks with one another to speak of trade, economy, and such. The Autobots and Black Knights now acted as the only military power on Earth, but they answered to no single nation and would only act when the majority of the Supreme Council of the UFN voted in favor of such, and right now, their main objective was to help in repairing the damaged nations of the world. And their first objective was the Restoration Japan. Already a democratic government had been established to aid with its economic and cultural restoration, while all the man and bot power would help with the physical restoration of not only buildings but even the natural environment that had been ripped asunder by both Brightonian and Decepticon occupation. It would be a long process, but with literally all the support in the world, as well as the advanced Cybertronian science the Autobots had at their disposal, Japan would be rebuilt better than ever. But today was a day of a special kind of celebration. Optimus Prime stood on a hilltop at the base of the destroyed Mt. Fuji, overlooking an area by the Kuraragi Shrine, which had somehow remained intact after all this time. And despite the work that would be done to restore Japan's natural environment, it was decided that Mt. Fuji would remain as is, so they would not only forget what had happened to the country at the hands of its oppressors, but also to act as a symbol of defiance, to show the world that despite the power of an overwhelming enemy, the people of this country could still rise up to defend their freedom. And they won. But the Prime wasn't looking at the destroyed mountain. Instead, he was looking toward a large valley where a certain event was about to take place. Chairs and tables were set up for the humans, all within a large area for the Cybertronian visitors that would also be attending. I still don't quite understand the concept of a wedding. Ratchet commented as he walked towards Optimus. It's one thing to celebrate something, but a ceremony to announce a union between two individuals. Well, you'd better get used to it. Sarah teased as she and Elita had also appeared. Since you're gonna be stuck here for a while. Unless you'd prefer to remain cooped up in a laboratory like Asplund. She joked. Ratchet rolled his eyes at her joke while Elita smiled. I actually like the idea of it. Just, two people coming together and expressing their love. Maybe Cybertron could have had something like that. She said while looking toward Optimus. But then again, we probably would have gone into political marriages and that would have been a disaster. Optimus smiled. Yes, probably. But still, after everything we've all endured, I feel they all deserve this. On that, old friend, we agree. Ratchet said as they saw all the Autobots and people they had come to know and befriend on this planet beginning to arrive via multiple ground bridges and were already mingling with one another. I still can't believe it's all over, everything that's happened. So much has changed and we must adapt to that change. Optimus said. But I believe the changes that are happening now, they're all for the better. Ogai was inside his own personal room, straightening out his tuxedo as he looked with a nervous expression in the mirror. What do you guys think? He turned around, asking the group that consisted of Lelich, Suzaku, Tamaki, and Ironhide, the veteran Autobot being outside as he looked into a window, while the three human men were all dressed in suits of their own. Should I get something else or? Ogai, you look fine. Suzaku assured. What, you wanna wear your BK uniform or something? It's no big deal. Tamaki brushed off. I'm getting married. It is a big deal, Tamaki. Ogai replied irritably. Unless you wanna call up Knockout for some last-minute fashion tips or anything, I'd say you're good. Ironhide commented. You should at least be glad the two of you made it to this point. It's not just that though. Ogai said with a sigh. I'm the new Prime Minister of the USJ. And there's obviously going to be a lot of work ahead of us, not just with rebuilding Japan. What if something else shows up? I don't know if I'm going to have the time to. Ogai, let me stop you right there. Lelich held his hand forward as he stepped up. It's fine to be worried about the future, not knowing what could happen next, but take the advice from someone who's been in that position before. You're thinking too hard. Ogai looked in surprise as his best man straightened out his tie. Think about and plan for the immediate future, sure. But learn to live in the now. Because right here and now, it's about you and her. So enjoy your day. That seemed to cause the man to relax. Thanks, Lelich. And the rest of you guys. He looked towards the smiling Suzaku, Tamaki, and Ironhide. Thanks for everything. Anytime, partner. Ironhide assured. I wish you nothing but the best. Suzaku smiled. Tamaki threw an arm around his friend's shoulder. Speaking of the future, when can I expect to be an uncle? That caused Ogai's face to turn red with embarrassment while everyone else shared a laugh. At the same time, Colin, Kaguya, and Euphemia were in a separate room as they helped Chigusa with the final adjustments on her wedding gown. While Kaguya wore a white and red kimono, Colin was dressed in an all-red kimono of her own while Yuffie was in a pink ankle-long dress. You look truly beautiful. Yuffie said with a smile. Thank you. Chigusa said with an emotional smile as she looked at herself in the mirror. I still can't believe we're here, after everything. But we are. Kaguya smiled. And we all did it together. And thanks to that, there's a bright future awaiting us. Euphemia added. And I just know that yours will be filled with happiness. I hope so. Chigusa smiled. Hey. Colin got her attention as she had an emotional look in her eyes as well. You take good care of him. He's like a brother to me, so, if he's not happy, I'm coming for you. Though she knew that was most likely a joke, Chigusa pulled Colin into an assuring hug. I promise. I'll give him nothing but my love and support. And you too, Colin. Colin returned the hug herself. It seemed so long ago that the woman marrying her surrogate brother was once a pure blood who discriminated against her people, not to mention they've tried to kill each other on the battlefield numerous times, only to be joined together as fellow soldiers against a common enemy, but soon to be practically family. And neither would have it any other way. A knock was heard on the door. May I come in? Yes, we're all set, Jeremiah. Yuffie assured as Jeremiah entered the room, wearing a black tuxedo with an orange tie. Colin stifled a laugh as she saw the tie. Yeah, no, I almost thought your whole suit would be orange. I kinda thought the same thing too. Kaguya agreed. Nunnally almost had me, though I suspect it was a jest on her part. Jeremiah replied. It may be the name of my loyalty, but I'm not that on the nose. Keep telling yourself that. Colin jested. Jeremiah smirked before looking to his old friend as she seemed like the happiest woman in the world right now. I'm truly happy for you, Chigusa. I know, thank you, Jeremiah. She wiped the happy tears from her eyes. Oh wow. You two are so big. A little girl with brown hair and green eyes looked up excitedly toward Sideswipe and Grindcore. This was one of many interactions taking place outside as the final preparations for the ceremony were finishing up. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Sideswipe showed off as he took a series of cool poses, which only caused the little girl to laugh and look up with even more excitement. "Can you pick me up, please?" she asked. "Sure. Hold on tight, kiddo." Grindcore kneeled down and allowed the little girl to climb into his hand, and he gently lifted her into the air. "Not a bad view, huh? Oh wow. I can see everything. Having fun up there?" She glanced down, following the sound of a familiar voice as Claus gave her a playful expression. "Daddy. You look like an ant from up here. Then why don't you come back down so I can be normal size again, Marie?" Claus played along as Grindcore lowered his hand back down, allowing Marie to leap into her father's arms with a laugh. Leela, who was currently dressed in a dark blue dress with black linings, looked with a heartfelt smile at the scene as Eliza walked beside her. Everything Claus did was for his daughter, and thanks to the advanced medical technology provided by the Autobots, her cancer was cured, and she was completely healthy. She could tell that Claus was beyond happy and grateful for that, and that almost brought her to tears. Of course, Marie wasn't the only one. Leela happened to look in another direction where she saw Sophie and her husband interact with the Anna, Joe, Chloe, Hilda, and everyone else from the former Izero unit. Just as Ratchet and the others had hoped, use of the cortical psychic patch could help restore minds if in the event one was placed in a coma or had suffered from any other similar mental trauma. Ever since Takeru had woken up, Sophie had never stopped smiling. A ground bridge portal opened up in front of her as Akito, Ayano, Yukiya, and Ryo joined with Leela to see Strongarm emerge from the portal. Akito wore a dark blue tuxedo while Yukiya and Ryo wore a dark red and black one respectively, and Ayano had a white dress. "So did you find them?" Ayano asked. "I had to actually track them down, but yes." Strongarm confirmed. "Kinda hard to locate a tribe of people that don't know the first thing about technology. You make us sound like cave women," one of the many elderly women gypsies said as they all exited through the portal, which closed behind them. This was the very same nomadic tribe of gypsies Leela and everyone else stayed with for a time while in the EU. "We may prefer a simple life, but we're not savages," another gypsy commented in a humorous tone. "Of course, my apologies," Strongarm replied with an amused half-smile of her own. "You all made it." Leela greeted as Eliza went over to the pet cat that the gypsies had with them and purred as the two felines greeted one another. "Nice to see ya, grannies." Yukiya waved as the gypsies were quick to warmly greet the young soldiers. "We missed you kids so much," one gypsy said as she and Ayano shared a hug. "Yeah, missed you too. But try not to cause too much trouble this time. It's a wedding after all," Ayano advised, but she was truly happy to see them all again. Ryo felt a mixture of joy and disgust as several gypsies began to feel all around his body once more. "Oh, how could we forget such a nice body? You've been taking care of yourself, Ryo." "I missed those muscles." Ryo chuckled. "You can feel as much as you want, just careful with the suit, okay?" The eldest of the gypsies felt Akito's face. "Now there's a handsome face I've never forgotten. Maybe you could help this old woman feel young again." Akito smiled. "I appreciate that, but I'm afraid I'm taken," he said as he and Leela held hands. "Oh, my goodness. I'm so happy for you too," the gypsy said. "Thank you," Leela said as she and Akito shared smiles. "So, how soon can we expect children?" the gypsy asked, causing Akito and Layla's faces to both turn red. At the same time, Ultra Magnus, Jetfire, Windblade, Perceptor, Shrift, along with Jetstorm and Safeguard, and even Knockout, all stood alongside Cornelia, who was in a dark purple dress, standing next to her fiancé Guilford, who was in a dark maroon suit, alongside Maribel and Aldrin, both in red dresses, though Aldrin's was shorter and up to her knees, though not as long as Sakia, who may as well be wearing a red miniskirt. Orpheus was present with Monica, both holding hands as the former wore a simple black suit and the latter wore a light green dress, standing with Todo in a dark Japanese robe as he stood by his own fiancée Chiba in a pink kimono with sakuras on the sleeves and bottom, Ashley in a bright red tuxedo and Jean in a white dress, Zinc in a purple and black Chinese robe, and Joe in a blue Chinese dress. Lloyd, Cecile, and Rax Hata were also among this group, the bespectacled scientist in a brown suit, his assistant in a blue dress, and Rax Hata in a green dress of her own. "Remind me again why I'm here," Knockout requested. "I'd much rather work with Thundercracker and Steve in that little program you got, having surrendered Viacons helping to rebuild your cities or whatever. And by that, you mean you'd rather just direct them all, because we all know you'd never take part on manual labor of your own free will," Cecile told him. "The fact you don't want to be here is pretty decent punishment given you have taken up arms against us." Rax Hata grinned. "Is she always like this?" Knockout asked Lloyd. "Get used to her, we'll be working together for some time," Lloyd replied. "Well, even if most of the Decepticons did surrender, or just abandoned Earth altogether, we still haven't managed to locate either Steeljaw or the Predacon," Ultra Magnus said in a serious tone. "Steeljaw I can understand," Sakia granted. "But how can anyone miss a giant metal dragon? Seriously, you'd have to be blind and deaf to miss that thing," Ashley added. "What are the chances they've fled Earth too?" Aldrin asked. "We've seen that Cybertronians can go into space with no issue. I don't see the Predacon being any different." "That is a possibility," Zink said. "Even if it fled from Earth, I can't see Steeljaw doing the same," Mary Bell said. "Someone as cunning as him. He's no Megatron, but I'd feel a lot safer if I at least knew that he was done. And the Predacon no longer has a master to control it," Chiba added. "If that monster is still here and in the wild, what's to stop it from going on a rampage and killing everything in sight?" "We are," Todo responded firmly. "If either Steeljaw or the Predacon show their faces again, we'll be waiting," Windblade added. "Speaking of destruction, I've been thinking about something," Cornelia began. "The damage that the Decepticons and Britannia left in their wake, it will not only take time to repair, we may not have the resources to completely rebuild everything. We can't just fix up our cities from recycled Decepticon technology." She's not wrong. Jetfire seemed to be in agreement. "We may not have any more issues regarding power and fuel with synthetic energon, but that doesn't provide us with the raw materials we need to rebuild this planet's infrastructure." "What about the moon?" Guilford asked. "Since we have space travel with the Ark, could use resources from that." "Maybe a little, but if we're not careful, we could cause irreparable damage to the moon, and that could have disastrous effects on our planet's ecosystems," Cecile said. "What about Mars?" Orpheus asked. "Or even the asteroid belt in between Mars and Jupiter? As far as we can tell, nobody lives there. The asteroids might seem promising." Monica followed along. "Maybe we could build a base on Mars where we can process all the minerals and transport them back to Earth. Perhaps we could even build a space bridge network." Drift put his 2 thoughts in. "All those resources could help us to establish one and reach out to any more Cybertronian refugees. And maybe help establish colonies for them throughout this solar system." Jetstorm added. "That we are not all confined to this one planet." Safeguard also put in. Ultra Magnus smiled. "It seems as though everything is coming together quite nicely." Lloyd already looked giddy at the thought of it all. Space travel. Oh my goodness. I just love my life. As they continued to talk, Orpheus smiled before looking up towards the remains of MT Fuji, where his smile faded. So much seemed to be going through his mind right now. While he was truly glad that the war was indeed over, many were lost in trying to get them to this point, his friends, those he loved, even before the war officially started. Even a man whom he once hated, who had been secretly looking out for him, was now among those resting. "They'd be happy for us, yeah no." He turned around to see his twin sister walking up to him with a smile. "Could tell what I was thinking?" Orpheus asked. "We're twins, it's a thing." Aldrin replied. "No, it's not. That's just a myth." Orpheus joked. "No, seriously, it is." Aldrin joked back, causing the pair to laugh a bit before she spoke. "But really, they would be happy for us. Leonhardt, Marika, Tink. Yulia." Orpheus finished as he remembered the girl he fell in love with but lost just after it seemed like salvation was at hand for them. "I just wish that That there was a way to let them know that it turned out all right. Mary Bell stepped up to join the twins. I think they know. Call it a gut feeling, but I think they know. She reached out to grasp her lover's hand before reaching out to grab Orpheus. He then felt his other hand being gently touched and gazed to his side to see Monica looking at him with a loving smile. The best way to honor them is to move forward. Live our lives the fullest. And that's what I intend to do. What about you? Orpheus briefly saw the smiling face of Yulia as well as Oygro and even his mother, Olivia. All three of them smiled and nodded. He then remembered the last words his uncle said to him just before they vanished. All of you, live. The young man's eyes watered slightly as he looked towards Monica with an emotional smile of happiness. I think I'm going to live. Sounds like a plan. Monica agreed before kissing him on the cheek. Meanwhile, as more and more guests arrived, Bumblebee, Wheeljack, Archie, Smokescreen, Bulkhead, and Warpath were seen hanging out with Shirley, who was in a light green dress, Rai, who was dressed in a dark blue blazer as he held Arthur in his arms, Rivalts in a bright blue tuxedo, Millie, in a yellow dress, Gino in a light gray tuxedo, Nonette in a long light purple dress, and Nina in a white and red dress. So, what exactly is the plan now? Millie asked. What do you mean? Smokescreen asked in response. Well, the war is over and thank God that it is, but, what happens with us now? Millie began. I mean, I don't see any of us going back to school after everything we all went through. She gestured to herself and her friends in the former student council. You two are probably going to be Black Knights again. She looked towards Gino and Nonette. But you guys. She looked up to the Autobots. Is there really a point to the Autobots now that the cons are done? Oh, I'm sure there'll be plenty of enemies for us to face in the future. Archie replied. But I do see your point. We've all been soldiers for so long. She looked down slightly. Like you said, there will still be bad guys out there, so we may still need some soldiers. Nonette replied. For now though, I'm just enjoying the peace. Yeah, think I might kick back and relax a bit myself. Smokescreen added in the same manner. But if another fight's around the corner, I'll be there. I've actually been planning on going back into labor. Bulkhead said. I mean, I still got the body for it. He lightly banged his hand against his metal frame. And my experience means I can help with the labor program that Steve cooked up. We can help with that too. Wheeljack said, standing with Warpath. As in demolitions? Yeah, no, blowing stuff up. Gino joked. Yeah, but I also know how to build stuff too. I got some talent when it comes to circuitry. Wheeljack replied. But yeah, definitely blowing stuff up. Warpath grinned. Who knew it could actually be good for society? Most of the group laughed at that before Bumblebee addressed the blonde girl. You got any plans, Millie? You wouldn't have brought this up if you didn't have something in mind. Well, I've been thinking about going into journalism. Millie answered. Diet Hard said he'd be looking into taking on an protege. Just be careful you don't end up as fanatic as him. Smokescreen jabbed. I'm still going to be working with Ratchet and everyone in the science division. Nina said. With the war over, our plan is now rebuilding. It'll be a nice change of pace to make things that don't blow up. As for me, I got no plans. Rivalts stretched his arms as he fell back on a nearby chair. After a freaking war, I could use a break. I'll look for something soon, just not right now. Maybe Lelich could set me up for a job. Using one of your friends as a safety net, I see. Rai pointed out. Hey, the guy's the leader of the Black Knights. He's gotta have connections. Rivalts replied. What about you, Rai? You still in the BKS? Yep. He confirmed as he set Arthur down. Like Archie said, we'll still probably be meeting new enemies in the future, so I'm going to do what I can to make sure the people I love are safe. He looked towards Shirley with a smile right before she kissed him on the cheek. And you, Shirley? You got plans? Bulkhead asked. Actually, I decided I'm going to be a therapist. Shirley revealed, much to the group's surprise. Therapy? What made you decide on that? Gino asked. Well, after seeing just how much people have struggled, not just with this war but everything before it. Shirley began. Many people here lost loved ones long before the war even started, like Colin with her brother or Ryan and his family, and people are still struggling even with Megatron being gone, same with bots. Many of them lost some things they'll never get back. Those kinds of wounds. They don't heal the same way physical ones do. And I want to do what I can to help them get better, and this seems like the best way to do it. Everyone around her, human and bot, all looked to her with pride. Look at you. Millie said with a warm smile. What happened to that shy schoolgirl back at Ashford? Shirley smiled back. She's still here. She's just seen more of the world and wants to help it heal. You got the heart for the job. Archie nodded. I'm sure you'll do great. And whatever happens next, I know we'll do it together. Rai said as they all smiled with one another. At the same time, in another area, Nunnally, who was in a white and pink dress, just found herself staring off into the mountain ranges and valley that stretched out around them. She truly was happy for Ogai and Valletta, as well as everyone else who was here to help them celebrate. She was happy the war was finally over and that she and everyone else she loves can live their lives in joy and happiness. And yet, there still seemed to be a strong sense of regret inside her. Something that she had been unable to shake off these past 6 months. Nunnally. Turning around, she saw not only Alice and Sayoko in a pink dress and white kimono respectively, but even the other irregulars consisting of Grimlock, Dalk in dark green dress, Swoop, Sansia in a black dress, Snarl, Lucretia in an aqua blue dress, Sludge, Misty in a grey dress, Slug, and even Anya in a dark auburn-colored dress as they approached her. Even Skybite and Tianzi were also there, with the young Empress in a bright yellow dress. Hi everyone. Nunnally tried to greet with a smile, but neither Alice nor Sayoko were fooled as they both came at her sides. You're still thinking about her? Sayoko went to the point, causing Nunnally's smile to vanish. She heard us. Lelich and I, and so many others. And yet, she gave her life so that not only Lelich could live, but so we could all be here. Nunnally struggled to get the words out. The last words I said to her were that I'll never forgive her, and maybe she did do things that I don't think I can forgive, but is it wrong that I regret that? I don't know whether I should feel sad or not, or say thank you because she did save our lives. I just don't know. She put her hands on her face as she cried. Everyone, even the Dinobots and especially Grimlock, all looked in sympathy as it was easy to understand what the girl was going through. That's when Skybite stepped forward. I suppose I can relate to that. We all know what happened with Megatron and what he became. But back on Cybertron, I was constantly discriminated against. I'm a Sharkticon, a creation of the Quintessence. Virtually every Cybertronian avoided me like Cybonic plague. I was stuck in the gutter. But Megatron offered me a chance to get out of that. I thought that the revolution he planned was supposed to bring equality, and I'd be able to finally find a home on Cybertron. I just never thought it would lead to the war and the destruction of it all. I can't forgive Megatron for that, and I never will. But a part of me still feels somewhat grateful in that I was able to find a purpose, and that led to me here, where I see a chance to start over, the chance that your side offered me. I know it's not exactly the same, but maybe you could use this as a chance to start over yourself. He's right. Anya stepped up and spoke directly to Nunnally. Marianne stole my life and my memories from me. That is unforgivable. But we were still able to work together and make all of this happen, and I'm grateful for that. It's fine if you don't forgive her, or if you want to then do it. But it's still your life and it's your choice. Nunnally looked to all of them with tears in her eyes as Alice took both of her hands into her own and looked her in the eye before speaking. Nunnally, if it wasn't for you, I'd still be an experiment, just a mindless tool being used by others. But you helped me to see that I was more than that. You showed me the beauty of living, of having other people around me and what it means to form a connection with those people. You helped me when I was lost, and I want to be here for you too. We are all here. Even Grimlock stepped forward. Forgive your mother or don't. It's your choice. But if you think you need to do something to make amends, even though I think you don't have to, then live your life. Live it to the fullest. As Nunnally saw the smiles of all her friends, she was once again reminded of the life that was hers and the connections she has formed with it, not just her brother, but all those that were her friends and family. Thinking on that, and Nunnally couldn't help but imagine the image of her smiling mother standing over her and wrapping her arms around her in a loving embrace. She even heard her mother's voice one final time as she said 3 words to her. "Live on. Nunnally." The tears fell down her eyes as she hugged Alice with all her might, Sayoko, Anya, and the other humans joining as they hugged the girl. Even the Dinobots all smiled. "Not a bad speech there." Swoop complimented Skybite. "You'll make a great Dinobot." That caused the Sharkticon to look in surprise. "Excuse me. You heard me." Swoop smirked. "Me, a Dinobot? Why not?" Sludge shrugged. "We all stand out too, even among other Cybertronians." "But I'm not." Skybite stuttered. "Not a dinosaur?" Snarl finished. "Based on this planet's history, they had prehistoric sharks at the time dinosaurs. I think the humans called the megalodons, so it wouldn't be too out of place. And you can hold your own in a fight too, so you're plenty tough enough for the spot." Slug added. Really? Why you mean it?" Skybite couldn't believe it. "We're all different," Grimlock said. "But we stick together because of that. And we're stronger together. But if you don't want it." "No. Yes. Yes." Skybite excitedly shook Grimlock's hand. "I'd be honored to join you. You won't regret this. I promise." "Welcome to the Dinobots, Skybite." Grimlock greeted with a smile. Just then, Jazz's vehicle mode had arrived before transforming to get all their attention. "Come on, everyone's here. Let's get this party started." Everyone had gathered together as the ceremony was about to begin. All the gathered Black Knights included Nunnally, Toto, Chiba, Orpheus, Monica, Aldrin, Sakia, Toto, Maribel, Gino, Zinc, Joe, Tianzi, Akito, Leela with Eliza in her lap, Ryo, Ayano, Yukiya, Jean, Ashley, Lloyd, Claus, Marie, Cecile, Rax Hata, Shirley with Arthur in her lap, Rivalts, Millie, Nonette, Cornelia, Guilford, Odysseus, Carney, Lila, Alice, Anya, Delk, Sansia, Lucretia, Misty, General Catace, Diet Hard, Kiriharia, Anna, Sophie, Takeru, Ganabati, Joe, Chloe, Sarah, Olivia, Hilda, Kate, Faralai, Ichichku, Mutsuki, Ayam, and other guests included Duke Augusta Highland, Andrea Farce, all the nomadic gypsies, and even Akari Kojiki along with Joseph and his wife, Rosa Finite. The Autobots were all present as well, which included Ironhide, Bulkhead, Ratchet, Wheeljack, Smokescreen, Jez, Undertone, Warpath, Sideswipe, Grindcore, Strongarm, Jetfire, Windblade, Drift, Safeguard, Jetstorm, Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, Perceptor, a very reluctant Knockout, Grimlock, Swoop, Snarl, Sludge, Slug, and Skybite. And while Thundercracker and Steve could not be there in person due to overseeing the labor program with captured and surrendered Viacons, the 2 former Decepticons appeared via holograms to show their courtesy. Even Omega Supreme had arrived, though he obviously had to maintain a distance due to his enormous size. And standing at or near the center stage was Ogai, with his groomsmen that consisted of Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Suzaku, and Tamaki, with Lelich, the best man, standing closest to him. Kagaya was the officiary in the very center with Fixit, the ring bearer, being right next to her as the bridesmaids were on the other side of the stage as they included Arki, Colin, Euphemia, Sayoko, and Sarah, who wore a black and gold dress. Everything was ready. "Tai, if you would do the honors," Optimus requested. The holographic form of the artificial intelligence appeared before all of them. "It would be my pleasure." She kicked off the music. The second it began, Chigusa walked down the aisle between the guests with Jeremiah serving as the escort. Tears were already beginning to shed as she made her way closer towards her soon-to-be husband. By the time they reached the stage, Jeremiah had parted ways with Chigusa and sat down with the other guests. Chigusa stood across from Ogai as Kagaya began to speak. Friends and family, it has been a long and painful road for all of us. But through the struggles, through the raging fire and clashing metal, through all the strife and anger, all the tears that were shed, all the friends that we made and lost, we have finally reached the end of the tunnel, and the light found at the end couldn't possibly be brighter for these two. Once enemies, now eternal lovers. With that, let us commence with the exchange of vows and rings. I have the rings. Fix-It rolled up and opened his hands, revealing a ring in each hand. Ogai took one while Chigusa took the other. As Fix-It rolled to the side to join the groomsmen, Lelich nudged him in the side with a grin, earning a smile from Fix-It before they turned their attention to the exchange of vows. Chigusa. Ogai began. For a long time, I was stuck in the dark, doing what I felt was right, but I never really saw an end to it. Now, we're here, and I couldn't be happier than to share that with you. I never thought I'd ever fall in love with someone who I didn't think could be capable of change, until I saw it. Seeing what you were capable of, made me think there was indeed hope for this world, and that I had a future in it. He placed the ring he had on her own finger. With this ring, I promise to love, honor, and cherish you from now till the end of time. Chigusa smiled lovingly as she spoke. Can name. I came to this country with a very skewed view, to say the least. I had thought I knew how the world operated and what I should do to take my place in it. But I was wrong, and I couldn't be happier to have been wrong. You were the one who showed me the value of life, what it means to truly live and to fight for what you hold dear, that a world could be built without the use of violence and destruction, and I want to be there with you every day as we help rebuild this world. She put the ring she had on his own finger. With this ring, I promise to love, honor, and cherish you from now till the end of time. And now, by the power vested in as the chairwoman of the United Federation of Nations, friend and ally to the Autobots, and dedicated warrior to the cause of peace and freedom, I now pronounce you, man and wife. Kagaya declared. You may kiss the bride. The minute Ogai and Chigusa's lips touched, everyone cheered and clapped, truly happy for the newly wedded couple. Once the ceremony had ended, the reception was well underway as the Autobots and humans all gathered together, celebrated and mingled with one another. Jazz already had music playing as various couples danced together, including Suzaku and Euphemia, Cornelia and Guilford, Akito and Leela, Rai and Shirley, Orpheus and Monica, Todo and Chiba, Maribel and Aldrin. Even Alice had offered a dance to Nunnally, which she had accepted, and of course, Ogai and his wife danced as well. Others danced individually or even together as friends and family, with a few Autobots, notably Smokescreen, Sideswipe, even Grindcore danced with the music as everyone else either clapped to the music or just talked and mingled with one another. Though one seemed to be absent for the time being. Lelich had walked away from the celebration, turning around to look towards it with a smile before resuming his walk up a certain pathway. Though he would be rejoining it soon, there was something else that he had to do. Just a short walk away from the reception was the Kuriragi Shrine, and right beside it was the Wall of the Fallen, the stone memorial that was once on Horai Island, now relocated to Japan per a joint request from Lelich and Suzaku. It only seemed fitting that it would be placed here. It was at this shrine, the place where he and Nunnally had been sent to so very long ago as children, where it all began. Where he made his first real connection outside his family with Suzaku, which led to everything else that happened, including his meeting with the Autobots, and that is when everything changed. Lelich looked to all the names engraved on the wall, all those that died in battle, including Cliffjumper, Dreadwing, Naoto Kojiki, Oyagros Evan, Naomi Inu, Yoshitaka Minami, Kento Sugiyama, Toru Yoshida, Oscar Hamill, Prowl, Chromia, Hotshot, Shogo Asahina, Kosetsu Urabe, Ryoga Senba, Zi Dain, Silverbolt, Air Raid, Andreas Darlton, Tink Lockhart, Leon Hartsteiner, Marika Sorcy, Johann Schwartz, among many others. But there was another name that Lelich had requested be engraved upon, and despite all she did, she also gave her own life so that he could live and everyone else could be free. Marianne Six Britannia. Thank you. He said aloud. All of you, through your sacrifices, we were able to win. We have ended the war that many of you had fought for centuries and liberate the world the rest of you called home. I wish you could all see it. How far we've come, In fact, many of you helped me to set on this path, helped me to see that there was more to the world and more to me. I can't thank you all enough. I hope, wherever you all are now, you can rest in peace. Look at you. He turned around to see Colin approaching him. Sounding so humble. She stepped by his side to pay her respects at the wall herself. I also wish they could see it. Somehow, let them know that it's all over. I know. Lelich said as he linked her hand with his. So, what's the plan now? Colin asked. Aside from helping to rebuild Japan, I really have no idea. Lelich confessed, surprising Colin. But she was even more surprised to see that he was smiling. Okay, who are you and what have you done with Lelich? She questioned. I know, it doesn't quite sound like me. He began. 2 years ago, I'd be terrified at the thought of not knowing what the future has in store. Or to be more accurate, not being able to control my future. But now, it just feels liberating. I have a general idea could come next in our immediate future, but regarding the long term, I don't know, and perhaps, for the first time in my life, I'm glad I don't know. I guess it's because I really don't have to worry as much. The life I'm living now. He looked towards his beloved Colin with a loving smile. It's pretty great. And I don't think I'll need to put that mask on again. No need for Zero, Colin guessed. Well, at least not until the next genocidal maniac arrives. Lelich joked, earning a laugh from Colin. And yes, that means I do suspect we will have to fight a new enemy in the future. Yep, there you are. Hopeful but cautious. Colin said. But seriously. I'm happy for you. After everything you've done and been through, you deserve to be free. And you're one of the ones that set me free. Lelich lifted her chin up with his fingers. Thank you, Colin Kojiki. And thank you for giving me hope. Colin closed her eyes, as did Lelich as it looked like they were about to press their lips to another. That is until a loud alarm broke them apart, and they happened to turn to the source of the alarm, being one Bumblebee with Archie right next to him as he played the alarm through his radio. Up, 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 don't even think about it. Bumblebee stated. Think about what? We weren't doing anything. Colin exclaimed. Really? A boy and a girl all alone together? Nothing's gonna happen there. Bumblebee questioned rhetorically with a trolling grin. Colin's face turned red as she comically glared at the scout, while Lelich put his hand to his face. Archie, will you please kick his ass for me? Sorry, I'm actually with B on this one. Archie replied before she too grinned. You're too young to be having kids, Colin. The redhead stuttered as she attempted to stomp her way over to the pair of Autobots, only for Lelich to quickly grab her by the wrist and pull her into a kiss, much to not only her surprise, but also B and Archie's. He pulled away as he looked towards Colin with a humorous grin. If they're gonna insist on watching us, let's at least put on a good show. He said. Colin sighed and smiled before she and Lelich kissed once again. All right, but that's as far as it goes. Bumblebee said, still joking around. I better not see any clothes come off. Archie added, to which Colin responded by giving her and B the middle finger, despite still kissing the man she loved. Meanwhile, standing on a hilltop was Optimus Prime, with Sarah standing on his shoulder as they not only observed the scene, but smiled towards one another as they stared out towards the setting sun in the horizon. The war is over, and though it came at a heavy cost, fate has yielded its reward, a new world to call home. We live among its people now, helping to improve as they aid us. We have taken pride and solace in the bonds we have forged with those that we can consider our friends and family. I have seen their capacity for courage, and though we are worlds apart, like us, there's more to them than meets the eye. My name is Optimus Prime, and I send this message to all Cybertronians, regardless of their affiliation. The war is over, and I invite you to join us and build a new future together. Though we did not choose to be of Earth, it would seem that we are here to stay. But should you approach this planet with hostile intent, know this, we will defend ourselves. We will defend humanity. We will defend our home. Meanwhile, a single aircraft flew across the Pacific Ocean. It was a rather small vehicle, something akin to a helicopter, and only 3 occupants were inside. There was the pilot, and sitting behind him were 2 individuals. One was a teenage boy with pale skin and blonde hair, dressed in a royal black garb and bound to a wheelchair with a visor over his eyes. The other was a young woman with fair skin, long blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a white and gold royal dress with light blue at the helm, and gold jewelry for a necklace, earrings and a circlet. King Shalo, Lady Shama, we should be at the island in just a few minutes. The pilot reported. Thank you. The woman, apparently known as Shama, nodded while her younger brother opened the communications line on a device built into his wheelchair, with the monitor displaying the appearance of a middle-aged man with dark gray hair and a beard and green eyes. We are nearing our destination. How is our guest faring, Balvona? Shalo asked. He seems to be recovering. The man known as Balvona replied as he was currently located in an underground laboratory, standing on an overhang and overseeing several scientists making repairs on a certain Decepticon that laid on a large metallic table below him. Despite Steeljaw remaining calm as energon tubes were connected to him and undergoing repairs, the look in his remaining yellow optic was one of a silent rage, like a wolf just waiting to pounce. He should be back on his feet soon, Your Majesty. Balvona reported. Good. Keep a very close eye on him. Shalo said before ending the call. Sister, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I'm not comfortable with this. We've discussed this, dear brother. Shamna replied. The kingdom of Zilkston is indeed mighty, but we're not invincible. We were wise to have our kingdom go into hiding when those infernal Decepticons attempted to take over, but even with that faction now gone, the Autobots and the Black Knights are simply too strong for us. We cannot afford to wage open war, at least not yet. Which is why we need additional power. The helicopter soon arrived at its destination, the shores of Common Island. The airborne vehicle landed on the sandy beach just as the door on the side opened, allowing Shama to step out and her brother to direct his wheelchair, having pressed a few buttons on the right arm of it to activate its hover mode, allowing the wheelchair to hover just a few inches off the ground as he followed his sister. As the royal siblings stepped onto the sand, they gazed out into the jungle, which seemed quiet for the most part. That is until multiple birds flew out from the canopy in alarm, with a few smaller animals running out onto the beach in fear. That's when the siblings heard the sounds of stomping. A couple of puddles rippled from the stomps as the source came closer. Several trees in the jungle were falling down right before a pair of glowing yellow eyes were seen in the darkness. The Predacon emerged from the foliage and approached the 2 small humans before roaring at them and spreading out its wings in an intimidation tactic. But rather than be intimidated, the royal siblings looked in awe and amazement. Magnificent. Shilio smiled. The pilot, however, did not share that sentiment and had the helicopter's guns primed and aimed at the creature. Stand down, pilot. Shamna ordered. Be but milady. Your weapons will barely even scratch the surface. Shamna told him before observing the Predacon in front of her as it gazed at the 2 with curiosity. And besides, I suspect that this mighty beast saw us coming quite a distance away. But rather than shoot us down like a violent predator defending its territory, it chose to let us land. And now it approaches to observe and learn more. She then spoke to the Predacon directly. There is more to you than meets the eye. You are no mindless beast, but an intelligent creature. The Predacon gazed them down with a low growl for a moment before it did something truly unexpected. It transformed. The mighty metallic dragon had changed its form to that of a towering humanoid clad in spiky, dark brown armor, the most prominent being 2 long curved spikes on its shoulder. The glowing emblem of the Predacon was now on its chest. It had a pale face and glowing yellow eyes. Though the formation of the horns on its head gave the appearance that he wore something akin to a crown. Shamna's smile only grew as she saw this. Truly incredible. Who are you? The transformed Predacon questioned. Why have you violated my refuge? We merely seek an audience, O mighty Predacon. Shalo began. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Shalo, King of Zilkston. This is my elder sister, Shamna. The world around us is changing, and it is a change that will ultimately doom not only our kingdom, but you as well. Shamna spoke. This had got the Predacon's attention, as per Shamna's intent. That being said, I believe we have a better chance if we were to stand together. Might I be so humble as to request your name, O mighty Predacon? She requested with a humble bow. He growled slightly before answering. You may refer to me as Predaking. A fitting name. Shalo complimented. Now then, Predaking, shall we talk? Meanwhile, within the darkness, the twisted spirit that was known as Billet fumed with rage as he floated aimlessly in the void. So close. I was so close. The skull went on. Neo Ragnarok would have spread my power throughout the universe. Through Megatron, I would have instilled chaos into the hearts and minds of every sentient being. All would burn. And I alone would have reigned supreme. Foolish gnat. A dark voice echoed through the void, which drew the attention of Billet, who looked in all directions but was unable to find the source of the voice. Who is there? Show yourself. Your power, you say? The voice continued. You are merely a progeny, one of the countless parasites that had spawned from my tomb, and only had a glimpse of my power. Just as they have. Suddenly, a dark purple flame appeared directly in front of Billet. When the flames vanished, it revealed the floating deceased body of Victor Zi Britannia. His corpse hovering in the void, his eyes opened to reveal nothing but blackness, as if his eyes and soul were completely gone. Then, a second and much larger dark flame appeared further away from Billet. This revealed the form of none other than Megatron. But just like with Victor, he was nothing more than a floating corpse, his optics gone and replaced with the blackness of pure nothingness. That process that was known as Neo Ragnarok would have been my awakening. The dark voice continued. As well as the complete destruction of Primus. However, his disciples interfered and halted it. Nevertheless, my spark has been stirred. As a result, the tides of the universe have shifted. Events have been sent into motion, and it all shall be drawn here, like matter to a void. My awakening may have been delayed, but it is inevitable. And you shall serve my purpose. Before Billet could offer a response, two dark purple eyes appeared high above him as well as the hovering forms of the corpses near him. These enormous eyes shined down onto them like a pair of spotlights, one was focused upon Megatron, and the other on both Victor and Billet. The minute that dark light set on him, Billet felt himself being torn apart. His spiritual skull form had broken down, along with Victor, into a three-dimensional grid-like state. Both his and Victor's bodies appeared to be digitized in some dark manner and merged into one single mass of dark data. And the exact same process happened with Megatron, his body being broken down and reconfigured in the same manner, appearing in a three-dimensional grid before taking a new form of mass. Both masses ascended into the open eyes before they closed, sealing them inside and leaving only the dark presence. And so, I shall begin, again. The end. Check the description for the links to the author.